General Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of Kicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band. Featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Pete Bielman, Elmo Tanner, Orm Downs, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. Well, today we're broadcasting from the ballroom of the Hotel Mayflower in Akron, Ohio. But now to music. Here's Ted Weems and the boys with their swinging along version of Toot That Trumpet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only a privilege, but a real thrill for me to introduce one of the finest young men in radio today, with a ready wit, a smiling voice, and the most charming personality I've ever known. Your master of ceremonies, Gary Moore.
Oh, Ford, thank you very. That was a wonderful introduction, but really, I don't think I deserve it.
I don't either, but you wrote it.
Blabbermouth. Always got to tell everything you know, don't you? Fort Pearson, the most talkative guy in the world. You go out to his house to lunch, and even the tongue in the tongue salad goes blah, 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 blah. Remind me to walk over an open manhole cover with you someday, will you, Fort? But now, about the questions we're going to have. The makers of Kicks will pay $10 each for those questions used tonight, and the ones who beat the band with their questions are guaranteed a minimum of double money, $20, and a case of crisp assured Kicks. But now that sum may be much greater. Remember, we have a bonus of $100 to be divided among those who beat the band. So the prize to the band beaters might be as much as $25, $50, or even $100. Now listen, folks, why don't you try to get in on this good thing and have plenty of fun thinking up these crazy quizzes with song title answers. Remember, too, that you might be a band beater and a big money winner. So send those questions to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And here we go into the unrehearsed portion of the program. Boys, ready or not, here I come. A letter from Chiao Renoff of Seattle, Washington reads, fearing her dashing sailor might forget her, his sweetheart persuaded him to have her name tattooed on his manly bosom, explaining, if you should grow forgetful in lands across the sea, just look at Mabel on your chest. And the answer is a melody from a beautiful and famous Balfe opera. Oh, good enough, Johnny Hellner. Well, what do you know? All right, Johnny.
Then you remember me?
Then you'll remember me. And correct, too. Can you play that, John? He's answered in a year that we've been on the radio here. No kidding. No, he did. He's answered 3. The other 2 weren't right. This one was. That makes it very good, Johnny. Incidentally, I used to know a girl named Mabel. She had a petunia tattooed on her chest. I don't know what made me think of it, that question. She got caught in a rainstorm and it grew into an oak tree. Every time I took her in my arms, the acorns bruised my biceps. Here's this question, next one coming up. I don't know how I got off on that, excuse me. This next question coming up. We're having a broadcast! Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Beelman. Now, this next question is really a tough one. Here's a tune that's so new only 3 people know it. Myself, the guy who wrote it, and the man who lives in the apartment under it. Miss Helen Wickersham of Toledo, Ohio, writes, a new secretary was told by her boss to sit on his knee and take a letter. Rather hesitantly, she remarked that the situation was unusual in her life, but she used the title of a brand new tune. What is it? And if you get this one, boy, this is really, really a tough one. Red Ingle, by gosh, maybe thinks maybe he knows the answer, and so does Parker Gibbs. All right, Red, you were first.
I'm new at this.
I'm new at this is the name of the tune. Yeah, it's only been out about 2 weeks. Good for you. All right, Red, don't applaud. Wait till you hear him play it, if possible.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Not good, but accurate. All right.
Oh, that's close.
Thanks very much, Mr. Engel. If you'd like to go out for a rub down now, you may.
I am pleading.
Mrs. M.W. Stoutenburg of Lynbrook, New York, offers a bit of rhyme. The scene is laid in Ireland, and the answer will be found in a famous ballad by Sanders, so ably sung by the great John McCormick. The professional exterminator said to his prospect, don't tell me to leave you alone. Just think of this insect, this terrible termite, did to You want the poem again? The professional exterminator said to the prospect, don't tell me to leave you alone. Just think what this insect, this terrible termite, did to and Pete Beelman was a few seconds ahead of Red Ingle on that. All right.
Tumble-down shack in Athlone, is that right?
What they did to that tumble-down shack in Athlone. That's exactly it. Can you play Tumble-Down Shack in Athlone? Good enough. Pete took you a little time to think of it, but that was right. The man who said silence is golden must have checked the price of radio time and then waited for you guys to answer a question. Ted, can we get on to a tune the boys really know?
Nothing would suit me better, Gary. How about that little job titled Beat Me Daddy 8 to the Bar?
Sold. If you'll toss in Red Ingle with a bit of vocal jive.
Village in Texas, there's a guy who plays the best piano by far. He can play piano any way that you like it, but the style he likes the best is 8 to a bar. When he plays, it's a ball. He's the daddy of them all. The people gather around when he gets on the stand. Then when he plays, he gets a hand. The rhythm he beats puts the cats in a trance. Nobody there bothers to dance, but when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, oh, beat me, daddy, A to the bar. A pink, a blank, a pink, blank, flink, flank, a plunkin' on the key. A rip, a rap, a rip, rap, a rippin' out with ease. And when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, oh, beat me, daddy, A to the bar.
There's a new slogan going around these days. National defense begins at breakfast. Now, that simply means that the kind of food we eat plays the most important part in any sound program of national preparedness. If we're to have the vigorous, robust health that is doubly needed in times of crisis, one thing we must do is eat the right kind of foods. Kix belongs in that class because Kix is a nourishing corn breakfast food that is enriched in protective vitamins and minerals. And not just slightly enriched, not just partially, but to full grain strength. Kix and Kix alone among corn cereals provides all the most essential protective factors of whole corn in the actual amounts that Mother Nature intended corn should give you. And what a break that this great nutritional benefit comes to you in the delicious corn cereal that people everywhere are kicking up their heels about. For Kix is something new for breakfast, new and wonderfully good. Try it and see for yourself. That's Kix, spelled K-I-X.
All right, Ho, and here we come into our second quiz section for this afternoon, with so far 3 questions having been asked and 3 having been answered correctly. For all we know, we might even beat the record that you gentlemen established last week of only one person beating the band. However, I hope not, because Edith Van Wagner of Rhinebeck, New York, offers a fine query answered by a brand new song hit. After examining his patient's cardiac reaction, what warning did the doctor give him? And Ralph Blank over here did such a fine job on Beat Me Daddy 8 to the bar over at the piano. Here wants to give the answer.
Keep an eye on your heart.
Keep an eye on your heart is right. Can you play that, please, on the piano? In a boogie-woogie style? Save a little bit for the rest of the program. Now, poetry from G.W. Jones of Findlay, Ohio, finds an answer in a tune very popular last year. A husky young dentist named Stout found a molar he couldn't pull out. In 2 hours, he tires and throws down his pliers to cry, Marvel Maxwell has her hand up, as did Joe Hooven, Rex Kelly, and Red Engel.
Ain't you coming out?
Sure, he said to the molar, ain't you coming out? Marvel, you look so surprised at yourself.
I am.
Can you sing, ain't you coming out?
I think I know the words this time. He went away, practiced the fiddle all day. Then he came back and played. It's coming out, 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 it's coming out.
Thanks, Marvel. Very cute, too, honey. Now, Mr. Jarvis F. Clark of Denver, Colorado. Notice how I call her honey? That makes everybody think I'm a big shot. Very nice, honey. Mr. Jarvis F. Clark of Denver, Colorado offers a question answered by a traditional drinking song and a good guess at correct abbreviations. What song title tells you how Leopold Stokowski and Lowell Thomas might greet each other? What song title tells you how Leopold Stokowski and Lowell Thomas might greet each other? It's an old drinking song. Mr. Engel says Hiya Gate, but that's wrong. Leopold Stokowski would not say Hiya Gate, I feel sure. Sorry, gentlemen, time up, and the answer is Hi Lee, Hi Low. Hi Lee, Hi Low. Good enough, and Mr. Jarvis F. Clark of Denver, Colorado receives a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more if we keep that $100 bonus in mind. I really got you that time. Beecher E. Dunn of Millinocket, Maine, sends us... Well, she'd move. Sends us a question which has a strong play on words. The same pun appears twice in this three-word song title. Now, there are your clues, and here is the question. When A.B. bragged to his sweetheart that he had purchased her engagement ring for half of what it was actually worth, how did she laud his astuteness? The song is an old parlor song. Yeah, well, kind of song that you sing in a parlor or at a fish fry or oyster bake or... Who'll make me an offer?
Barroom songs are nothing but us.
No, it's not a barroom song, Mr. Beelman there. I'm sorry. When A.B. bragged to his sweetheart that he had purchased her engagement ring for half what it was actually worth, how did she laud his astuteness? She said, "Goodbye, my lover, goodbye." Isn't that terrific? And to Beecher E. Dunn of Millinocket, Maine. Ooh, I got to pronounce it again. Goes a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more. Please don't forget that $100 bonus. Now, you know, the boys here are really under quite a strain on this program, ladies and gentlemen. They're on the air for half an hour, and then they sleep for a half an hour. Only trouble is it's the same half hour. Ted, can we pass on to greater things?
Well, if you mean music, Gary, it's a comparatively simple thing. You see this little stick?
Yeah, cute, isn't it?
Well, all I do is wave it, and if everything goes well, you'll hear the whole band play I Give You My Word, and Perry Como will sing the words.
Amazing, amazing.
I give you my word, I'll never love again. I give you my word, this is my first and last romance. I gave my lips, my heart, and my soul to you. My heart will break if you don't take me true. I give you my word, you are the only one. All heaven has heard what your love has done. Darling, what's the good of life without love, or love without you? I'll never change, I give you my word.
your love has done. Darling, what's the good of life without love or love without you? I'll never change. I give you my word. I give you my word.
Kicks is a joyride to breakfast delight. Little golden bombshells bursting with goodness. Watch your family go for Kicks every morning. Makes breakfast a real meal. It gives you a bonus of vitamins and minerals. It's just what your appetite orders. Now, here's the idea. Those bouquets you just heard for Kicks come straight from the people who count most. I mean the people who buy Kicks. We've got a raft of enthusiastic opinions like that, but the ones you heard will give you a rough idea. Doesn't all this widespread enthusiasm sort of arouse your curiosity? Make you want to find out for yourself what all the shouting's about? Your first helping of Kicks will show you. Part of the answer is flavor. It's a more delicate, more appealing corn flavor, people say. Other reasons are the tempting new form of round golden corn bubbles and the amazing way Kicks stays crisp in milk or cream. And remember, backing up all this wonderful goodness is the great nutritional advantage of Kicks. The fact that Kicks and Kicks alone among corn cereals provides full grain strength of all the most essential vitamins and minerals of whole corn. So all aboard, everybody, for that joyride to breakfast delight. Try delicious, nutritious Kicks for breakfast. K-I-X.
Man, oh man, here come those swamis of swing. The Ted Weems Jive 5 with a knock me down and drag me out version of Blue Lou. Killer Diller from Manila, gentlemen, and now let's get right on with our quiz session. So far, 2 people have managed to beat the band. Dorothy Jacobson of Eugene, Oregon writes, they laughed when I sat down to the piano because everyone knew what? The song was very popular just a few months ago. And there is Art Winter back in the trumpet section. His hand was just a split second ahead of Parker Gibbs.
I never took a lesson in my life.
Never took a lesson in my life is right. Art, let's hear you play it, will you? You will? Everybody. Try enough, Art. Pretty near blew your top that time. Clarence W. Peterson of Crookston, Minnesota pens this missive. If you know your poker, you can answer this question with a tune just 10 years old. A player with an ace-high straight bet all of his blue chips. The man who called him showed a full house. What did the man with the straight say then about his bet? Oh, we got a player with an 8. Here's Country Washburn over here. All right, Country.
Take all of me.
No, I'm sorry. No, the answer. No, he lost all his blue chips, and the answer is bye-bye blues. That's it, boy. And Clarence W. Peterson of Crookston, Minnesota, becomes the third person to receive a full case of kicks.
Time to tabulate. Now, that's it.
Oh, now wait a minute, Fort. You aren't going to start that tongue tango, are you?
Tongue tango? Perish the perturbation, Pee-wee.
Yeah.
Please don't place the patrician Pearson parlance on a par with your peculiar prattling.
Yeah.
My phrase peddling is particularly profitable palaver.
Yeah.
Perhaps punk, even pecuniary.
Yeah, well, look, Ted, all I can say is pass the preludes to us, Pappy.
Maybe I can relieve the verbal impasse with the announcement that the tune is titled Caliconga.
Look out!
And so we come to the little moment which is my big moment. I get to pass out the money. In short, no less than 9 people will receive $10 in cash for their questions which we used on today's program. That means a total of $90. The band beaters number 3, and each of these folks will get the round sum of $43.34. Add the whole thing together, and we find that the makers of Kicks have become indebted to you good question writers to the tune of $190. And our heartiest congratulations to all of you.
And say, folks, it's been mighty swell of you all to drop in and play blocks with us today. Come on back next week, same time, won't you? And we'll send you greetings from Indianapolis, where Ted Weems and the boys will be appearing at the Lyric Theater. And look, send in those questions to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Who knows, you might be a band beater. Bye now.
Remember, folks, Beat the Band is a game, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course, payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. Get in the game. There's $10 in it if we use your question, a guaranteed minimum of $20, and a case of Kicks if you beat the band. And that sum might grow to $25, $50, or even $100. So send those questions to us, addressed to Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is Fort Pearson, speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us again next week. Now, in the meantime, get acquainted with Kicks if you want a breakfast thrill that will last till lunchtime. Remember, Kicks stay crisp in milk or cream. And say, you are going to try to beat the band.
Isn't that a silly thing for anyone to eat? I'd rather have a dish of Kicks. That really is a treat.
Thousands of people these days are saying, I'd rather have a dish of Kicks. And what they mean is that they'd rather have this delicious new kind of corn cereal than any other breakfast food there is. There are 3 big reasons for this nationwide popularity of Kicks. Its brand new bubble form, its delicate, appealing corn flavor, and the amazing way it stays crisp in milk or cream. As for nutrition, just remember that Kix bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods of the American Medical Association. That name is Kix, spelled K-I-X. Try it, won't you? This program came to you from Akron, Ohio. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, even though winter doesn't officially begin till December 22nd, it's here right now for most of us. Yes, and on cold, blustery days, plenty of good, nourishing food is all important. I mean food that supplies energy. Food that produces body warmth. Food that keeps us going despite the weather. Now, Parquet margarine, the delicious vegetable margarine made by Kraft, is just such a food. Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. And that means it's tops in producing body warmth, too. And equally important in wintertime, Parquet is rich in vitamin A. Yes, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. But Parquet margarine isn't just good for you. It's mighty good tasting, too, whether you serve it at the table or use it for baking and pan frying. So for all these reasons, wholesome, economical Parquet margarine deserves a place on your shopping list. Why not order a pound or two tomorrow? Just ask your food dealer for Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's the margarine that's made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Gee, Uncle Mort, those certainly were two swell movies. Yes, thanks for taking us. Did you enjoy them?
Well, Marjorie, I'll have to confess I fell asleep in the middle of the first feature and woke up toward the end of the second one.
You did?
Yes, Leroy. Those 65-cent seats are too darn comfortable. Tell me, did Betty Davis finally marry Hopalong Cassidy?
Uncle, they weren't even in the same picture.
Oh, they weren't? Well, then he must have been singing to a blonde horse. Now I'm all confused. Who was it that defeated Notre Dame in the newsreel? Tarzan or Popeye?
It was Charlie's aunt.
Yes.
And he wasn't in the newsreel. He's in the picture coming next week.
Oh. That's the trouble with the movies. You can't sleep there in peace. What they need are more actresses like Betty Grable. Yes. Now, there's a girl with beautiful potential. She'll get somewhere, that young lady.
Well, it's almost midnight, so we'd all better get... Well, look at that. A bird cage. Yeah, where did that come from?
There's a canary inside.
Well, I don't understand if this wasn't here when we left. Maybe Bertie brought it in.
Yes, let's find out. Oh, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, whose canary is this?
It's yours, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It is?
Yes, sir. You just won Napoleon in a raffle.
Napoleon? I did? When did it happen? While I was asleep at the movies?
No, sir, at my lodge. This is the night the mysterious and bewildering order of the Daughters of Cleopatra hold their weekly business meeting and shag contest.
But I couldn't have been there. He was with us.
Yes.
Well, your uncle bought a ticket on our big raffle.
Oh, yes, now I remember. But I thought you said the drawing was for a beautiful big set of dishes.
No, sir. The lodge is raising money to buy itself a set of dishes, but the prize they're giving away is a canary bird.
Well, this is mighty nice to win on a 50-cent chance. First time I've won a prize since I wore my woolen underwear to that rumba contest.
Uncle.
I'd like to thank whoever it was that drew out the lucky number, Bertie.
Well, it just so happens that the drawing was done by the grand exhausted ruler of the pyramids. And it also just so happens that happens to be me.
Why, Bertie. Of course, it was just a coincidence, but did anybody say anything?
No, ma'am, but there sure was a lot of black looks.
Yes, I guess they were.
Say, this Napoleon's a pretty feisty little bird. Will he sing?
Of course he will. Only the man we brought him from says that in 2-3 days he's got to get customized to his new surroundings, and after that he'll sing just like this here Eddie Nelson.
Eddie Nelson? Oh, I see, yes. Well, it's time for all of us to get to bed. You better find a cloth someplace, Bertie, and drape Napoleon for the night.
Oh, we don't have to do that, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is a special, newfangled kind of cage. Look.
Well, imagine that. A bird cage with Venetian blinds.
When the daughters of Cleopatra do something, they don't mess around by half. That reminds me of something I kind of hate to bring up.
What's that, Bertie?
Well, speaking of halves, you never did pay me them 4 bits you owed me for that raffle ticket.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Napoleon. You've been a free boarder around here for a week now, and you haven't sung once. Not one single solitary... Stop eating a moment, Napoleon, and listen to me. Oh, now I've frightened you. What's the trouble, old man? Haven't I tried to be a pal to you? Haven't I? By George, look me in the eye when I'm talking to you. You've got to do something around here to earn your keep. You think birdseed grows on trees? You better find your voice, little chum, or you'll find yourself decorating somebody's hat.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hello.
Is Napoleon worked yourself into a vocalizing mood yet?
Yeah, not yet. You know, Bertie, I'm not one to look a gift bird in the bill. I'm afraid the cat's got this canary stuck.
No, sir, the cat was after it this morning, but I chased him away.
Oh, well, I don't know much about birds, but if ever I saw a moody mudlark, it's this jaundiced little jaybird.
No, I can't understand it, Mr. Gildersleeve. This canary bird was not only guaranteed to sing, but the man said positively.
Well, maybe we better take Napoleon back to the store and get the Duke of Wellington.
Well, there wasn't no store.
No?
You know, we bought that dicky bird off of a man that was selling them off the back of a truck.
Well, but if he guaranteed them, he must have some permanent address.
Well, he said something about if everything wasn't completely satisfactory to write him in care of the Canary Islands. Only he didn't say which island.
Oh, well, I suspect he was selling hot canaries, only this one is not so hot.
Good evening, Uncle Mort.
Oh, good evening.
Oh, is Napoleon still sulking?
Well, I can't tell from the expression on his face. The only expression he's got. What do you think, Bertie?
I don't know nothing about canary birds. The only birds I've ever associated with is chickens.
Yep.
And even then only to the extent of southern frying them, you know.
Yeah. Well, we may turn Napoleon into chicken a la king yet.
Hiya, folks. Is that dumb bird still dumb?
Yes, Leroy. We better get some advice from an expert. I think I'll go to a pet store or an aviary.
Oh, you better try a pet store, Uncle Mort. Those aviaries are too busy these days with defense work.
Oh, Leroy, an aviary isn't a place where they work on aviation.
I know. It's a place where birds of a lot of different feathers all flock together.
Say, Unc, why don't you come down to the library with me? I gotta take a book back, and you can find out a lot of things about canaries there.
That's an excellent idea. The bird stores are probably all closed, and this way I can get the information I want tonight.
Okay, but I can tell you one thing about that bird right now.
What's that?
He's no stool pigeon.
What do you mean, Leroy?
He won't sing.
Here's the 88 cents for your fine, Leroy. The next time you want to use a dictionary, we'll buy one. Turn it in while I find where the canary literature is, will you?
Here's the information desk. I'll be right back.
Okay. Excuse me, young lady.
Not so loud, please. Won't you step closer?
Closer? Oh. I must come to the library oftener.
What can I do for you?
My canary refuses to sing.
What?
My canary won't sing. And I wonder if you could help me.
I'd be glad to, only I don't sing either.
You don't, eh? I'll bet you... Have you got any books for a canary in that condition?
Well, the music department has some volumes with bird calls.
Oh, I don't think that would do. You see, my canary can't read music.
Well, how about a book that you could read?
Oh, that'd be splendid. Something that would tell me the cause and cureness of curtness or coyness in canaries.
You'll find that under C over there in the reference room. You'll have to hurry now. We're closing in just a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks, I will. Oh, Leroy, come along with me.
I'm coming. Only you better make it snappy, Unc. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Oh, it won't take me long. Is this the reference room?
Yeah.
Let's see. Somewhere along here. Canopies. The canaries? The canaries? Oh, canaries. Ah, here's what we're looking for. Almost missed it. Native birds of the Bronx and how to get the most out of them. What to do till the bird doctor comes.
You're getting warm, Unc.
Yes, I know I am. Here, hold my overcoat, will you? 44 famous formulas for feeding our fine feathered friends by F. McGee. Oh, that sounds like it.
I don't think you'll have time to read much, Unc.
Here's what we're after. A list of different feeds to food. Foods to feed Napoleon.
You want to read them off, Unc, while I take them down?
Oh, a splendid idea, young man. Ready?
Sure, go ahead. Shoot the junk to me, Unc.
Yes. Watercress?
Watercress.
Nasturtiums?
Nasturtiums.
Dandelions?
Dandelions.
Marigolds?
Marigolds.
What's happened to the lights?
Gee, they put them out. It must be 9 o'clock.
Come on, Leroy. Let's get out of here before they lock us in.
Okay, but I'm sort of mixed up. Which way is out?
I think it's right over here. Not that way, Leroy. Here, take my hand. Oh! Ooh, an avalanche! Oh, my goodness. Oh! Leroy, where are you?
Right here, under the book.
So, are you hurt?
Gee, my head feels funny.
Say, your head does feel funny. I can feel it going around and around.
That's not me, Uncle Mort. I'm over here.
What am I touching, then? Oh, it must be that globe of the world.
Let's see if we can grope our way out into the other room.
All right, take my hand. Oh, to think of it, trapped in a public library at my age.
Gee, Uncle Mort, everybody must be gone. How are we going to get out of here?
We'll find some door we can open, Leroy, or else I'll locate a window big enough to crawl out of.
Yeah, a bay window.
Yes. Never mind, young man. Now stay close to me, so we won't get... Where are we now, Leroy?
We're in the juvenile department now, Unc.
Juvenile department? How do you know?
The books falling down are getting lighter. Good morning, Uncle Mort. Good morning, Leroy.
Good morning.
My, but you two look pale and tired. You shouldn't stay out for late nights. What kept you up so long? Well, it was like this,
You better eat your breakfast, Leroy.
Oh, yes. Say, did you see the morning paper? There's the most mysterious story. Listen. Prowlers turn library topsy-turvy.
Excuse me, my coffee went down the wrong way.
Gee, Unc, we're sunk.
Quiet, Leroy. Let your sister read the morning paper. What else does it say, Marjorie?
Finding the door of the Summerfield Public Library open at 2 a.m. this morning, Patrolman Elmo Dunkel entered and discovered a scene of unparalleled confusion.
Well, I wonder what that could have been.
Gee, don't you know? Thousands of books had been pushed from shelves, and the floor was, in some places, 4 feet deep in volume.
That's an awful lie. I mean, awfully high, isn't it?
It was estimated by city librarian Helen Hunt Schultz.
Oh, yes, Miss Schultz,
that the sorting and restacking of the books will require at least a week, during which the library will be closed. Boy, it's a good thing we got out our books last night. Shall I go on?
Oh, yes. Very interesting, very interesting, yes.
Members of the detective squad who are investigating believe it to be the work of a gang known as the Laurel and Hardy Mob. Led by a large, fat man and his skinny little lieutenant. Why, isn't it warm in here? The detective discovered a clue in the form of a slip of paper reading, watercress, nasturtiums, dandelions.
Eat your dandelions, Leroy.
I'm really not terribly hungry.
Yes.
Incidentally, weren't you two at the library last night?
Why, yes, come to think of it, we were, yes.
Oh, I suppose you missed the fun.
There was no fun while we were there. We were looking for information about canaries.
Did you find anything?
Oh, we stumbled across a few books. Say, maybe we should give Napoleon a bath, huh? Canaries are like people. They like to sing in the bathtub.
Shall we put the cage under the shower?
No, Leroy. Bertie, you fill a soup plate with some tepid water, eh?
Yes, sir. And if it'll help, I'll put some of my personal bath salts in it. They got the loveliest fragrance called The Last Time I Saw Harlem.
No thanks, Bertie. We can't take any chances in Napoleon singing Boogie Woogie.
That's what you say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe all he needs is a good wash job.
Yeah.
Now, here he is. I hope that canary bird can swim better than he can sing.
Yes, thanks, Bertie. Now, you folks just go on with your breakfast. I'll handle this thing all by myself. The last time I saw Harlem. Oh, good morning, Napoleon. Have a good night's rest? Yes. Now, I've got a nice bath all fixed up for you. I'd better make you sing, brother.
Gee, Uncle Mort, what are we going to do now?
Give this bird a ducky.
No, I mean about the police and the library and stuff.
Oh, don't worry, Leroy. They're not looking for us. They're after a couple of fellows who look like Laurel and Hardy. Oh, my goodness, they are looking for us.
You see what I mean?
Yes. Oh, let's not borrow trouble, Leroy. Let's forget the whole matter, huh? Say, I'm afraid this plate is too big to get into your cage, nappy old chappie.
Shall I get a smaller dish?
No, we'll leave it here just outside the cage and open the door. Yeah. There you are.
Well, come on out, Napoleon. Nobody's going to bite you.
Yeah, don't be bashful.
Maybe you should prod him with your finger.
Oh, that's an idea. Oh! He pecked me, the darn little dive bomber.
I was afraid that had happened. There, now he's going out.
Yeah, come on, Napoleon. Make it snappy. We haven't got all... No, Napoleon. Stop flying around the room. Hey, there's your nice bath. Here.
Look out, he's heading for a window.
Window?
Keep away, Uncle Mort. Shut the window.
Go back, you ding-dong devil. Oh, my goodness, he's gone.
Yeah, he sure flew the coop.
Oh, come on, Leroy. Bring the cage. We got to catch Napoleon before he heads for Florida. I see him. Look, there he is on the branch of that tree.
No, that's a yellow leaf.
Oh, yes, I forgot it's November. I could have sworn it was Napoleon.
Say, don't look now, but what's that moving in the bushes?
Where?
Over there.
By George, I think it's the bird, all right. Come on. You head him off in the back, Leroy, and I'll sneak up on him from this side.
Okay. Let me know if you catch him.
Yes. Uh-oh. There he goes into that scrub. Now, where did he disappear to? He must be somewhere in here. Napoleon. Nice Napoleon. Be a good boy and come back to Uncle Throckmorton, Napoleon.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello. Oh, hello, officer.
Excuse me, but what are you doing down there on your hands and knees, mister?
Now, don't be stubborn, Napoleon. Say, you're a new man on the beat, aren't you?
Yeah, what are you looking for in them bushes?
Yeah, here, Napoleon. Come out of there. What's that, officer? Oh, I'm just looking for Napoleon. He's escaped.
Oh, I see. Aren't you a little late to look for Napoleon?
Late? I hurried as fast as I could. He just flew out the window.
Oh, he flew out the window, huh?
Naturally.
And did you fly out after him?
Why, of course not. What do you think I've got, wings?
I don't know. Have you?
You can see that I haven't. Napoleon has, though.
Oh, Napoleon has wings, has he?
Yeah. I was just trying to make him take his bath, but I guess he didn't want to, so he zoomed right out of the house.
Well, didn't he wait to put on his clothes?
Why should he? Napoleon never wears clothes. Yes. Here's Napoleon. Here, Napoleon.
He doesn't, huh?
No. I'm afraid he'll catch cold in nothing but his feathers.
This is getting better by the minute. Say, are you sure you aren't Napoleon?
No, see here, officer. Don't you stand there making jokes. You want to be useful, come down here and help me find Napoleon. Here, Nappy.
Oh, fine.
Huh?
Hey, look, how small is this Napoleon you're looking for?
Oh, he can't be over 4 inches high.
4 inches high?
Okay, then 3 inches. I thought I just saw him.
Look, about how long have you been seeing this Napoleon?
Oh, ever since I won him on a raffle.
You won him on a raffle?
Yeah.
Well, I have a report to fill out.
Napoleon! You see, all this happened because Napoleon refuses to sing. You think it's on account of him being in a strange house?
I don't know. Do you live there?
Yes.
Then it's a strange house. Now, look, mister, let's walk over to the station where it's nice and warm and quiet instead of squatting in these bushes waiting for Napoleon to come marching out.
Say, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Now, look here, mister. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Napoleon's been dead already for close to 120 years.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Napoleon.
Huh?
The Napoleon I'm looking for is a bird.
Yeah, well, he must be a cuckoo.
Yeah.
Now, look, are you coming along quietly, or do I have to...
Not a sound. There he is. You see him? Here, Napoleon.
Well, what do you know? It is a bird.
Of course. Leroy, head him off.
I am.
Leroy, use your hat. Be careful you don't crush him.
Nice, Bertie. Up into your cage. There he goes in, Uncle Mort. I got him.
You better take him in the house. Well, officer, you satisfied?
Yeah, but it's lucky that canary showed up when he did.
Why?
Well, I was ready to run you in as one of them screwballs that busted into the public library last night. That'd have been pretty silly, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Just listen to that, children. Beautiful, isn't it?
He's showing the groove all right. Oh, it's certainly worth a lot of trouble to get a bird to sing like that.
You're right, Marjorie. Let's ask the clerk what kind of bird seed she feeds this canary, and then buy some just like it for our Napoleon.
Oh, miss, will you please come here? What can I do for you? Pleased to meet you.
We have a canary, and he refuses to sing, lady.
Yeah, he won't give out with a jibe. Leroy, he's not supposed to be a jitter bird.
Yeah.
Possibly the boy needs a change from diet. What have you been feeding him, if I am not too inquisitive?
Well, you're not. We tried everything the books recommended. Cuttlebone, watercress, bacon, vegetables, apples.
Have you tried Boyd seeds?
Boys? Of course. He's gotten so fat on seeds, he keeps falling off his perch.
Well, for falling off the porch, we carry a special padded bottom.
What have you got for birds who won't sing?
Well, we have a number of remedies. Here's Marble's Bauble Gargle, guaranteed to make the saddest canary a Pollyanna.
That sounds good already.
And you also might try our Melody Restorer and Whistle Food. It's revived more songs than Bing Crosby. And this is a Positivo Sure Cure, a bottle from Philharmonic Symphonic Tonic for chronic lack of harmonics. Which one would you care to try?
Well, lady, we're in this thing so deep we might as well go the whole hog.
Please, not in here.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll take all of them. Are you sure they'll work?
Oh, any one of them would work. But if you put them all together, the boy will simply whistle you out of house and home.
Oh, well, that's all we need to do then, eh?
Oh, yes. But just to be on the safe side, you might try singing to him.
Oh.
But the idea is to get him to sing to us.
That I understand. However, if you sing to him, it is only natural for him to show you how much better he can do.
Oh, well, then we're all set. 3 different kinds of medicine and also singing. Now we can't fail, can we?
Oh, no, not a chance under the sun. But you might take along this card just to be on the safe side.
A card? What's this? Oh, Dr. D.J. Roller, bird physician. If everything else fails, let me put your birds in the Twitter. Let's all sing like the birdies sing.
Tweet, 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 tweet. Come on, Napoleon, sing like Bing.
Tweet, 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 tweet,
tweet.
If we warble, and so can you.
8 5s to the piece.
Now, Napoleon, do.
Or you'll meet Waterloo.
Tweet, 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 tweet.
Well, come on, Napoleon. Sing.
Oh, I guess it's no use, Uncle.
Shall we try another song, Unc?
What other song, Leroy?
How about that old one, just a bird in a Gildersleeve cage?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Yes.
Say, Uncle, are you sure none of those remedies we bought at the pet store will work?
How can they? Napoleon keeps kicking him out of the cage. All except the gargle. He sits in that.
What about that bird doctor? Why don't you try him?
Say, I'd forgotten all about him. Dr. Roller. Yes. I'll take Napoleon there. And if I won't bring him back singing, I won't bring him back, period. Oh, excuse me. Is Dr. Roller in?
Yes, we are waiting for him, too.
We?
Yes, me and Butch. See?
Oh.
Butch is a little Yorkshire cinnamon buff coffee. What kind have you?
Oh, just a plain sawed-off yellow sulker. Do you think a doctor will be long?
Well, I don't think so. He's doing a plastic surgery operation.
Is that so? Plastic surgery, eh?
Yes, it's a nose-straightening job on a parrot.
Well, I don't think I'll stay. That'll take all week.
Oh, no. You may have our place. We're in no hurry.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just about ready to give up canaries altogether.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh.
Perhaps you don't realize all the joys and fun of owning a lovely little feathered companion.
Do you have fun out of Butch?
Udo.
Yeah.
And I'll be very sorry to part with him tomorrow, too.
Oh, is something coming between you?
Oh, yes. My mother-in-law is coming back, you'll say. Butch is really yours, you'll say. Only she doesn't call him Butch. She calls him a fluffy ruffle.
Well, that's too bad. About her coming back.
Oh, yes. And just when I had him trying so nicely.
Trying?
Yes, Butch, you'll say, is a fighting canary.
Oh, yeah.
Now, don't say a word of this to my mother-in-law, but Butch has kicked the living daylights out of half the canaries on the north side of town.
Oh, well, I never knew people matched canaries in battles.
Oh, yes, indeed. Especially lonesome men that people leave canaries with when they go away someplace. It's a lot better than just sitting at home and listening to the darn thing singing, you know.
I agree with you. But why are you bringing him in here?
Well, sir, before my mother-in-law gets home, I'm having the doctor do a little work on him. You see, likely he's developed something of a cauliflower beak.
Oh, I think I understand.
Patient, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, here we are, Doctor.
Just bring the cage in here.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a nice bird you have there. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, Doctor, it's something like this.
Oh, excuse me. There's a $5 consultation fee in advance.
Oh, well, isn't that a lot for such a little bird?
Mister, the smaller the patient, the more difficult to treat.
Yes.
Hummingbirds are $15 and ostriches are $1.25.
Oh. I see your point. Harder to hold. Yeah. Well, here you are.
Thanks. Now, once again, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, it's very simple. This bird, our Napoleon, doesn't sing.
Well, that's a common affliction. Especially in this particular species of bird. Yes, of course. Turn the cage around. Thank you. No question about it. That's it, all right. Knew it the minute I saw it.
Well, for goodness sakes, tell me, what is it?
Mister, as you should know and apparently don't, there are two separate and distinct kinds of canaries.
There are?
Yes. The one kind, happy, gay, carefree, singing practically all the time.
Yeah.
Then the other kind, sad, always worrying, busy and distracted, hardly ever letting out a peep.
Well, this is all news to me. What are the names of these two different kinds of canaries?
The kind that sings is called the male. The kind that doesn't sing is known as the female.
Is that so?
Yes. And this Napoleon you have here isn't a Napoleon at all. He's a Josephine.
Oh!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, let me ask you housewives a question. What is it that makes the difference between the meals prepared by a good cook and just an ordinary one? Well, in this man's opinion, it's flavor. Yes, it's that appetite-satisfying extra flavor that good cooks give to the dishes they serve. That's why so many good cooks are using delicious Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. They've discovered, you see, this important point, that because Parquet is so delicious for table use, it adds flavor in cooking, too. The extra flavor that makes the difference between a good and an ordinary cook. Yes, Parquet margarine is a genuine flavor shortening for baking, not a bland, tasteless fat. Parquet is a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables, too. And because Parquet tastes so good itself, it makes pan-fried foods taste better. And it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. Now, just because you'll be proud to serve Parquet margarine at the table, don't think it's extravagant to use all you want in cooking. It isn't. Even though Parquet is wholesome, nourishing, and perfectly delicious, it's so economical you'll be pleasantly surprised. So join the good cooks using Parquet margarine and buy a pound or two tomorrow. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
This Christmas list is getting me down. Cigars for Judge Hooker, a necktie for the mailman, and then for Bertie. Let's see. Uncle Mort,
What is it, Marjorie?
have you thought of anything to give Bertie for Christmas?
Oh, yes, you bet I have.
Good. What is it?
Josephine. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Lovely Little Lady.
Do you know that old saying, friends, about seeing is believing? Well, even seeing a big, beautiful mold of Jell-O can't make you believe how wonderfully good it is. No, you have to taste it to know what a marvelous flavor Jell-O really has to offer. Your first shimmering spoonful of Jell-O will give you the whole story as nothing else can. You'll taste in it a gloriously rich flavor. Yes, a flavor that calls up the pleasant memory of sunny summer orchards and berry patches. A flavor that's locked right into Jell-O by Jell-O's exclusive process. This new process makes Jell-O better than ever, gives you extra richness, extra pleasure. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes gushing out in a flood of wonderful richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow and enjoy the added delight of swell, tempting flavor locked in by Jell-O's new process.
That was Lovely Little Lady, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who was the sensation of the Easter parade this morning when his suspenders gave way at Sunset and La Brea, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack, your little Easter Benny, talking. And Don, how did you ever find out about that accident I had on Sunset Boulevard this morning? Were you around there?
No, but I heard all about it, Jack. It must have been very embarrassing, all dressed up for the Easter parade and your suspenders break.
Well, Don, I didn't mind so much when my pants fell down, but my laundry didn't come back, and I had on those bloomers I wore in Charlie's Aunt. I felt like a darn fool, you know.
Yeah, I can imagine. You must have looked awful standing there in all that lace and those ruffles.
No, Don. Apparently, I was rather attractive. In fact, I heard a little boy ask his mother if I was Scarlett O'Hara. Of course, I had to admit that I wasn't. Incidentally, Don, speaking of Easter, I'm surprised that you're not wearing a new suit today. Huh?
Well, I ordered one, Jack, but you know how big I am.
Yeah?
Well, to make a long story short, I was turned down by the War Production Board.
Oh, well, I don't blame them, Don. I can see 5 sailors sleeping in hammocks made from your vest alone. And incidentally, that shirt you're wearing is the only Army tent I ever saw with a soft collar. But don't worry about it, Don. The thing's well, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter, Jack?
Get a load of Harris over there. You'd never know it was Easter Sunday the way that guy's dressed.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old wreck today?
Oh, fine. As a matter of fact, I just polished the Maxwell this morning.
Bill means you.
I know who he means. Always has to come in with a wise crack.
You said it. Hey, Jackson, did you hear about that big Turkish bath downtown that's going to close up?
Close up? Why?
They ain't got no rubber. That's a Lulu.
Yes, that's a very clever gag.
And it's elastic. It can fit anywhere.
Oh, shut up. Say, you want to know a funny thing, Phil? Here I come to work today, all shined up with a haircut, shave, new suit, and tie, and you come in wearing an old sport coat, baggy pants, and a polo shirt.
Yeah, and you want to know another funny thing, Daddy?
What?
I still look better than you do.
I know. Is that so? Well, I'd have a marvelous build, too, if I wore padding in my shoulders like you.
What are you talking about? I ain't got no padding in this coat.
Then you must have a horse collar in there. It can't be physique. In fact, you don't see me going in for those overstuffed models. I like a nice, simple, dignified cut, you know?
Well, you've got one there, Jack. That suit looks swell on you.
Really?
Yeah, you're a regular Mo Brummel.
That's Beau Brummel. Beau.
Mo, I know who made it.
All right. If you want to know something, Mo Brummel and Sons have a very exclusive tailoring establishment. They don't take everybody, sister.
They don't, eh?
No.
Then why have they got 4 guys out on the sidewalk with meat hooks?
That's only for a gag. If they drag you in there, you don't have to buy. And they have marvelous values. Feel the material, Don. How's that?
Excellent. If I'm not too personal, Jack, how much that suit cost you?
The price? $29.50.
With 2 pair of pants.
All right.
And a waffle iron.
All right, all right.
And a set of golf clubs.
1 club, not a set. A little mashy niblick, and she makes it a bag full. Anyway, Don, if you want to know where the place is, come along with me tomorrow morning. I'm taking the suit back for alterations.
Alterations? Why, that suit looks okay to me.
No, Don. The sleeves are a little too long, and the handle keeps coming off the niblick. They're good tailors, though. They'll fix it.
Oh, Jack, did you tell Phil about that terrible accident you had this morning?
What was terrible about it? I was walking down the street, my suspenders broke, my pants went to half-mast, and I was standing there in a pair of bloomers.
Wow, and I had to miss it. Boy, I'd give $10 to see that. $10.
Well, get your money out, Jazzbo, and down they'll come. All right, hand over the dough.
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, pull up your suspenders.
Well, then let him get some money out or keep still about it. Showing off. Anyway, we were talking about my suit.
Speaking of suits, Mr. Benny, how do you like the one that I'm...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Speaking of suits, Mr. Benny, how do you like the one
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks.
Good.
I had a little touch of dandruff, but I'm over it now.
Good.
Speaking of suits, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
How do you like the one I'm wearing?
Well, it's all right, Dennis, but I don't think it fits you as well as it should. When did you buy it?
I got it yesterday by accident.
By accident?
Yeah, I was looking in a store window downtown, and all of a sudden I got a hook. You
bought the suit at Brummel. Well, Dennis, when you get a new outfit, you're not supposed to stuff a lot of things in your pocket. Look at the way your right pocket is bulging.
That's the waffle iron. I can't get it out.
Oh.
Say, Dennis, did you get a mashy niblick like Jack did?
No, I took the Presto cooker instead.
You got a Presto with a plain suit? Gol darn it, they told me you could only get a cooker with a tuxedo. Believe me, I'm going back to Brummel's first thing in the morning and raise heck. What are you laughing at?
Pull up your bloomers. I can't see your shoes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Phil, it's about time for a band number, so let's have it.
You better let Dennis sing first. I can't find my baton.
Oh, you don't need a baton. Why don't you just wave at the boys?
Look, if I wave at those guys, they'll put on their hats and go home.
Oh, well, then look around for your stick. All right, Dennis, unplug your waffle iron and come over here. You got to sing.
Okay.
Imagine that kid walking in there accidentally and getting a Presto cooker. Oh, well.
I'd like to tell you, if I may, a simple story of undying love. How it will finish, I can't say. So let us all pretend we know the end. In an old cathedral garden, there's a rose that blooms so fair. Oh, there's someone in the garden, nursing it with tender care. If there weren't any raindrops, this is one thing that I know. She has shed so many teardrops, they could make this flower grow. In an old cathedral garden, just before they said goodbye, with a kiss she made this promise, that the rose would never die, and she'll keep her flower growing, knowing he'll come back someday. In an old cathedral garden, yes, it ended just halfway. Oh, she kept a flower growing, knowing he'd come back someday. In an old cathedral garden, it ended just halfway.
That was In an Old Cathedral Garden, written by Lou Pollock and Herman Ruby and sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, you sang that beautifully.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Of course, I got a little bit of a cold, you know.
A cold? That's too bad. How'd you get it?
Well, on April Fool's Day, I sneaked into my girl's apartment and hid in the electric refrigerator.
Oh.
I was going to say boo when she opened the door.
That's a cute gag. What happened?
Well, she didn't come home that night, and they had to rub snow on me for 3 days.
Oh, that's terrible. Get ready, Don. I'll tell you what to do for your cold, Dennis. When you get home tonight, try some menthol on your chest. All right, Don. Menthol on your chest.
Oh, Jack, please. Please, not this one.
Don, I don't want any trouble. Menthol on your chest.
But, Jack, I'm a college graduate. You can't do this to me.
Don, menthol.
Sorry, old boy, nothing doing.
Well, I'll be darned. He walked out.
I don't blame him.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Don won't be back on this program until he reads that commercial.
That's a fine way to treat him. Listen, Jackson, Wilson is the only real friend you got on this show.
What? What about you and Mary and Dennis?
Well, you know, it's just a job with us.
Well, I'm certainly glad to know that.
Me too. I never knew where I stood around here.
Never mind. We'll discuss that later. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while Mr. Wilson is out in the hall sulking, I'd like to announce that for our feature attraction next week, we are going to... I can't understand why my gang doesn't love me. I'm good-natured. I'm easy to get along with. I pay well.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I am easy to get along with. Our feature attraction next week will be a... Excuse me. Come in. Yes?
I got a special delivery here from Mary Livingston.
Oh.
Here I Sam. Give it to me.
Nope, got to sign for it, you know. Got to sign for it. Okay. Postal regulations, don't blame me. All right, she's signing. She's signing. I don't make the laws, you know. All right, here, it's signed. If I broke the laws for you, I'd have to break it for everybody else. I'm not asking you to break any laws. So long, postal regulations. So long. Hey, that guy's a little old for a messenger boy.
Spring doesn't mean anything to you either, Bub.
All right, Mary, who's the letter from?
My mama.
Oh, fine. What's old Roxy Hart got to say, anyway?
Listen to this. My darling daughter, Mary, just received your long letter with check enclosed. We'll read it as soon as I return from the bank.
He's a mercenary old buzzard.
Everyone is fine here except that your Uncle Willie has started drinking again. He bought a new Easter suit yesterday, and he took a bottle opener instead of a presto cooker. Even with the shortage of tires, we can't get him to go on the wagon.
He sure, too. He's got a nose like a taffy apple.
Quiet. Your brother Hillard is in the Army and writes that he will not be able to be a general for some time as they are short of uniforms.
Some reason.
You'll be happy to know that he won a medal shooting Japs.
Let's see that. That's crap. Shooting crap. He won the medal in a dice game. Go ahead.
I cannot tell you where Hillard is stationed, as it is a military secret. However, this morning I received a big box from him with a kangaroo in it.
He's probably in Iceland. I'm not giving away any information.
No other news, except that last night we all went to see Jack's latest picture, To Be or Not to Be.
Well.
Your stupid father thought it was wonderful.
I might have known your mother wouldn't like me.
We also saw Cecil B. DeMille's new movie, The Wild Wind with a Reap Zeet.
That's Reap the Wild Wind. Boy, is she pressing.
Must close now, as your sister Babe wants to use the fountain pen to make up her eyebrows. Much love, Mama.
Gee, what a corny character.
P.S.
Always a P.S.
If you read this letter to Jack, leave out the part where I ran down his picture. He's so hammy, he's liable to kill himself.
There's one woman that gets my goat. Mary, when you answer your mother, tell her if she didn't like me in my picture, I'll be glad to refund the 30 cents it cost her to see it.
Oh, she probably sneaked in. She wouldn't pay to see you.
Well, I'm going to send her the 30 cents anyway, just to embarrass her.
I saw your picture last night, Mr. Benny, and I stayed for 3 shows.
Well.
It was sure good to get in that warm theater after that refrigerator.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Anytime you want to... Well, so Mr. Wilson has returned. All right, Don, menthol on your chest.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you... No, I will not be a big fat stooge.
Well, he can stay out in the hall all night if he wants to. I can be just as stubborn as he can. Okay, Phil, let's have a band number.
Sorry, Jackson, I ain't found my baton yet.
Well, lead with your curling iron. I know it's standard equipment. Come on, let's have a number. Don Wilson thinks he's going to get paid for tonight. He's crazy. That was Easter Parade, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. There you are. You see, Phil, you didn't need a baton at all. Your hands did the trick.
Yeah, it was great. You know, Jackson, that's the way to lead a band.
Certainly.
Now I'm like Stokowski, or Toscanini, or Spumoni.
Well, I knew if you talked long enough, you'd hit the jerk pot. Spumoni, Phil, is Italian ice cream.
Well, thank heaven. I thought I said a naughty word.
No, you're in the clear. Unless... No, ice cream is ice cream no matter how you look at it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, next week for our feature attraction, we are going to present a new type of quiz program in which I will personally give away $24 to each of 5 lucky people. In other words, I, Jack Benny, will give away a total of $120.
This will be known as the Miracle Hour.
No, it's a regular quiz show.
You mean like Phil Baker's program, Take It or Leave It?
Yes, except instead of Take It or Leave It, my program will be called Try and Get It. Remember the title, ladies and gentlemen, Try and Get It. Say, Dennis, would you like to be a contestant next week and try for the $24?
I'd like to, but if I win, you'll twist my wrist.
There'll be no violence. Anyway, folks, be sure and tune in next Sunday for our big quiz show.
By the way, Jackson, did you hear Fred Allen on the Quiz Kids program?
On the Quiz Kids? Yes, I heard him, and I'm glad you brought it up. Now, if you remember, Phil, Fred Allen was the quiz master. That is, he asked the questions. But when I was on the Quiz Kids program, I sat right there with the kids and had to answer the questions. There's a difference.
Wait a minute. What questions did you answer?
There's a big difference there. Believe me.
I said, what questions did you answer?
There's a difference between asking the questions and sitting there racking your brains out trying to answer them. You know?
Well, all right. What questions did you answer?
Well, for one, the Battle of Bull Run was fought on August 30th, 1862. I had that date exactly right.
Well, sure. You got a bullet in your leg to remember it by.
I wasn't even there. Anyway, the point is I answered the questions, and Alan only had to ask them, proving he's afraid to show the world how stupid he is.
You weren't afraid, by golly.
Darn right, Dennis. That Alan goes around posing that he's such a genius, but he's really a phony.
I don't know about that, Jackson. He don't waste no time answering your program every week.
Oh, yeah?
He picks up gags as fast as I do.
You don't know it, Phil, but you're on my side again. And I'll tell you something else. If he keeps running down my show week after week, I'm going to take a little trip to New York and knock his teeth out.
Say, Mr. Benny, how many teeth has Fred Allen got?
Thanks, kid. Alan has one tooth, Dennis. And if he doesn't keep up his Elks dues, he'll be all gum. He hasn't eaten anything with gristle in it for over 30 years. The minute he walks into a restaurant, the waitress hollers, soup. And here's another thing. Every time...
Here's Don Wilson again.
Oh, yes. All right, Don. Menthol on your... There he goes again. Can you imagine such a stubborn guy?
Well, at least he's got pride.
Mary, I wrote that commercial, and I insist that he read it. I'm running this show, and until we find... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I'm quitting, boss, effective as of immediately.
What do you mean you're quitting? What's the trouble?
It's that crazy boarder of yours, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's been chasing me around the house all day with a bow and arrow.
What?
And he keeps putting apples on my head. He thinks he's William Tell.
William Tell?
From the overture of the same name.
Oh. Well, now, listen, Rochester, there's nothing to get excited about. Just humor him. Let him shoot an apple off your head.
Are you? Are you kidding?
But, Rochester, he won't hit your head. The idea is to put a hole through the apple.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Billingsley thinks he's Swiss, like William Tell. And the Swiss are very good shots.
Did you ever see any of that cheese they send over here?
Rochester, you're not going to be shot full of holes. Mr. Billingsley is very good with a bow and arrow.
Uh-huh.
You know that bullseye he's got painted on the garage door?
Uh-huh.
He can hit it 4 times out of 5.
Well, until it's 5 out of 5, don't fire, because I ain't ready Gridley.
Oh, what a scaredy cat. Rochester, when I get home, I'll let Mr. Billingsley do that trick with me and show you up. I'm going to prove you're a coward.
Don't bother. I'll take an oath on it.
Rochester, don't get hysterical. Mr. Billingsley just likes to have fun. So the minute I get home, I'm going to stand against the wall, put an apple on my head, and let him shoot it off.
You better have your toupee on stilts.
Never mind, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I'll be home in a few minutes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Can I have the evening off? I want to go down to Central Avenue for the Easter parade.
You had this morning off for the Easter parade.
That was just a rehearsal. Tonight we're going to strut on down.
Okay, so long. Mr. Billingsley is such a playful fellow, and Rochester doesn't seem to understand him. Oh, well, maybe if I...
He's here again.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Don, the program is nearly over. Now, for the last time, menthol on your chest.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, be sure to buy a package of Jell-O. The ladies think it's delicious.
Here it comes, folks.
And the menthol say it's just wonderful. I hope you're satisfied.
Well, he'll pay for that door, or my name ain't Scarlett O'Hara. Play, Phil.
For your next salad, friends, try this delightful Jell-O treat. It's a grand combination of sweet cucumber pickles and sunny lemon Jell-O. And it's so easy and simple to make. All you do is dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in a pint of hot water, chill until slightly thickened, and add 6 small sweet cucumber pickles finely cut. Then mold and serve as a salad, or if you wish, as a swell spicy relish. Here's something mighty grand, a really enjoyable treat that will add lots of color and flavor to any meal you serve it with. So make up this tart, tempting blend of delicious sweet pickles and rich golden lemon Jell-O. Get a package of lemon Jell-O tomorrow, and when you do, be sure to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in the flavor, makes it extra good.
A little late next week at Camp Hahn. Good night, folks.
Howdy, folks, and welcome to Melody Ranch with Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the lonesome
Yeah, to meet all the folks here at Melody Ranch. Johnny Bond, Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. But right now, here's the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
A gay ranchero, caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet Pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess. Her gay ranchero, her caballero, need only ask and she'll say yes. Soon There'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride and a gay ranchero standing by her side. If they find the promise that they have in store, they'll be counting little chicos by the store. Back on this rancho, we now find Pancho with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride. Our gay ranchero, our caballero, still tells the world of how they met. This gay ranchero, this caballero, says he has nothing to regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're counting little chicos by the score. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. Wishing, wishing you were in my arms once more. Wishing you were mine forevermore. I'm sitting by the window, wishing on a star, asking Mr. Moon to tell me where you are. I'm wishing all my wishing comes true. I'm sitting by the window, wishing on a star, asking Mr. Moon to tell me where you are. I'm wishing all my wishing comes true. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I said. Oh. Look, little beaver. With whiskers. What do you think you're doing anyway?
Pale face can josh at Redskin if he wants to. Redskin not care,
Are you trying to tell me that you are part Indian?
I am 1/15 full-blooded Siwax Indian.
I thought you was no haver.
No. In fact, you won't believe this, but my given Indian name is sort of like Chief Setting Bulls.
Oh, no kidding. What do they call you?
Chief Standing Pat.
Okay, buddy, since you seem to think that you know so much about Indians, tell me this. Why do they always look so sad and so serious?
Well, that's easy. The white man took away his land, and the white women took away his war paint. When he sees what a mess they made out of both of them, it's no wonder he looks sad.
Now, look, Patrick, let's face it. You're no Indian, and you know it.
That's what you think, Mr. Artery. Why, just the other day, I was up in Nevada with a bunch of Indians. We're sending out smoke signals. And we was doing all right, too. So somebody come along and set off that dad-blamed atomic bomb.
And what happened then?
One of the Indians, he seen the explosion. He turned to me and he says, "Ooh, I wish I'd have said that."
That's all, brother. Now, that's enough. Say, by the way, Chief Standing Pat.
That's me.
Yeah, I could say Chief Setting Pat. What Indian language do you speak?
Well, you just name it and I speak it. Buddy.
How about the Chippewa?
You kidding? I speak it like a native chip.
You mean chimp?
Yeah.
Well, now, let's see here. It just happens that I also can speak Chippewa. So, what do you say that we carry on a little conversation.
Well, go ahead. You start it.
Okay. Hey-yo, hi-yo, hey-yo, hi-yo, ugh.
Ugh. Go ahead. Say something else.
Hi-yo, hey-yo, hi-yo, hey-yo, ugh.
Ugh, ugh.
Hi-yo, hey-yo, ugh.
Ugh, ugh, ugh. I bet he runs out before I do. Seriously, though, Mr. Autry, if you don't believe I'm real part Indian, what do you suppose I carry this tom-tom around with me for?
I'll bite. What do you carry that tom-tom around with you for?
Just this. When I beat on it in my own inimitable style...
Say that again.
Well, when I beat on it, it's just like sending a telegram.
It is, Ugg.
Positively. I hear from other Indians all the time. For instance, just watch this. Okay, now listen to the answer. How do you like that? He answered me collect.
You know, Johnny, we work hard every week, but did you ever think of this? Who made the mountains? Who made the trees? Who made the river flow to the sea? And who hung the moon in the starry sky? Somebody bigger than you and I. Who made the flowers bloom in the spring? And who writes the song for the robin to sing? And who sends the rain when the earth is dry? Somebody bigger than you and I. He lights the way when the road is long. Keeps you company with the love to guide you. He walks beside you just like he walks with me. When I am weary, filled with despair, who gives me courage to go on from there, and who gives me faith that will never die. Somebody bigger than you and I. You know, many years ago, the railroad out in this part of the country only came as far as Mesquite Junction. That meant we had to drive all our cattle clear down through the North Gorge, then ford the river at Hermit's Crossing. Anyway, this particular year, I happened to be over in that vicinity, so I stopped by to see the old codger that had given the crossing its name. Oh, Shan, oh boy. Hello? Anybody home?
Well, bust my britches if it ain't Gene Autry.
Hi there, Uncle John. How you feeling?
Oh, fair to middling for old river rat, son. Fixing to run your herd through soon, I suppose.
Yeah, sure am, and in fact, in about 3 days. Just happened to be in these parts, so I thought I'd drop by and ask you how the river was acting.
Peaceful as a baby, Gene. Peaceful as a baby.
Good. Glad to hear it. You know, we owe you a lot, old-timer. This is the only crossing point within 100 miles either way. It's mighty nice of you to let us use your property.
Heck's fire, son. I'm proud to be able to. Oh, say, by the way, before I forget, fall rains swelled the river quite a bit this year.
Oh?
For instance, up there to the north where you took them last time, the sand all washed downstream.
Oh.
So, if I was you, I'd take them across by that old hickory stump, about 100 yards further up. Mm-hmm. You'll find a nice sandbar there. And that is till you get to a little jog near the other shore. But don't you worry, I'll take that part with you and show you where it is.
Really know your river, don't you, Uncle John?
Shucks, son, why shouldn't I? River's the only thing I got. We sort of understand each other.
Well, I got to be heading back to Melody Ranch. See you in about 2 days, huh?
Right, Gene. We'll be waiting right here for you. Me and the river.
And so, folks, early the next morning, we started off on our long, slow journey across the hot, dry plains. Luckily, everything went along pretty good and pretty much routine for the first day, except for a stray now and then that had to be cut back into the herd. Anyway, right about sundown the next afternoon, we came to the ridge above Hermit's Crossing. So, just as I'd always done, I left Johnny in charge, rode down to the old-timer's shack, and knocked on his front door.
Yeah, cowboy, what can I do for you?
Oh, hello. Why, I was looking for the old man. Is he around?
Who are you?
My name's Gene Autry. I got a herd up on the ridge waiting to bring them through.
Oh, in that case, I'm afraid I got bad news for you.
Oh? What do you mean?
The old hermit's dead.
Dead?
2 guys found him yesterday morning laying face down in the river, drowned to death.
Oh.
I'm his nephew, only living relative.
I can't believe it. Just talked to him 2 days ago.
I know how you feel, but it's just one of those things, I guess. Incidentally, about that herd of yours, how big is it?
320 head. I suppose it's still okay for us to cross, isn't it?
Don't know why not. According to my uncle's will, he left the property to me.
I see.
There's just one other small thing you probably ought to know, though.
What's that?
In order to use this crossing, it'll cost you $2 a head.
What did you say?
I said it'll cost you $2 a head. If you don't like it, go someplace else.
So that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Incidentally, just in case there's any doubt in your mind as to the legality of what I'm doing, here's my uncle's will right here. Go ahead, read it. You'll notice it says this property is bequeathed to Lewis Allen Martin. That's me. And it's signed John Francis Martin. That was my uncle's real name.
But I haven't got that much money, especially in cash, with me.
And I suggest you go back and get it. In the meantime, those cattle don't set foot on my property till I get 2 American bucks per head. Take it or leave it.
But, Gene, we can't afford to pay no $2 a head, even if you did ride back and get it.
I know that.
It'd eat up darn near all of our profits.
That's right, Johnny. But there's something else I'm pretty sure of, too.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I just can't believe that the old hermit could have drowned in that river. He knew every inch of it by heart.
You mean you think maybe it wasn't no accident?
That's exactly what I mean. Now, look, I think I'll ride back to town tonight, pick up the cash, at the same time find out what I can about this whole thing. It's a long chance and may not prove much, but it's worth a try.
Right.
In the meantime, tell the boys to keep the herd quiet as they can so the cattle don't get any thirstier than they already are. I'll be back as soon as I can. Well, sir, that particular night was one of those times when I'm mighty glad that I've got a horse like Champion under me. Yes, sir, in spite of the fact that he'd been ridden hard all day, he seemed to sense the urgency of what I had to do. Anyway, by the time I'd arrived back in town 5 hours later, it was just after 3 a.m., which meant I had to wake up the city clerk, explain to him what I wanted, then wait for him to get dressed and come with me over to the office of deeds and records in the courthouse. He came all right, but I don't think he was too happy about it.
There, office open 9 to 5 every day but Sunday. Can't see why people have to go around waking a tired old man out of a sound sleep. Think I had nothing to do, but... okay, here it is. Track 417. Deeds in the name of John Francis Martin. What else you want to know?
Let me see it a second, will you, Charlie?
Help yourself, but hurry it up. I'd still like to get a little sleep tonight. That is, if it's okay with you.
I just want to check the signature, that's all.
Okay, so check it. It's right at the bottom of the page.
Yeah. Here it is. Just as I thought.
Good. Now can I close up and go on back to bed?
Sure can, Charlie. In fact, I'll even wish you pleasant dreams.
Oh, Sanders. Oh,
Hi, Johnny.
Hi.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine. Did you get the money?
I don't think we're even going to need any money, Johnny.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm coming down to the old hermit's cabin right now and have a little talk with his nephew. In the meantime, here's what I want you to do. Stay with the herd until I signal you whether we can cross or not. If I fire one shot, that means no. If I fire two shots, that means come ahead. Now, you got it?
Got it.
Good. Okay, champ, let's go, boy.
How long's he been gone now, Slim?
Well, according to my watch, exactly 19 minutes and 33 seconds.
Brother, this suspense is killing me, boy.
Take it easy, will you, Johnny? You're jumping around worse than popcorn on a hot griddle.
You think maybe I ought to ride down there and make sure everything's all right?
I think you should do just like Gene said. Wait right here.
Okay. You know... Hey, that's it, Slim. That's the signal to bring him on through. Come on, let's get these cattle to water.
And so, folks, that's the end of the story. We watered the cattle, crossed the river, and drove them on to market with no more trouble. And now...
Wait just a minute there, buddy. Just a minute. I got one small inquiry I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind.
You've always got an inquiry. What is it this time?
Just this. What about this hermit's nephew? Think you said his name was Lou.
Oh, him?
Yes, him.
Well, he got a life sentence in the state penitentiary.
What for? Far as I could tell, he didn't do nothing.
Nothing except kidnap the old man so he could clean up from the cattle ranchers on the crossing.
What?
That's right. The will he had was a phony.
No kidding. How'd you find that out?
Well, I first got suspicious, Pat, when he told me that the hermit had drowned in the river. Like I said, he knew every inch of it by heart. But the clincher came when I checked the deed of his land in the Office of Records.
What about it?
The will Lem Martin had was signed by John Francis Martin, all right. But the deed in the clerk's office was signed with an X. You see, the old hermit never had learned how to write.
Well, I'll be dead blame. Good night, Mr. Autry.
Oh, good night, Chief Standing Pat. You know, folks, ever since I can remember, this next song has meant home to me. Not so much a home with doors and windows, but a place where the earth is my floor and the blue sky above my ceiling. A place where my landlady is Mother Nature, and the only rent I pay is this song in my heart. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. How often at night, when the heavens are bright, with the light from the glittering stars, have I stood there amazed, and I asked as I gazed, if their glory exceeds that of ours.
from his herd. A discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right, back in the saddle again.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and to a performance that marked a milestone in Texaco history, the 40th anniversary of the Texas Company. 40 years of progress in petroleum products, now so vital to the American cause. Tonight, we invite you to enjoy the next 60 minutes with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Victor Moore, star of Paramount's Louisiana Purchase, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Miss Charlene Posgay from Duquesne University at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet the man who appeared on the Quiz Kids program last Wednesday and learned a lot of things his mummy never done told him. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, when you say I learned a lot of things from the Quiz Kids last Wednesday night, you are not exaggerating. Do you know that little Gerard is so smart, he has to sleep with his head between bookends? Little head is square up on top. I asked him, and he told me he sleeps...
No kidding, is that right?
Yes, that's right. All the kids agreed, though, Jimmy, that I was the most intelligent guest they had ever had on the program.
Oh, yes, I know. They told the same thing to Jack Benny when he was on their program last year.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Jimmy. When Benny went on the Quiz Kids program, he cheated. Benny had Einstein under his coat, one of the And the reason they knew that he had Einstein under there was that all of the answers during the program, all of Benny's answers came out of a buttonhole in his vest. And they looked in there. They thought he had hair on his chest, but it was Einstein in there. Speaking of J.B., did you hear his program tonight, Jimmy?
No, I didn't, Fred. What happened?
You didn't hear the program?
No.
Well, the program opened up at a fast clip, Jimmy.
Oh.
Don Wilson came on and spoke highly, at a fast clip about Cola Jello. The program was very good up to there. And then, of course, Benny came on, and it was a letdown after the commercial, naturally. Benny came on and told how his suspenders broke in the Easter parade out there in Hollywood, and his trousers were lowered to half-mast, you see. And it seems that he had on the bloomers from Charlie's aunt, from the picture. He was still wearing these bloomers, you see. It must be very funny, because on a man like Benny, it's hard to tell where a bloomer starts, where a bloomer leaves off, and Benny starts. I mean... But he has to wear... Did you ever see Benny's legs, confidentially?
No, frankly, I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Well, they look like two swans' necks with no down on them. Benny is the first man to ever wear stockings with built-in calves. He is the inventor with the built-in calves. Well, then the program went along. I made some notes here. He spoke disparagingly about my appearance with the quiz kids. He said that when he was on the program, he sat right with the kids and answered the questions, and I was the quiz master. Well, the truth of the matter is that on the program, the kids wanted Benny to be the quiz master, but when he got over there, they found out that he couldn't read the questions, so they had to take him and put them with him. And then later on, he did a whole routine about that I had no teeth, you see. Yes. Mr. Benny said that I had no teeth at all. And now to fling the lie into Mr. Benny's gums at the moment, to prove, ladies and gentlemen, from here to California that I have teeth, I am going to eat over this network from coast to coast a piece of celery, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Mr. Benny, let's hear from you. Well, that's about all there was. There is a man, Jimmy. Benny not only has no teeth of his own, he's too cheap to buy false teeth. He enamels his gums. That's about all there was to the program, Jimmy. I guess you're sorry you brought the whole thing up.
Yes, frankly, I am. I only mentioned Jack Benny to make conversation.
Well, I know. And before you get a chance to say anything more, Jimmy, I think I'd better turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. War Production Board, in an effort to stretch the nation's available tea supply to 1 year's consumption, orders 50% cut in the sale of tea to the public. March of Trivia gets a cross-section of the man-on-the-street opinion to drastic tea reduction order. An ex-senator says,
I'm framing a bill to take the T out of the alphabet.
Are you putting another letter in its place?
Yes, the letter V. V for victory.
Well, how will your victory alphabet go, Senator?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, V, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
Very good, and thank you, Senator. The hostess at a popular Park Avenue tea shop reports...
We have stopped serving tea entirely.
You are serving a substitute?
Tea customers are now getting a cup of hot water and smoked glasses.
Thank you very much. A popular songwriter says...
I'm rewriting the lyrics of Tea for Two. I'm cutting down 50%.
Well, how does your new version of Tea for Two go?
A tea for one and one for tea. No tea for you, but there's tea for me.
I guess. Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. An unknown actor who has been affected by the tea reduction is Sir Bibbum Bush. Well, what happened, Sir Bibbum?
This blasted tea rationing has closed my play. Lord Bellwether's Dilemma.
Lord Bellwether's Dilemma? Well, how could tea?
Well, you see, in the play, I was cast as Cartwright the butler.
Cartwright the butler?
Yes, at the end of the third act, Lord Bellwether returns, you see. He's been out on the moor, frogging.
Frogging on the moor, eh?
But as Lord Bellwether enters the conservatory, he finds the governess beheaded on the divan, his wife dying on the floor, and his son lying on the mantel with a bolo knife through his pullover.
A bolo knife through his pullover, eh? Mm-hmm.
Lord Bellwether adjusts his monocle.
Yes.
He calmly surveys the carnage.
Yes.
He turns to me and he says, Cartwright, a cup of tea.
Cartwright, a cup of tea.
Yes, I serve him the tea. Quick curtain, bravos, applause, absolute din, oh boy.
Fine.
And then came this blasted tea rationing. At the last minute, I had to find another drink. I made a most unfortunate choice.
Well, what happened, Sir Bibbum?
We came to the third act.
Yes?
Lord Bellwether said, Cartwright, a cup of tea.
Yes?
I came on holding a Pepsi-Cola.
And?
The house cat called, quick curtain, the play closed.
Well, that's too bad, Sir Bibbum.
I say, oh, boy, do you mind if I trickle off?
Not at all.
Trickle, 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 trickle.
Well, thank you very much, Sir Bibbum Bush. A mystic who has had a bit of difficulty with the tea, a seeress, rather, who has had a bit of difficulty with the tea situation is, what is your name again, madam?
Princess Shirley Lazanga.
Princess, you tinker with the tannic occult, do you, Princess Lazanga?
For 20 years, by Shapiro Samovar, I am reading tea leaves.
Shapiro Samovar. Well, do you tell fortunes by appointment, Princess?
Only with the blue plate special.
Oh, I see.
With the 35-cent dinner, I am telling you nothing. Princess Lazanga is only waiting on you.
Oh, only waiting with the... Well, but with the blue plate special...
While you are eating the meat, I am looking into the future.
And?
I am not only predicting dessert, I am also predicting love, marriage, and divorce.
Fine. Well, tell me, with the tea rationing, are you giving digest readings?
Princess Shirley Lazanga is going all out.
All out for defense?
All out of Shapiro Samovar.
Oh, I see.
Yes, today I am predicting by Moskowitz's delicatessen.
You are a fortune teller in a delicatessen?
Why not? I am reading noodles.
Well, how on earth can you read noodles?
Comes a customer. He is ordering noodle soup.
Mm-hmm.
The soup off the top he is zipping.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking at the noodles and giving a reading.
Well, isn't it difficult reading noodles?
It's monotonous. Every fortune is the same.
Why, Princess?
For a customer eating by Moskowitz's delicatessen, their future is holding only one thing.
Success?
Indigestion.
Moskowitz cramps their style, and thank you, Princess Lazanga. And now a man who has no problem with the tea rationing is Ladislaus Franz. Tea doesn't bother you, eh, Ladislaus?
Not me, brother. Let them cut out all the drinks they want. I'm all set.
You don't drink anything?
Only milk, brother. I bought a cow.
You live in the city? Where do you keep your cow?
Where else? In the apartment.
You keep a cow?
The landlord's nearsighted. He thinks it's a St. Bernard with gland trouble.
Oh.
When me and the wife feels like a glass of milk, I just pull one of them little handles under the cow. We got milk.
And this system is working out okay, is it?
Oh, we got more milk than we can use in a lifetime.
Well, how do you mean?
For 2 months, I've been drawing from only one of them little handles under the cow.
I see.
The other 3 are as good as new.
Oh, the other 3 You're holding your cow for a long pull, and thank you, Ladislaus. Well, that about exhausts...
Hark an instant, Mountebank. Falstaff's here to cut a prank.
Falstaff, Openshaw, not you.
The Muse and I have just checked out of the Y.
By request. You haven't been composing again.
Have you heard she had dishpan hands and I was a Basin Street boy?
No, I haven't.
Or, I waved to my darling Beulah as they dragged her away to the cooler?
No, I haven't heard that.
Put down that jukebox, Mother. You're too old to carry a tune.
Now, wait a minute. Done it. That is the last straw, Openshaw. Tonight, it so happens that we have been discussing the tea shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your tea poem called?
My Little Bag and Me.
How does it go, Falstaff?
When the cares of the day seem too heavy to bear, do I rant, do I fume, do I tear out my hair? No. I hie me to a tea shop, to the nearest one I go, and I get myself a pot of tea, oolong, or perhaps Picot. I pour my own hot water, I dunk my bag of tea, and there I sit in solitude, my little bag and me. Through many a crucial crisis, when fate had us up a tree, we've sat and thrashed our problems out, my little bag and me. But today there came an order from the WPB. It says we all must cut in half our daily use of tea. It means breaking up our friendship to keep our country free. We're glad to make this sacrifice, my little bag and me.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and now we turn to greet Kenny Baker, paying his tribute to the Easter season. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Kenny sings Easter Parade, Mr. Al Goodman conducting Easter Parade.
Bonnet with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover, and when they look you over, I'll be the proudest fellow in the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the photogravure. I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade. Never saw you look quite so pretty before. Never saw you dressed quite so lovely. What's more, I could hardly wait to keep our date this lovely Easter morning. And my heart beat fast as I came through the door. Bonnet with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade.
Very nice. And here, unless my eyes deceive me, is Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred, with a message for the millions of new drivers in America today.
Oh, wait a minute, Larry. How can there be millions of new drivers when there aren't any new cars?
Why, every motorist is a new driver now, Fred, even those who've been driving for years.
Well, I think you'd better explain that, Larry.
Well, it's very simple, Fred. We're all new drivers these days because we're all driving in new ways. We're staying under 40, we're conserving our tires, and we're looking for new efficiency in the performance of our cars. That's why motorists appreciate now more than ever the satisfaction of driving with Texaco Sky Chief gasoline. Try it yourself. Feel the new life Sky Chief's flexible power puts into your car at those under 40 speeds. Thrill to the way this luxury gasoline answers your touch on the starter, the way its flexible power eases you into smooth, steady tire-saving starts. Sky Chief won its fame as the nearest thing to flying power in ground travel. But you don't have to speed to enjoy the brilliant performance of Sky Chief's flexible power. And you only have to count your miles per gallon to know its real economy, too. Yes, you'll get a new satisfaction from your driving with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman has just played Zoot Suit. Mr. Goodman only had time to play a fragment of the cloth. We're a little rushed tonight. And
Mr.
so...
Allen!
Well, Portland. Hey, you look mighty snappy tonight. Is that your new Easter outfit?
Yes, it's a victory ensemble.
Well, how do you mean?
The dress is so long, you can't see defeat.
Well, I could say very good, but I'd only be lying, so I'm not going to say very good. Aren't the very is a word that could be used in connection with another word that might go after it. Aren't the sleeves a little too long?
Yes. The man didn't have time to alter the dress.
Well, why not?
Just as Mama paid him, a policeman came up, and the man had to leave with his push cart.
A pushcart modiste? Is that where you did your shopping?
The man told Mama he was working for Macy's.
And he had a pushcart full of dresses?
Yes. He said he was a fresh air fiend, and Macy's let him take his counter out in the street.
Oh, yes. They're very nice that way if you want to take your counter out. Well, he should have shortened the sleeves.
Oh, the sleeves are all right. My arms aren't long enough.
Well, you can get them pulled out later in the day. Well, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Well, how do you like it, folks?
Oh, is that your new suit, Kenny?
Yes, sir. Some garment, eh?
Now, wait a minute. Wait till I get used to the glare, Kenny. You blinded me there for a minute.
It looks like a sunset with sleeves in it, doesn't it?
It sure is loud, Kenny.
It looks like an antipasto with lapels on it to me.
Where did you get your suit, Kenny?
Well, I was walking along Canal Street, and a man was lying outside of a clothing store. He must have fainted because he was mumbling.
Mumbling what, Kenny?
Well, he was mumbling, "Help, help, carry me into Sam's tailor shop, now having a big Easter sale." Down come prices. No suit in stock over $16.95. Hurry, carry me in.
And?
Well, he was lying on the sidewalk, so I carried him in.
So?
The minute I got him inside Sam's, he came to and locked the door. And who do you think it was?
Who, Kenny?
It was Sam.
Well, what happened?
Well, the next thing I knew, I was pinned against the wall looking at suits.
Well, how did you happen to pick that slice of Technicolor you have on there?
I got a canoe paddle with it.
Oh, well. All right, break it up, kids. We have a guest to welcome.
Oh, who's coming tonight?
Victor Mature.
Oh! Victor Mature?
Now, stop shaking, Portland. We went all through this with Tyrone Power. Now, you and Kenny beat it. Mr. Mature and I want to be alone.
Gosh, I'd like to be you for 10 minutes, Mr. Allen.
Well, never mind that. Go and see if the bulb on your Easter lily lights up. Do something. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago we brought you Tyrone Power. Tonight we bring you another candidate for the movie fans' choice for Mr. America, Hollywood's one and only Victor Mature. Now, wait there. Now, wait a minute, brother. Just a minute, brother. Brother, we were expecting someone all women describe as a beautiful hunk of man.
Well, nobody ever called me beautiful, but I guess you could call me a hunk.
Yes, you could. You look like a bundle for Bellevue. You're certainly not Victor Mature.
No, I'm Victor Moore.
Victor Moore. You see, we had the same trouble here 2 weeks ago. We were expecting the Quiz Kids and Reggie Gardner showed up. Tonight we're expecting Victor Mature. We get Victor Moore.
What has Victor Mature got that I haven't got?
Well, nothing, but somehow he has it better arranged. Victor Mature has a wasp waist.
Well, what's wrong with this sunken double chin I've got here?
It looks like you rolled out the barrel and then put a vest on it to me.
Well, I'm sorry if I won't do, Mr. Allen.
Wait, please, Mr. Moore, don't go. We've got to have a guest star tonight.
Well, do you think you can use me?
Well, you'll be better than nothing.
That's what the man at the draft board said this morning.
What were you doing at the draft board?
The man on the door had his glasses off, and he pulled me in.
Well, what happened when you got inside?
He put on his glasses and threw me out.
Your last show was Louisiana Purchase. You were a senator in that.
That's right. I've been a senator, an ambassador, and a vice president.
You've had quite a political career on the stage.
Yes, other actors audition for parts. I have to campaign for mine.
Well, doesn't it get monotonous, Vic, playing nothing but politician parts?
You bet it does. Someday I'd like to play a romantic part. Just once I'd like to wear a sweater.
A sweater? Aren't you stretching your imagination a little?
I'd probably stretch the sweater a little, too. But I'd sure like to pull the wool over my eyes.
Well, perhaps you'll get your wish. You know, the way they do things out in Hollywood, Vic, you'll probably end up in a sarong.
I don't think so, Fred.
Why not?
People might mistake me for mature, but not l'amour.
Well, tell me, how did you like Hollywood when you were out there making Louisiana Purchase at Paramount?
Well, I found out one thing in Hollywood, Fred.
What?
I'm too fat to wear slacks.
Well, why?
Men were always coming up behind me and saying, "Pardon me, sister."
Well, now, I don't like to bring this up, Vic, but while you were out in Hollywood, were you set upon by any of the glamour girls?
Well, I hate to brag, Fred.
I thought so. You had an affair or two, you sly boots.
Well,
What happened?
Well, the first day I was in Hollywood, I was sitting in the Brown Derby.
Yes?
And a strange woman tried to pay for my lunch.
A strange woman tried to pay for your lunch?
Yeah, and she got away with it, too.
Well, what did you do?
Well, you know how it is. I had a station wagon, and her feet were sore.
And?
Well, one thing led to me taking her home.
Well, what did you do when you delivered her home?
I got a receipt.
Did you ever see her again?
Oh, yes. Well, they started keeping company.
Well, tell me, how serious did it get?
Well, she let me wear her Wilkie button. I let her wear my elk's tooth.
You did, huh? Well, who was this girl, Vic? Rita Hayworth?
No. It was Edna Mae Oliver.
So you and Edna Mae Oliver were that way, hey?
Yeah, we kicked it around a little while I was out there.
Did you hit zeros in all of the high spots?
No, the air conditioning brings on Edna Mae's arthritis.
Well, what did you two do for excitement?
Well, some nights I'd go over to Edna Mae's with my parcheesi board.
Yes?
And then some nights she'd bring her knitting over to my place. The light was better.
Oh, the light was better, sure. I see.
I'd heat up a little Ovaltine.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'd take our shoes off and bump toes.
Puppy love. Well, I hope you and Edna Mae will be very happy.
Well, I don't know. John Barrymore tells me she's fickle. But love will find a way.
Oh, how true. Well, now that you're back in New York, you're going to stay a while?
No, Fred, I got to go back to Hollywood.
You mean you can't resist that California climate? Is that it?
No, there's nothing like New York climate for me.
I know. You've got to get back because you like pictures.
No, there's nothing like the New York stage.
Is it the people out there?
No, give me New Yorkers every time.
Then what has Hollywood got that New York hasn't got? Yeah, well?
Edna Mae Oliver.
That's right, I forgot. The glamorous, effervescent Miss Oliver.
Gosh, Fred, the way you say it.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Moore. The telephone. Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Oh, it's for you, Mr. Moore.
For me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Oh. You just got into town, huh? You want me to go out and cut a rug? Okay, sugar. I'll meet you in front of the Stork Club. I'll be wearing my patent leather wedgies. Goodbye, hot stuff.
Vic, you're not stepping out tonight.
Say, you won't mention anything to Edna May, will you?
Your secret is safe with me, Vic. Who is she? Oh, come on. Who is this hot bundle you're taking out tonight?
May Robson.
May... Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ever since Kenny Baker has been on the air, it has been his custom each Easter to pay fitting tribute to the day by singing Schubert's Ave Maria. Tonight, as Easter Sunday comes to a close, we are happy to again present Kenny Baker singing for you Ave Maria. as usual. Say, Jimmy, did you want something?
Yes, it's time for me to do my stuff, Fred.
Well, not yet, Jimmy, or 8 minutes early.
Oh, your watch must be wrong.
Well, I had the jeweler take it apart and clean it only yesterday.
Maybe put the wrong parts back. Let me see it, will you? Well, these hands are the same. The dial is the same. Ah, here's the trouble. This spring is different.
Jimmy, how can you tell from the outside that this spring is different?
Why, Fred, every motorist ought to know that this spring is different. For this spring, the spring conditioning of your car just can't very well be overlooked or delayed. Because now it's really war conditioning. Yes, war conditioning. That's the way your Texaco dealer looks at it. He'll drain the antifreeze and flush out the radiator with the knowledge that his attention now can prevent future trouble. When he drains your winter oil, he'll replace it with insulated Haviland or insulated Texaco motor oil. Insulated against the high engine heat that can break down ordinary oils and invite destructive wear. He'll protect the transmission and differential, too, with the right grade of Texaco gear lubricant. And down under in the chassis, he'll cover every vital friction point, preventing wear, prolonging car life with Texaco's famous Marfax chassis lubrication service. Yes, your Texaco dealer is trained to do every phase of this job skillfully and thoughtfully. So care for your car, for your country. The Texaco Star Theater continues in just a moment when Fred Allen returns to present Victor Moore and this week's winner in the Texaco College Talent Competition. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the curtain of the Texaco Star Theater rises on the most talented undergraduate selected by the student body of one of America's great institutions of higher learning. Tonight's winner, who has come to New York with all expenses paid, plus a cash award of $200, represents Duquesne University at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, Fred, are you ready to do the honors?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Duquesne's most talented undergraduate, Miss Charlene Patricia Hosgay. Congratulations, Charlene, and from Hello Duquesne, we welcome you to our high-octane midst here.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. It's nice to be back in New York again.
Well, I'm glad that you have been here before, Charlene.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, most of our student winners are visiting Manhattan for the first time, and of course, I generally ask them about their sightseeing, but you've seen everything here, I imagine, and so tonight, then, you can tell us about Pittsburgh. What is Pittsburgh like, Charlene?
It's a wonderful city, Mr. Allen. The Duquesne campus overlooks Pittsburgh's famous Golden Triangle. In the distance, you can see the Monongahela and Ohio rivers.
You can see that far in Pittsburgh?
Sure, why not?
Why, I thought the air in Pittsburgh was so smoky, when the sun came out, it looked like the 8-ball. I have even heard that the ceiling was so low in Pittsburgh, the little boys on pogo sticks were grounded most of the time. Charlene, what activities do you participate in about the campus?
I'm one of the singers in the Duquesne Tambouritza Orchestra.
Tambouritza? I've heard of the Schnickel-Fritz Band. What is a Tambouritza Orchestra?
Our orchestra plays the music of the Slovenian and Croatian people.
And the Tambouritza is the authentic instrument?
Yes, Mr. Allen. And the Duquesne Tambouritza Orchestra wants you to have this Tambouritza as a gift.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you, Charlene.
Incidentally, Mr. Allen, the Tambouritza Orchestra is playing in South Chicago tonight, and they stopped their program to listen to your...
Well, I wish I had time to play the Tambouritza for them tonight, Charlene. This looks like a mandolin that never had a chance, doesn't it? But I'd like to stop and play Deep in the Heart of Texas, but I'd only take it off the hit parade, so I won't bother with it. Would you like to have me play for your song? I'll get my pick, Charlene.
Well, before I sing, Mr. Allen, could I talk to Portland?
Why, certainly. Portland?
Yes?
Charlene wishes a word with you.
Yes, Charlene? Portland, on behalf of the Duquesne chapter of the Future Teachers of America, I would like to present you with this key and scroll of membership and this bouquet of flowers.
Thank you. I am greatly honored, Charlene.
Charlene, you are really Lady Bountiful tonight. A sweater, a tambouritza, and now you've made Portland a future teacher. Posterity will be a race of morons. You don't realize what Uncle Jim should have been born an octopus. I mean, You don't realize what you have done tonight.
I have one more gift for you, Mr. Allen. This is from the Epsilon Eta Phi fraternity.
Gosh, a basket with 2 Easter eggs in it. Isn't that? Look at that.
Yes, the large egg is inscribed to you.
Oh, so it is. That's swell.
The same egg also has the small egg also has an inscription.
Ah, yes. Let me see. This egg laid in Waukegan by... Why, this is a museum piece, Charlene. And I want to thank you, the Duquesne Monogram Club, and the Epsilon Eta Phi fraternity for your kindness tonight.
And I want to thank the Duquesne chapter of future teachers, too, Charlene.
And I guess that brings us to your vocal presence, Charlene. What song have you brought us as your gift?
I'd like to sing A Heart That's Free.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Duquesne University's most talented undergraduate, Miss Charlene Posgay, sings A Heart That's Free.
And the name that I sing is the song of a heart that's free. Again, let music ring. While we voices sing. Let your
Thank you. Your fellow students, the faculty, and the Duquesne University alumni may well be proud of your appearance here tonight. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, the most talented undergraduate of Buffalo University at Buffalo, New York. After hearing the 3 finalists over station WKBW in Buffalo, the student body voted, the ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Dean Stathakis. Congratulations, Gene. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night. And, oh, say, Kenny, you look upset. Anything?
Yes, I'm worried about my Aunt Maggie.
Oh, has she had an accident?
Well, not yet, but my uncle's going to tie my Aunt Maggie onto the fender of his car.
The fender is cut for what?
Save tires. My uncle says the wear on each tire is different, see? And Aunt Maggie weighs 300 pounds, so he's going to have her ride over each wheel in rotation until the 5 tires wear even.
Or your Aunt Maggie needs a retread job. Well, look, Kenny, tell your uncle he can't equalize his tire wear by guesswork. Isn't that correct, Jimmy?
Well, Kenny's uncle is right in one respect. The wear each tire gets is different. But there's no guesswork about it. The figures are definite. And the man who knows them is your Texaco dealer. That's why he can rotate your tires for longer service. Plus that, your Texaco dealer appraises each of your 5 tires separately. Some of your tires may be newer than others. Perhaps the spare should be on the road. Your Texaco dealer will examine every tire and place it for longer and more even mileage. In addition, he knows the correct tire pressure for long wear. That's why your tires go a lot farther when you have him check them once a week regularly. Just as your whole car lasts longer when you have your Texaco dealer take regular care of it. He's trained and equipped with Texaco quality products to do the job right. Take your car to him regularly so he can watch and protect it at every point from week to week. There's no guesswork about it. Let a Texaco dealer help you to care for your car, for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they star Mr. Victor Moore in a burlesque of one of radio's great institutions, the Free Advice Program. This epic is called Forum for the Forlorn, or Sobby Lobby.
Friends,
Good evening. Forum for the Forlorn is conducted by radio's beloved advisor on personal problems, Rodney Allen. And here is the man who will solve each and every problem. That's Solomon of Sorrow, radio's mother, father, brother, and sister, Rodney Allen.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. And good evening, friends. Tonight again, our studio is crowded with frustrated little people from all walks of life who are here to tell us their problems entirely unrehearsed. And now, our first case.
906. This young lady, Mr. Allen.
And your case, sister. Open your shawl, sister. Let me hold that safety pin. There, that's better. Now that your shawl is open, sister, open your heart.
I'm madly in love with two fellas.
And, what is your problem, 906?
Well, I got $200.
And you are madly in love with two fellows?
Yeah. One fella is a racing trout.
Racing fellow?
He wants me to lend him the $200 to play a horse.
Well, what about your other friend?
The other fella is a part-time felon. He's in jail.
And this part-time felon...
He wants me to take my $200 and go his bail.
And you're madly in love with both of these fellows?
Yeah, that's my problem. What should I do with my $200?
My advice to you, little lady, is to give your $200 to the horse player. Let him put it on a horse. If the horse wins, you will have enough money to bail out your other boyfriend.
But what if the horse loses?
You will have another problem. I shall be happy to settle that problem for you. And now...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Milton?
This next gentleman in line has no number.
This bewildered-looking character wearing the burlap pajamas, the seersucker bathrobe, and the birch bark moccasins?
Yes.
Pardon me, sir.
Who am I? I must be somebody. What's my name?
Well, I'm going to try to help you, brother.
Who am I?
We'll find out who you are.
Have you ever seen me before?
No.
Then how do you know it's me?
Well, I don't. I'm taking a chance. Who are you?
That's it. Who am I? I must be somebody.
Looks like an amnesia victim, Rodney.
Yes, if we only had a clue, Milton. Brother, can't you give us some clue?
Is there any fire coming out of my head?
No.
Then I can't be Superman.
No. You don't even look like Clark Kent. Now, if you'll just sit down, I'll help you after the program.
Right this way, sir.
But who am I? I must be
Friends,
somebody.
this poor unfortunate character has wandered into our Forum for the Forlorn wearing burlap pajamas, a seersucker bathrobe, and birch bark moccasins. You may recognize that timid voice. If you do, please call this studio. And now...
Case number 804.
Yes, beaten one. What is your dilemma?
I formerly worked in a bank. I got $18 a week, and I wasn't happy.
Why? Why weren't you happy?
On $18 a week, I couldn't go no place. I couldn't do nothing.
This made you unhappy?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
One day, I stole $87,000 from the bank. And I quit my job.
I see.
Today, I'm out all day going to the racetrack, playing bingo. Nights, I'm catching shows, going to nightclubs.
And are you happy?
I'm happy while I'm enjoying myself. But when I go home at night to my duplex...
Yes?
I get to thinking about the $87,000. My conscience bothers me, and I'm unhappy.
And your problem is?
Should I go on enjoying myself with this tainted money and be an unhappy part of the time?
Yes?
Or should I go back to work in the bank and be unhappy all of the time?
There is no substitute for honesty, son, and my advice to you is to give up this life of pampered luxury and ease.
Yes, sir.
Go back to that bank tomorrow morning. Put on your alpaca jacket, and you go back to work as though nothing had happened.
Yes, sir. And should I mention the $87,000 I stole?
Not unless they mention it to you. And now...
Say, mister.
Yes?
Who am I? I must be somebody.
Yes, you are somebody. If you could only give us a clue, brother.
I didn't drive up here in a fire engine, did I?
No.
I can't be Mayor LaGuardia.
No, he's taller than you are.
If you'll only help me, I'll pay you back. I'll give you half of anything I've got.
Well, what have you got? Nothing. Now get away from here. Get away.
You're the only friend I've got.
Now beat it, bum. Sit down behind that screen there.
All right, but who am I?
Please, friends. Please, if you recognize this faltering voice, if you want to help a poor unfortunate soul, call this studio. This man not only has amnesia, he may have a problem. I may be able to help. Come in.
Excuse me for interrupting your program, Mr. Allen.
Well, who are you, friend?
I'm Kramer from the Board of Missing Heirs. We're next door broadcasting from the studio.
Yes, Kramer.
One of our missing heirs got away.
One of your missing heirs is missing?
Yeah, we located this man we believe to be Ronald Spiewak this morning in a flop house. We told him his brother, Jock Spiewak, the fly swatter king, had left him $2 million. He fell back in his bunk and hit his head on a cement pillow.
Yes?
I picked him up and he didn't know me.
His mind was a blank?
Yeah, we brought him to our studio tonight to give him the $2 million. The program had just started. I looked around. Ronald Spiewak had disappeared.
You didn't give him the money?
The Board of Missing Heirs can't give him the $2 million until he identifies himself.
There was something in the will?
Yeah, the two Spiewak brothers had a code word.
I see.
The will demands that I say Filagadusha.
Filagadusha?
If this man says Shinnamarusha.
Shinnamarusha?
He is Ronald Spiewak, Jock Spiewak's brother. Have you seen this little man, Mr. Allen?
Was he wearing burlap pajamas, a seersucker bathrobe, and birch bark moccasins?
Yeah.
Your problem is solved, Kramer. Sitting behind this screen, you see?
Ronald Spiewak!
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Spiewak, but who am I?
Try your code words, Kramer.
Good idea, I will. Listen, Ronald.
Yes?
Filagadusha.
You bet, but who am I?
His mind is another blank.
Let me try, Kramer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, Ronald, listen closely. Rose O'Day, with a Filagadusha.
Skinnamarusha.
Skinnamarusha, that's it.
Let's try him again, Kramer, to make sure. Filagadusha, Ronald.
Skinnamarusha.
Filagadusha.
Skinnamarusha. That's Jock's code word. Now I remember.
You remember what?
I'm Ronald Spiewak. My brother Jock left me $2 million. I'm rich.
Filagadusha.
Skinnamarusha.
You're Ronald Spiewak, all right. Congratulations, Ronald.
Where's the money?
$2 million. Gad, this is a lucky day for all of us.
Say, wait a minute, buddy. Who are you?
Ronald. You haven't forgotten me, your friend and counselor, the man who brought you out of the darkness into the light.
I never saw you before in my life.
But, Ronnie...
Get away, bum. You bother me.
Raving, Ronald. I will stand by you. I shall be at your side from now on.
Who needs you? What I need is wine, woman, and song. Although I'm a little too old to sing. $2 million! Whoopee!
But, Ronald, you promised to give me half of anything you own. You owe me $1 million.
I owe you $1 million?
And don't forget your inheritance tax.
Inheritance tax?
50%. That's another $1 million.
You mean I get $2 million?
Yes, Ronald.
And I owe $2 million.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah?
Now, here, put down that microphone.
Gad, Rodney, he's knocked himself unconscious.
My $1 million. We've got to bring him to, Kramer. Slap him.
Yes, Ronald.
Oh.
Wake up, Ronnie.
Oh.
He's opening his eyes.
Ronnie, Filagadusha, Ronnie. Filagadusha.
Who am I? I must be
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I guess that closes our Star Theater for tonight. I want to thank you for joining us this evening. Next week, our guest will be Kay Kaiser, man about students, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Buffalo University, Dean Stathakis. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Keep 'em rolling. The War Production Board, in cooperation with WOR and Mutual, presents the 22nd in this weekly series of programs of entertainment and information about America's United War Effort. Your master of ceremonies is one of the most distinguished figures of the contemporary theater, the well-known author and playwright, George S. Kaufman.
Tonight, April 5th, Easter Sunday. Tomorrow, April 6th, Army Day. Cynics will smirk at that and say, what a commentary on civilization, when the day of the Prince of Peace is followed immediately by the day of our men of war. But there's no inconsistency here. He was the Prince of Peace. Tomorrow's marching troops are the price of peace. For by their sacrifices and their victory shall the world be saved. The Prince and the marching troops are one in spirit. It's fitting that we should dedicate our program tonight, then, to one of the great branches of the Army whose day we honor tomorrow, the United States Army Air Corps. Present to take part in that dedication are such celebrated exponents of the free spirit as
one of Hollywood's loveliest and most talented dramatic stars, Merle Oberon. The gifted and personable young star of screen and radio, Tyrone Power. The distinguished baritone of the Metropolitan Opera, John Charles Thomas. And the versatile composer-conductor, Morton Gould.
And now John Charles Thomas opens our program by capturing the sweep and power of America's wings as he sings the Army Air Corps song, Mr. Thomas.
We go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high in the sky. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder, and boys, give it a gun. Down we dive, spouting the flame from under, off with one hell of a roll. We live in flame, or go in flame, touches off the Army Air Corps. Here's the Army in the air. Here's a toast to the host of those who love the vastness of the sky. To a friend we send a message of his brother men who fly. We drink to those who gave their all of old, and down we roar to store the rainbow's fall of gold. A toast to the host of the men we boast, the Army Air Corps. Down we dive, spouting our flame from under, off with one hell. We live in fame, or go in flame, shout nothing off the Army Air
That was the official song of the Army Air Force, of the men who are flying our planes against the Axis. And now with us tonight are two of the flying officers who are responsible for the success of these men and the efficiency of the planes that they fly. Colonel Roy M. Jones, Army Supervisor of the Aircraft Production in the Eastern District, and Major General Follett Bradley, the distinguished commander of the 1st Air Forces, who is in charge of the defense of our eastern seaboard.
That was a very complimentary introduction, Mr. Kaufman, but I wish you hadn't placed the emphasis on defense.
I'm sorry, General, but you are in charge of the Air Forces of the Eastern Defense Command.
That is true, Mr. Kaufman, I am. But that is not our most important job.
You don't mean to say that defending New York, Boston, Miami, all of those cities from air attacks is not important?
No, of course not. It is important. But it is not as important as carrying this war to the Nazis and Japs on every strategic battlefront of the world. From now on, this is going to be an offensive war.
Good. But suppose that Hitler's bombers attack our cities, or don't you think there is any possibility of that, General?
But on the contrary, Mr. Kaufman, I think there is every possibility that the enemy may bomb New York, Boston, and other key cities.
And is our Air Force going to let them get away with it? What about all those planes that we're producing, those pilots that we're training?
They are needed on every strategic battlefront on which the Axis is fighting. The people of this country have been calling for an offensive against the enemy, and we are going to give it to them.
Well, does that mean that if a squadron of enemy bombers should come over this city tonight, that they could get through and reach their objective?
Unfortunately, they might. In that case, it is going to be up to our civilian population to take it, and not holler for planes and men to be taken away from our offensive action against the Axis. That's what Hitler would like to have us do. That's one of the reasons we may get some token bombings.
Was there anything at all that the civilian population can do to help in defense against these attacks?
Yes. They can cooperate with the Army Air Forces by straining every effort to get out more and better planes. Obviously, the more planes we have, the stronger our defense as well as our offense will be.
Well, just how is our plane production coming along? Are we going to get that capacity of 60,000 planes this year?
That's a question that I think can best be answered by Colonel Jones, who is supervisor of aircraft production for the Eastern District.
That's an easy question to answer, Mr. Kaufman. We're going to get to 60,000 plane capacity this year, but it's not going to be an easy goal to achieve. It's going to mean plenty of sweat and sacrifice on the part of everyone, and even with that, there are problems.
Could you be a little more specific about those problems, Colonel?
Yes, our biggest problem is that of shortages. Shortage of material and shortage of skilled labor.
And how is the Army Air Force meeting those shortages?
In the main, that's a responsibility of industry and not the Army Air Force. But the Army Air Force is cooperating with industry to lick both of these problems, and with labor, management, and the armed forces cooperating, there's no question but that we are going to lick them. The material shortages, for instance, we are meeting that by priorities, by conserving and diverting materials from civilian use to war needs. That means sacrifice, but it's nothing compared to the sacrifice we are all going to have to make if we lose this war.
Well, I think that people are cheerfully going to help meet the shortages of material by making whatever sacrifices are necessary. But how can we help with the shortage of skilled labor?
That's a job for men over 45 and women.
Tell me, how does the work of women compare with that of men in war?
Very favorably. Not only are our women workers doing as good a job as our men, but in some instances, they do a better job. There are various operations in the manufacture of airplanes and airplane instruments that are delicate and require the careful hands of women.
Well, that's at least an encouraging note, Colonel. From what you say, it looks as though we're going to be able to meet both shortages without disrupting production. While we're on the subject of shortages, what about the highly trained pilots that we need to fly those planes?
That's one for General Bradley. How about that, General?
Our pilot training program is keeping pace with our program of aircraft production. But even so, we need more men. We are training hard, day and night. Remember, we are just getting started. We are just learning mass training. We are now getting for the first time the opportunity for which a few of us have been battling for 25 years. The opportunity of creating the most powerful, striking force the world has ever known, and we promise you we are making the most of it.
And we are sure in turn that that promise will be kept. Thank you, General Bradley, and thank you, Colonel Jones. Even modern war is not so wholly mechanized a thing as to be separate entirely from the warmth of human sentiment. In fact, the alarms of war quicken our feelings and our human awareness of each other. Morton Gold now demonstrates this common phenomenon in music as he leads the orchestra in his own arrangement of Drums in My Heart. There have been dark times in this fight for freedom, times when men and women have stood among their ruined homes and have said, why are we defenseless? Where were our own men, our own ships, our own planes? And some of them lost faith, faith the strongest weapon of all. Our play tonight tells the story of one woman who lost her faith amid the thunder of bombs under an unguarded sky, and what happened to her. The play, Anthem in the Sky, was written especially for this program by Milton Geiger, directed by Arthur Kurland. And here to enact the leading roles are two of Hollywood's brightest and most talented stars, Tyrone Power and Merle Oberon. Anthem in the Sky.
Ahead of the Easter dawn, the bombers came, angry because the fog had kept their bombs from Plymouth. 12 minutes from Plymouth to the Cornish coast. The Nazi pilots must have thought, let us loose our bombs wherever we can see, rather than take them back to Germany. Out of the sodden sky the fury came, and many in my village did not rise that day. And he who had risen must have wept and bled again. I found myself upon the slope that led up from the village to the cliffs that overlooked the sea. Weeping and helpless, I stumbled up the hill, passing the others who stood stunned and silent, looking with empty faces at what had been their homes. There was no sound after the roaring of the plains, only the hissing of the rain upon the grass, and a child whimpering in the morning gloom. In my heart a voice cried, "Coward!" Still I fled that terror in the valley. None had gone to meet the German planes but one, and he had been shot down, and none had seen where he had fallen. That was our defense against the Nazi squadrons. Why should I not flee from our own defenselessness? At last I stood upon the summit. The sea beat on the rocks below, and the constant wind of the cliffs drove against my body. And I stood staring at the man I saw sitting on the wet ground until he spoke.
Hello?
Hello.
This is a pretty wicked mess to be in, isn't it?
You're the pilot who went up to meet the Germans.
I marched right up and marched right down again. There's my plane. I just managed to bring her down without going completely into small pieces myself.
You're hurt.
Oh, yes, it isn't bad.
Your hand is bleeding.
Well, yes.
I'll tie it up for you.
Why, I don't know.
Could you look over there for a minute, out to sea or something?
What's to be seen out there?
Well, I've got to tear my petticoat.
Oh, well, now, I don't want you to do that. Please.
Look away.
Oh, very well.
All right.
You see, I had this hand on the throttle as I came down, gripping the thing like mad, you see, and...
Let me look at it.
Oh, it really isn't very bad.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Hold out your hand so that the rain washes it more. Then we'll go down into the village. No. We can't do anything there.
Was it very bad?
It was dreadful. Dreadful and vile. They had nothing to gain by bombing us. Nothing.
No. Has the rain washed my hand enough, do you think?
Yes. Hold it still.
You're very kind.
No.
What did the people think? What did they say when they saw me in the sky?
What could they say? One plane against dozens?
Not very good odds, I suppose.
Not very good.
I know. Still, isn't even a single plane something? Isn't it some token, a promise that they haven't been forsaken, that they're not forgotten?
I only know that people I knew and loved have been murdered in their homes. And how could we prevent it? There. Did that feel better?
Much better. Do you want to try the other now?
Is the other hand hurt, too?
Yes, I pushed it through the hatch slide, trying to ram it open. No good, though. I had to come down with my ship.
Oh, you're lucky the plane didn't burn.
Well, it might start yet. The engine's still hot.
Hold out your hand.
Like this?
That's it.
What we ought to do is get me patched up and propped up on my feet, and we'll go down and see how we can help in the village.
There's nothing we can do.
Oh, I don't know. We can help. I fancy I can help a lot myself.
I say there's nothing. No supplies, nothing. Everything has been bombed and burned and soaked with rain and mud.
Then we can be there. The sight of able, cheerful people may give the wounded hope.
They'd only resent our well-being.
I think I disagree with you.
Then you can go down there alone. I won't go with you. I've seen enough. You don't know.
I think I do. I've seen a few things myself.
It was ghastly.
But you'll go back, won't you? Of course.
No. Why should it mean so much to you? Do you have someone in the village?
Yes. Yes, I have.
But you're not English.
Not exactly.
You haven't anyone. They're perfect strangers to you.
I don't consider them either strangers or perfect. They're very imperfect human beings. If there must be some mutual bond for sympathy, then our common imperfection can be that bond. How's my hand?
It'll do for now. You need a doctor.
Good. Then we're ready to go.
Where?
To the village, to your people.
No.
But I'm ready.
I'm not.
I should think it's been bitter enough for everyone without more bitterness up here. I don't know.
I tell you, there's nothing we can do.
We can be present with our sympathy.
Sympathy? What good is a full heart with empty hands? Oh, I know about you Americans with your blind, reasonless optimism. But I saw what happened in the village when the bombers came over. I saw the sexton fall with shrapnel in his throat. I saw him drag himself into the broken church to die. I saw children blown to bits and families buried in the ruins. And why? We were defenseless. One plane rose to fight for us.
Are you angry with them for being defenseless?
No, but I've had enough. I saw all I could stand. I did everything I could until my very soul turned within me and I was sick. I can't go back to that. I can't.
All right, I won't argue. You'd call me a blind optimist if I went on about hope, the future, and immortality.
Hope, the future, immortality, words. What are they against despair, the present, the wickedness and death? No, I can't go back. I should die with the horror and the pity of it if I did go back.
You don't believe in mankind very much.
How can I, or anyone, when we've come to this?
Life without death would lose its meaning. Hope couldn't exist without despair. I took a single plane against the enemy.
Oh, it was very gallant of you, but so little, so useless.
No, not if it brought one pulse of hope and joy to those people in the village. Not if it said to them that they haven't been forgotten.
But how can you...
All right, call me a queer one, but I believe in man and his humanity, his basic goodness, even his divinity.
Yes, and we've come to this. Where is our civilization? Where is our Christianity? The creed of love and the brotherhood of man. Give me something that I can believe in. The whole world asks for that. Show us that we may believe. Lead us that we may follow. Give us a sign that we may take heart. What can I believe when the bombers hail the resurrection with death and horror? What kind of trumpet are the bombers in the sky? Where can one find faith? Give us a sign. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I blaspheme?
No. Will you help me up?
Take my hand.
Like this?
Yes.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
Down there. Perhaps I can be of help.
But you're hurt yourself.
I thought you might help me down. It's just possible you might regain your faith where you lost it. That's logical, isn't it? You asked for belief, for faith. Were you sincere?
Here. Lean on my shoulder.
Good girl.
Come. Be careful. You've lost a lot of blood. Carefully. Carefully. Listen.
Yes. Bombers above the fog.
The bombers are returning. And what are those people on the slope to do? Shall we go down now and tell them to take hope? The bombers are returning. Shall we tell them that this is their reward for faith and suffering? You go and tell them. I'll stay here.
The bombers are coming from the north, looking for a clear place to turn in over the land.
A good place to drop their bombs, yes. Oh, a noble sign to fortify our souls.
There. They're coming out of the fog. We can see them now. Bombers from America.
America?
sign enough for you.
The squadron thundered down the Cornish coast, skirting the cliffs, and on their wings the bright emblem of Britain. I looked down at the people on the slope. I saw their upturned faces in the dawn and saw the light come into them. And out of the valley of ruin came the voice of faith. All those people on the hillside rose and went down into the village. They brought their grief into the church, but hope went with them too. And I listened to the thunder of the bombers. It was a sign, an anthem, calling to the nations to arise, calling to all mankind to be free and faithful. A sermon, a battle hymn, an anthem in the sky. I did not look back at the man. The plane was burning when I left, and I left it there to burn and went down alone to the village. I came back afterwards. The man had gone. There was nothing. Only the blackened plain. But something glistened in the ruins. I picked it up. It was a spike of crude and ancient make. There were 2 more of them. And I remembered that his hands had bled too. And that his plane and all those others from America had been like crosses in the sky.
Now, John Charles Thomas pays tribute to the man of Illinois, of Gettysburg, of Washington. Mr. Thomas will introduce a new song written by Benny Davis and Peter DeRose, Abraham Lincoln from the White House in the Sky.
They called you honesty, they loved your wrinkled brow. You gave your counsel then, we seek your counsel now. Abraham Lincoln, sitting in the White House in the sky. What are you thinking as you watch the big parade go by? Abraham Lincoln, you're our guiding star from up above. The light upon the land below. Through the darkest days in a history, your voice played a part. Though it's long ago, your memory lives in cry. Lead us to glory from the White House in the sky. From up above, your inspiration spreads the light upon the land we love. Once you spoke to us from Gettysburg. The memory never wanes. Speak to all the mills and factories. Make them rush those blind. Abraham Lincoln, you're the spirit of our battle cry. Lead us to glory from the White House in the sky.
Next week at this same time, we will be back with another all-star half hour dedicated to what we in these United States are fighting for and why. Until then, this is George S. Kaufman reminding you to remember Pearl Harbor, and now more than ever before, to keep 'em rolling.
This entire program was produced and directed by Arthur Curlan of the radio section of the War Production Board. Continuity was written by Mr. Curlan and Milton Geiger. The War Production Board wishes to thank Station WO Iron Mutual for furnishing the time and facilities to make this evening's broadcast possible. And George S. Kaufman, Morton Gould, John Charles Thomas, Merle Oberon, Tyrone Power, Major General Follett Bradley, and Colonel Roy M. Jones for contributing their services tonight. We also wish to thank the Hollywood Victory Committee for the appearances of Miss Oberon and Mr. Power, as well as 20th Century Fox and the DuPont Company for Mr. Power's appearance. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Starring Tyrone Power, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, presents the Sidney Howard dramatic masterpiece, Yellow Jack. Today is Army Day. More significant than ever this year, when the gallant saga of the American fighting man is being written every hour from Bataan in Australia, from Pearl Harbor in Ceylon. So it is especially fitting for us to recall on this day that the heroism of our time is the legacy of yesterday, as well as the guarantee of tomorrow. It is a proud company, the company of America's fighting sons, and there are none with more right to march in it than the soldiers stationed in Cuba in 1900, who offered their lives not in war, but in peace. Our play tonight is about the Army heroes who defeated a mortal but mysterious enemy, freed the Western world of the plague of Yellow Jack, and made possible our inter-ocean lifeline, the Panama Canal. Tonight, with Tyrone Power as Major Walter Reed of the U.S. Army Medical Corps, the Cavalcade of America does homage to the heroic Army men of 42 years ago, spiritual forefathers of the heroes of today.
Boom, 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 boom.
How do they keep on singing in the middle of this horror?
Maybe they don't realize. They mustn't know how bad the Yellow Jack is. They know. They know.
They've seen their comrades dying. And still they have the heart to sing.
A hot time in the old town tonight.
The war was over, and the Columbia Barracks at Comito near Havana, Cuba, shimmered in the pluperfect heat of a broiling tropical sun. It was the summer of 1900, but still the soldiers of the U.S. Army stayed on at their posts. There was little for them to do except think of home and sing and talk of home.
Is Cuba sure the wrong place to spend the summer?
The war's over. Why don't they send us home? Drill and tote stretchers. Swab out the ambulance. Swab out everything. I don't like that smell of carbolic. And all the time waiting for our turn to go out. Feet first. As to Yellow Jack, such afflictions are questions of fate. It behooves us to be philosophers where fate's concerned, which the Irish are, so long as their fate remains agreeable.
I want to be home, raising a family, living a normal life.
These docs think we enlisted and came down here so they can cut us up and squint at our insides? Now, be thinking of Major Reed and these men of science. How they expose themselves to the perils of this, worrying after the unknown truth like a bevy of bulldogs. I say it's...
Watch it. Here's Major Reed. He's heard you.
10, chum.
All right, men. At ease. What's your name?
Lieutenant Warren G., sir. Private Transportation Unit.
And you?
Bush, Levi P., sir. Private Quartermaster Department. O'Hara, John J., sir. Acting Sergeant in charge of the operating room, sir.
You, I know, Mr. Brinkerhoff. Yes, sir. Mr. O'Hara, you'll do well to be less eloquent about doctors. You'll all do well to talk less about this epidemic. Epidemics are best not talked about. There's retreat. You'd better be off.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Reed, will you come into the laboratory, please? Dr. Carroll has come back.
Carroll? Carroll.
Reed?
What's news from the camp at Pinar?
There's no doubt about your diagnosis, Chief. Pernicious malaria in my eye. It's Yellow Jack. Going great guns, too. Dropping like flies.
Is that all you have to tell us?
Do you expect anything? After 2 months of this and how many autopsies? Made a record for thoroughness, at any rate.
Oh, I can't stand much more of this. I look out there to sea and watch our transport steaming home, and I daren't think what they may be carrying. Now we've taken Cuba on. Taken it on with this awful thing smoldering in it. Waiting its chance to jump over home to us. To Philadelphia and New Orleans, and to know that we've had it under our microscopes 1,000 times and never seen it.
And General Woods lost a third of his staff in the past month. He knows it was Yellow Jack, not Rough Riders, that licked the Spaniards here. And it'll lick us. If we don't lick it first.
And our commission. You, Agramonte, and you, Carroll, and Lazier and I. We were sent down here to stop this horror. To isolate a microbe and find a cure. And we failed. Failed completely. It isn't easy to admit that.
Well, we've tried every angle, Chief. Give it up. It's no use.
I'm calling the commission tonight to disband it. It won't be a long session, and then we'll go home.
Well, the most we could do would be to keep on working. We have at least discredited everyone else.
You know, I ran into one puzzler out there at Pinar.
Oh, I've heard enough puzzlers I can't solve.
Well, this is a funny one. Case of a soldier, sick July 12th, died on the 18th. But he hadn't been near the disease for over a month before he was took sick.
What was that?
They had him locked up in the guardhouse. There, he lay in that guardhouse for 3 days after, with 8 other prisoners. And they didn't catch it. Not even the one who slept in his blankets after he died.
How about contaminated food or water?
The whole outfit ate and drank the same.
The man may have been extra susceptible.
Maybe. If we could explain why we don't catch it. What did you say?
Nothing. I'll see you tonight. Go clean up. At 8:30, gentlemen.
All right.
Good night. What was it that crawled or jumped or flew through that guardhouse window, bit that one prisoner, and went back where it came from? What was it? What was it?
Well, Major Reed, you really have reached the end of your tether. My advice to you and the members of your commission is call it a day. Go home. My friend Major Gorgas can assure you you are leaving this epidemic in worthy hands. The Marine Hospital Corps, with which I have the honor to be connected...
Excuse me, Colonel Torrey. I called the commission to disband it tonight. 3 hours ago, I was certain we should disband. Even now, I hesitate to suggest that we go on. The only course which remains open to us leads us so far afield, seems so beset with danger that I stand appalled before it.
Don't be mysterious. What is the course?
To set our microscopes aside and concentrate on new methods of investigation.
How?
By turning our minds to how yellow fever spreads, Agramonte. From man to man and village to village and even across the sea. How about that, Gorgas?
I should like to know something about that.
I've come to suspect a middleman here. An infection carrier. In all likelihood, an insect. Probably a mosquito.
Did you say mosquito, Reed?
Oh, you can't be serious, Reed. These fads are the curse of modern medicine. Is medical science going insect mad?
Where have you been, Tory? You never hear of Smith's Texas fever tick? How about Bruce and the African tsetse fly? And malaria's just been nailed to a mosquito. Oh, God bless you, Reed. Mosquitoes are meat and drink to me.
Enough of theories. We must draw the line against this somewhere.
Major Gorgas, I should like to hear what you have to say.
Well, why the mosquito, Reed? Why not the flea, the louse, or the homely bedbug?
Because Yellow Jack's not confined to the louse and bedbug belt. The cleanest parts of town may be the deadliest. And it's at its worst in summer, the mosquito season.
Reed, let me speak.
Speak on, Lazier.
We're not going home. We're not going to quit because we haven't got the guts to exceed instructions. Reed's right about this, and I'll go it alone if I have to. Only I won't have to. There's a crazy old troglodyte here in this town. An old Scotsman with spectacles and side whiskers. Finlay, his name is.
Finlay?
What are you talking about?
You don't propose going to him.
Why not? He's been working on this angle for years. He's got his particular guilty mosquito all picked out.
He's a crank. No more, a harmless crank.
He may be, Colonel. He may be completely mad. If he is, though, he has a brave kind of madness. The jumping forward kind that's always too risky for the completely sane. You have your convictions. I have only my curiosity. What do you others think? Carol?
This isn't my line, but go ahead.
Well, I can think of nothing better to suggest.
Finley's got to be tried. There's no doubt of it.
There is a very grave doubt, Doctor. The scheme isn't possible.
Why not?
Aren't you forgetting that yellow fever's unlike other diseases? You don't give it to guinea pigs or monkeys or mice. You can't give it to any animal except man.
I'd forgotten that.
Well, think it of now. How can you test Dr. Finley's mosquitoes by any conceivable experiment?
By experimenting on men.
Reed, Dr. Reed, you don't propose to use human guinea pigs. Do you realize this is human vivisection?
You are going it. All right. If we fail, a few harmless mosquito bites. If we succeed, we shall have risked a few dozen lives to save countless thousands.
No, you've got to be stopped. You're not independent of Washington, American public opinion, the press, and the pulpit. You know how they stand on animal vivisection. If you're ready, Major Gorgas, I'll bid these gentlemen good evening.
Good evening, Colonel. Good evening. Good night, Gorgas.
Good night, Gorgas. Good night.
Well, Lazier, Carol, Agramonte.
Well, if you'd only told us, Reed, we could have backed you up.
You know what Colonel Torrey can do to you, Chief.
Yes, there's no doubt of what Colonel Torrey can do. I see no reason, though, why he or anyone should know what we're up to from now on.
But, Doctor, would it be possible to experiment on men in secret?
It's got to be. You're right, Reed.
Men, though.
Men. That's got to be two. I'm afraid so.
Men.
Major Reed, I have the honor to present my colleague, Dr. Finlay, for these many years a distinguished leader of our profession here in Havana.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do? Dr. Finlay, this is Dr. Lassier and Dr. Carroll.
Dr. Finlay. How do you do? We shall sit here in the patio, if you don't mind, gentlemen. My office is dark. I see your faces more clearly here in the sun.
Dr. Finlay, shall we omit the preliminaries? I suspect you can guess what our errand is.
My fellow scientists do not come often here, Major.
We come to join you, Doctor, in the war you have waged many years alone. Anything we can do, we'll do, if you will help us. We need your knowledge. We want what you have learned about your mosquito,
The eggs will do. For 19 years, science has laughed at me, Major. At the cracked old Finlay and his mosquitoes. And nowhere more cruelly than through American Army doctors. Now you come running to me to save your faces. Will you be surprised if I have no impulse to share my secret?
We shall be deeply disappointed, Dr. Finlay.
And we shall hope to persuade you.
We're likely to prove your case for you, Doctor, if you...
Prove my case? You mean you doubt my discovery?
I doubt everything, till I'm sure.
I have cherished my great discovery for 19 years. Do you expect me to give it up to you? To make use of it and get glory from it?
Glory isn't the idea, Doctor. I'm no stranger to waiting, Dr. Finlay. All my life long, my prayer has been that I might in some way alleviate human suffering. I think this may be my chance as well as yours.
The proof you demand lies beyond any man's power.
We don't feel that.
You cannot test my mosquito without risking life.
There's an army of occupation outside this town with nothing to do.
Well, let the soldiers wait, Leslie. They'll keep. They'll be there any time we need them. We'll start this off with ourselves.
You, gentlemen?
Yes. But only 3. Agramonte's had yellow fever.
Yes.
You after me, Carol. You have 5 kids. I've only 1. We'll hold you in reserve, Reed.
Why didn't we think of this before?
But the risk, gentlemen. You must put this mad idea out of your minds.
And you said we would need to be ruthless, Finlay.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs. Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finlay.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs. Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finlay.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs. Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now with some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now with some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now with some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to bite.
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now with some water and swim in the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to buy...
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water. I swear to the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to buy...
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water. I swear to the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to buy...
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water. I swear to the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to buy...
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water. I swear to the river. Outside, that's...
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let them have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
You are listening to Tyrone Power in Sidney Howard's Yellow Jack, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Dr. Agramonte and a nurse are entering a ward where the men most gravely ill of Yellow Jack are confined.
How many more mosquitoes to infect this time, Dr. Agramonte?
I have 3 here. I would like them to buy...
I know. Sickest men we have.
Yes.
Over here, please.
Yes.
Hot now. I want some water. I swear to the river. Outside.
Delirious?
Fever.
Be ruthless, Finley.
Let him have your mosquito eggs, Doctor. I think you had better let him have the eggs.
Very well. When I give them into your hands, I give you 19 years of my life. I do it gladly.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mountain City. Hail, Silver!
The stagecoach swayed and bumped along the trail to Mountain City. There were two passengers, both men. One of them was heavy. His clothes were perfectly tailored, and a great diamond sparkled on the ring in his left hand. There was an air of strength about him, of power. Here was a man accustomed to command. His companion was lean and hard, but equally well-dressed. His eyes were narrowed, and his jaws set as he examined the papers from the portfolio on his knees.
Are these all? Yes. Every letter I received from my too late and unlamented managers. What do you think of them?
They made a mess of things.
Obviously. Will you be able to profit by their mistakes, Driscoll?
I hope so, Mr. Webster.
Well, don't be polite and don't call me Mr. Webster. My name's Jake. If you have any doubts, you aren't the man for the job.
I can handle it.
Well, that's better.
It may take a little time to get things running smoothly.
That I grant you. Webster Fur Company has managed to acquire a bad name in Mountain City.
It looks to me as if most of the trappers are selling to the Great Western Company.
Yes.
What do you know about this Collins woman who runs it?
She's an old battle axe. Smart. Her husband used to run the post. He never made a success of it if it hadn't been for her.
One of the letters mentioned a daughter.
Yeah, she's going to marry the town marshal. He's one of the men you must take care of, Driscoll.
Both Sedley and Turner tried to do that.
Yeah, their methods were crude. Personally, I always try to buy a man before I kill him.
What if the man has no price?
Never found that to be true. Every man has his price. May not be money. There's also power, reputation, or perhaps the safety of someone who's near and dear to him.
I see. But if you ask me, the man we must take care of first is the Lone Ranger.
He wears no badge.
He doesn't have to.
I always like to have the law in my pocket. If Johnny Maitland is taking orders from me, then the Lone Ranger can't touch us.
You may be right.
I'm always right. Of course, you're the manager of the Webster Company in Mountain City. You're responsible for everything that happens there, so naturally you must make your own decisions. However, I have a suggestion.
What?
Call on Ma Collins as soon as you get in town. Deplore the unfortunate practices of her predecessors. And assure her that you intend to be a friendly rival.
I understand.
Above all, get friendly with the daughter. It's only through Madge Collins you can get to Johnny Maitland.
Well, there he goes, Tonto. Jacob Webster will be in Mountain City for another hour.
You wait long time for him.
It'll be worthwhile if we can only tie him up with some of his crooked schemes and send him to jail. The message from the girl said there would be another man with him. You'll have to find out who he is.
And Tonto right into town.
New manager, I suppose. Well, there's one thing we can be sure of.
And what that?
He's in Webster's confidence, and he isn't to be trusted. Watch every move he makes.
And Tonto do that.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The following morning, Walter Driscoll met Madge Collins in the post office.
I beg your pardon. I dropped this letter.
Oh, thank you.
May I introduce myself?
I know who you are. Now, if you don't mind,
Please, Miss Collins. After the past months, I don't blame you for having a poor opinion of the Webster Company. Of course, I am connected with it. But please believe this. Sedley and Turner acted without the knowledge of Mr. Webster. He had no part in any of their crooked deals.
The Lone Ranger thinks he did.
The Lone Ranger's mistaken. Mr. Webster's just as happy as you are that Sedley and Turner are in jail.
Driscoll, there's only one way for you to prove your company's on the level.
I know that. Actions speak louder than words.
That's right. We'll have to wait and see what your methods are like.
Fair enough. But I want things to be harmonious in Mountain City from the very beginning. I want to assure your mother that she won't have any more trouble with us.
I'll tell her what you say.
As a gentleman, I really ought to call on her.
Well, Ma's usually in the store. All you have to do is open the door and walk in.
Well, I'm going to take that as an invitation.
I don't like to be unfriendly to anybody. But after what we've been through,
I've already told you that I don't blame you. You wait and see, Miss Collins. Things are going to be all...
Is this man making any trouble?
No, Johnny.
Mister, my name is Maitland. I'm the marshal here. Before you start anything, I want to warn you that you won't get away with it.
Well, Mr. Webster told me that I wouldn't be exactly welcome in Mountain City, but I didn't expect a reception like that from an officer of the law.
I'm talking straight. I'll be watching you every minute.
Johnny.
What's more, Madge is my girl. I don't say it's against the law for you to talk
Well,
to her,
I should hope not.
Just the same, it gets my dander up. So maybe you'll find it healthier if you don't.
That's enough, Johnny.
That's all I want to say right now.
I don't like being told who I can talk to and who I can't.
I wasn't telling you, I was telling him.
It amounts to the same thing. Goodbye, Mr. Driscoll. You're welcome at the store any time you want to call.
Goodbye, Miss Collins.
What's that you said, Madge? What do you mean invite him?
Oh, keep quiet, Johnny.
What are you mad about?
The course of true love. I'll have to tell Jake about this. My call on Mrs. Collins can wait until tomorrow. I thought you'd like to hear about it.
So the girl is independent.
Oh, very. And our friend Johnny didn't even understand why she was mad.
Walt, you aren't bad looking. Your manners are good. I wonder.
No thanks, Jake.
I'm just thinking out loud. Helps sometimes. How could we take advantage of it if there were a fight between Madge and Johnny?
They're not going to fight about me. Johnny shoots too straight.
No, of course not. They're not going to fight at all. You're the one who's going to stop them.
What?
This is your chance to get in good with Johnny.
I don't see how.
You're going to talk to him like a big brother. You're going to advise him just how to handle a girl so she won't kick over the traces.
That sounds all right. But I don't pose as any authority.
Well, see what you think of this for advice. It may not work, but it won't hurt Johnny to try it.
Well, it's sure pretty along this trail, isn't it, Madge?
Sure is.
You know, I wouldn't have blamed you if you hadn't gone riding with me this morning.
Why shouldn't I?
I've been thinking about yesterday morning at the post office.
Oh, let's forget about it.
I must have sounded awful conceited. Just like I had a right to order you around or something.
Oh, I understand that you didn't mean anything by it. You were just afraid that Walter Driscoll might be like Sedley or Turner, and
But
then...
shucks, Madge. Even so, you got a lot more sense than I have. If he is like those crooks, you could figure it out without any help from me.
Yes, Johnny. I'm pretty sure I could.
So what right did I have? I just didn't think that, so...
You surprised me.
Do I?
Yes, Johnny. I couldn't explain why I was mad yesterday, but you've certainly made it clear today. It was pride and nothing more. As long as you do give me credit for a little common sense, Johnny, I forgive you.
Oh, that's great. And listen, Madge, what do you think about Driscoll?
Well, you're a lawman. According to the law, a man's innocent until he's been proven guilty.
That's right. He's going out of his way to be friendly. You wouldn't have to do that.
Not at all. It'll be a grand thing for all of us if he does turn out to be honest and decent.
Shall I call off the feud?
Oh, give him a chance anyway.
He knows.
Your advice was good, Jake. Johnny and I are pals.
What about the Collins girl?
Very friendly.
And the old lady?
We had a long talk this afternoon. She invited me for supper tomorrow night.
That's fine.
So far, so good. But what happens next?
Supper tomorrow night, huh?
Yeah?
Walt, one of the reasons I've got so far is that I know the law. Laws regarding slander and libel. All the statutes protecting a man's reputation.
I never knew you bothered much about that.
No, I do when it means money in my pocket. Now, here's my idea, Walt. In my opinion, it ought to work.
At supper the following night, Driscoll was silent and ate very little. Ma Collins did her best to find out what was wrong with him.
Oh, now, come on. Tell us what's on your mind, Driscoll. Must be some reason why you're turning up your nose at my biscuits.
Well, they're fine, Mrs. Collins.
Only way you can prove that is by eating some of them.
I am.
He's saving up for your pie, Ma. I told him it couldn't be beat this side of the Mississippi.
No, I haven't got much appetite tonight.
You don't have to tell us that.
What's wrong, Mr. Driscoll?
I haven't any right to be here.
Well, you got invited, didn't you?
What do you mean?
Well, I feel like a traitor, that's all. You people have been so kind to me, and I appreciate it, but...
But what?
I've got to tell you. I'll always quit my job.
Hmm?
You've heard my defending Jacob Webster. Time and again, I've insisted that he had nothing to do with the crooked work of his agents.
Yes?
I've changed my mind about that. He's no better than they are.
You got any proof?
The proof of my own ears. And you've got to be warned. That's all that matters. I don't care what happens to me.
Well, out with it, man. What are you talking about?
He's hired some outlaws to raid Mrs. Collins' warehouse.
Oh, no.
The ornery coyote.
When, Driscoll?
I'm not sure about that, but it's going to be soon.
We'll be ready for him. I'll keep deputies posted around the warehouse, Ma. We capture the crooks, and when we get them, we get Webster, too.
Might even be tonight.
Maybe I better have a look around.
Oh, there's no sense in that. Outlaws aren't going to ride into town so soon after dark. You finish your supper and listen.
Yeah, mighty loud talk, and it's coming from over by the warehouse.
I'm going with you, Johnny.
You be careful. Don't shoot till you make sure hotel.
Johnny, there'll be a gang. Get your men.
You got a gun?
Yes.
There they are, trying to bust in the back way.
I'm going for the horses, Johnny.
And mine's around in the corral.
They're getting away.
Stop in the name of the law.
It's no use.
I'll be dogged.
Johnny, are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right, but those polecats got away.
They were trying to break in the back door.
Nerve of them. I'd just like to lay my hands on the sneaking crooks.
There's no chance of that now.
You can still get Webster.
Webster?
He's the one who hired them.
Yeah, that's right. And you heard him, didn't you?
I heard him. But Ma Collins would have to make the charge. It's her warehouse.
That suits me.
You could do it tonight.
Come on down to the office with me, Ma. You can swear out a warrant and we'll put Webster behind bars pronto.
Who's there?
It's the marshal. Open up in the name of the law. I got a warrant for your arrest.
Is that so?
Right here.
I believe you, Marshal. What's the charge?
Hiring outlaws to raid Mrs. Collins' warehouse.
I deny it.
That won't do you any good. We got proof. Proof from your own manager.
From Driscoll? Where is he?
You'll see him at your trial. Come on along.
You're going to march me down the main street to the jail?
I sure am.
Hundreds of people will see us. You realize, of course, the damage it'll be done to my reputation.
Mister, you haven't got any reputation left. Get a move on.
Well, you're the marshal. I'll have to obey.
We're going to put you where you belong, with Sedley and Turner, behind the bars.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tonto was in Mountain City when Webster was marched the length of the main street and locked up in the jail. Then the faithful Indian mounted his horse and rode out of town and into the hills. At last he reached the camp where the Lone Ranger was waiting for him. And after he had told the masked man the news...
Yes, Silver.
What you do?
I'm going to get settled and ride back to town with you, Tonto. Got to find out more about this arrest.
Now, Tonto tell you all him know.
These outlaws, did they actually break into the warehouse?
Them break door open. Then Johnny starts to shoot. Them right way.
I don't like the sound of it. Why did they make their raid so early in the evening? They were heard inside Mrs. Cullen's house. They must have been making a lot of noise. Why?
There are plenty of them.
No matter how many, they'd try to keep quiet if they didn't want to be caught. There, steady, Silver. Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. Silver. Johnny's in his office, Kimosabe. You take the horses around and back.
Time to do it.
Good evening, Johnny.
Yes, man, I got good news for you.
I wonder if you have.
Jake Webster's in jail, just where you always said he belonged.
Yes, I've heard about it. But an arrest like this can be dangerous if you don't have enough proof to back it up.
Well, we got the word of his own manager. Ain't that enough?
Not unless you have it in writing.
Well, he'll make out an affidavit if we want it.
You mean to say he's ready to testify against the man he works for?
He never found out the kind of hombre Webster is until today.
That doesn't sound likely.
Kimosabe.
What is it, Tonto?
Driscoll, come this way now. You want him to see you?
No, not yet. That's your bedroom in there, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, but...
We'll wait in there until he goes.
Well, you got him all wrong, mister. He's on the level.
I believe that when I see his affidavit.
What can happen anyway? If we haven't got enough proof against Webster, he goes free with... Oh, Driscoll, I'm glad you've come. I want you to sign an affidavit about Webster. Get it down in black and white, just what you heard.
Johnny, I've made an awful mistake.
Huh?
You've got to let Webster out right away.
Well, not on your tin type.
You've got to. I was wrong.
You were wrong?
Yes. I thought I heard him talking with those crooks in the back room of the Moosehead Cafe. I didn't see him, you understand? I only heard him.
Yeah?
But I didn't, Johnny. Al Whitney, you know him, he runs the Moosehead. He just told me that Jake Webster hadn't been in his place all day long.
I'll be doggone.
This is serious. You've got to set him free. It's going to be bad enough for me. I'll probably lose my job. But it's going to be worse for Mrs. Collins if he stays in there any longer.
What can happen to her? What are you talking about?
Webster can sue her for false arrest, for damaging his reputation. He can take every penny she has.
Leaping cactus, where are those keys? You should have been sure before you said anything.
I still say it sounded like him.
Your whole scheme's clear now, Tonto. We don't have to stay around here any longer.
Where we go?
The Great Western Warehouse. Webster planned his own arrest. Driscoll talked Mrs. Collins into swearing out the warrant. He can sue her for damages.
Him get much money?
If he wins, he can take her business away from her.
That'd be plenty bad.
There's only one thing in our favor. The county seat is at Salt Lake City. We'll have to go there to start suit.
There isn't a stage leaving until tomorrow morning. It gives us a little time to stop him.
How you do that?
I don't know yet. I'll look at the warehouse first. Steady, big fella.
On, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
They broke the lock all right. Now let's see if they disturbed anything inside. The lantern on the wall.
Kimasabi, better we not make light. There are men right up to house.
Keep back in the doorway.
Johnny, one of them.
Yes, the others look like Webster and Driscoll.
Them go inside.
There's a window open. We get close enough to hear them.
All right. That explains everything, I guess. Your manager tricked us.
No, Mrs. Collins.
You did.
It was only a mistake. I'm sorry that I misjudged Mr. Webster, and I'm sorry that he won't be more lenient with you.
If you two didn't work this out together, you wouldn't be speaking to each other now.
Mr. Webster, can't you just forget about the whole thing? After all, it was your own manager that made the mistake.
That won't do any good, Johnny. Ma's right. It wasn't a mistake.
How much you going to sue for, Webster?
$50,000.
That's just about what I thought. You'll take the business, lock, stock, and barrel.
That's right. Great Western Company can't be worth more than $50,000. However, I'd have to leave Mountain City to start suit. Mean traveling all the way to Salt Lake. Well, that'd be inconvenient. There's a way to settle this out of court.
How?
I'll buy the company for $5,000 cash.
Only $5,000?
Waive all my claims against Mrs. Collins. You can take it or leave it.
Better take it. $5,000 is better than nothing.
It'd mean giving up without a fight, and I won't do that.
Well, think it over, Mrs. Collins. The stage leaves in the morning. If I don't hear from you, well, come on, Driscoll.
There they go, Kimosabe. Come on, back to the warehouse.
You think maybe Mrs. Collins changed mind? Take $5,000?
No, Tonto. We aren't going to let her.
What's that?
Webster's confident he can win his suit because there's no proof he had any connection with the raid on the warehouse.
That's right.
It'd be a different story if we found some.
How you do that?
Webster used a trick. We may have to do the same thing. Here we are.
Tonto light lantern.
Doesn't look as if anything's been touched.
No.
What I'd like to find is something that's valuable. Not too bulky.
All furs in here. Some supplies, blankets.
Well, it's got to be something that's easily identified. And a great many people know belongs to Mrs. Collins.
Here, Kimasabi, you come this way. Tonto show you 2 pelt. Black fox. Miss Collins pay $50. Here.
Oh, they're beauties, fellow.
No other pelts like these come to Mountain City this year.
That'll do, Kimosabe.
Over your hands.
It's all right, Johnny.
Oh, it's you, masked man. I saw the light from the house and decided to investigate. Webster and Driscoll were just here, and that ornery
You don't
coyote's
have
gonna...
to tell us. Tot and I were outside, and we heard everything. But Mrs. Collins isn't going to lose her business.
You think she ought to take that offer he made?
No. We have a plan that's worth a try.
I don't see how you...
Now then, listen. This will need your help and the help of all your deputies. We're going to beat Webster by using his own methods.
Why are you looking back toward Mountain City?
I've been expecting to see Johnny Maitland riding after us.
Why should he do that?
To tell us that Mrs. Collins had changed her mind.
Better give up hope. She's decided to be stubborn.
It's the same as...
Yes, I know. Be nice to get the Great Western Company for $5,000. The lawsuit may cost us nearly that much, and we lose the profits of the company during all the time it drags on. We're sure to win. Don't forget that.
Jake, there is somebody riding after us.
Let me see.
Not one horse, there are 2 of them. And I can see the men now.
And one of them is masked.
Yes. A masked man and an Indian.
Driver, whip up your horses. There are a couple of outlaws on our trail.
That's all right, Mr. Webster. That's the Lone Ranger Tonto.
Lone Ranger? Let me get a look at him.
He's riding a beautiful horse.
We haven't heard anything of him since we got to Mountain City.
I'd hoped he'd left the country.
Why is he coming after us?
Maybe he isn't. Maybe he just happened to be riding this trail.
Hurry up, Bob.
Oh, pay any attention to him. Drive on.
That's all right, Mr. Webster. This is the Lone Ranger. Oh, there, boy. Oh, there.
Lone Ranger's word seems to be law.
That is so, Mr. Up on top there with the baggage, Tonto. You'll find plenty of cover.
How to do it? What's the meaning of this?
Now, there's a band of men riding after you. They're only back a little way. Now, you don't have a chance to get away from them, but we may be able to fight them off.
What if we don't choose to fight?
You want to lose that diamond ring?
Well, I don't want to be shot, that's certain.
You won't be in danger. Just keep down the floor of the stage. You see them yet, Tonto?
Then come now.
You have plenty of ammunition, Bob?
Wait a minute. Hold your fire.
What's the matter?
Those men aren't outlaws. It's the marshal and his deputies.
Thank you, Massabi.
False alarm, Webster. There's nothing to worry about.
Why would Macon bring his men?
Howdy, nice man.
Morning, Johnny.
Webster, I want a word with you.
Did Mrs. Collins send you?
Yeah, sort of. She's been checking through her warehouse, and there's a couple of fox pelts missing.
Fox pelts?
What's that to me?
Mrs. Collins figures they were taken last night. So just to make sure you had nothing to do with the raid, we're going to search your baggage.
You are not?
Are you afraid?
Afraid? Don't be absurd. I haven't got any pelts in my baggage, and even if I did, what would it prove?
These were mighty special. There ain't a man here who wouldn't recognize them. That right, boys?
You have no right to...
Here's a warrant. Isn't exactly necessary, but I brought it along just in case.
What's the difference? Let him search.
Your stupidity amazes me, Driscoll.
Toss down that carpet bag, Tonto. The one with Webster's initials on it.
Make sure you get the one you put the furs in.
What?
Here, bag. Yeah, I got it. Now then. Yes, sirree. Here they are, right on top.
What the...
How about it, boys? Aren't these Mrs. Collins' pelts?
I don't have to tell you how they got there.
The Indian put him in there when he climbed on top of the stage.
Yes, Driscoll, the Indian.
But the driver must have seen him. Driver!
I was having a lot of trouble with the team then. I didn't even turn around.
We found them in your carpet bag, Webster. That makes you the receiver of stolen goods.
It's nothing but a frame-up.
Now you're awake.
They can't get away with it.
They have, you fool. What's your proposition, Marshal?
Well, seeing as how you did have something to do with the raid last night, Ma Collins had all the right in the world to swear out a warrant for your arrest. So there's no point in your suing her.
Is she going to prosecute?
Well, that's up to you. It's only petty larceny, and you wouldn't go to jail for very long, and, of course, we'll be taking the pelts back, so if you'll just sign this paper giving up all your claims, Ma Collins says we can set you free.
Hand the paper over.
Jake, you aren't going to do it.
Now, what choice have I? Jacob Webster. There. Now stand aside, Marshal. I want to talk to the Lone Ranger.
You want to talk to me, Webster?
This is the first time we've met.
That's right. But I've heard a lot about you.
I've heard a lot about you. I don't have to be told that you planned this affair. I want to offer my congratulations.
Mine go to Mrs. Collins. She and her daughter and the marshal have learned a lesson without cost. They won't trust you or your agents again.
There's just one more thing I want to say.
Well?
This won't be the last time we meet.
I'm sure it won't.
The next time, the outcome will be different.
We hope so, Webster. We hope the next time you'll go to jail. Steady, big fella. Come on, Tonto.
Tonto ready?
All right, boy.
Get him up, Scout.
Get him up.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Don't touch that dial. Light up a Camel cigarette. Camel. And listen to Blondie. Before we drop over to the Bumstead house to visit Chick Young's famous characters, Blondie and Dagwood, a word from the makers of Camel cigarettes. I think every one of you listeners who smoke will agree that when it comes to cigarettes, these three factors make for more smoking pleasure. They are mildness, coolness, and flavor. Now let's take a look at the facts and see how Camel cigarettes rate in these three important factors. First, mildness. Well, common sense tells you that a fast, hot-burning cigarette will not smoke comfortably, but Camels are slow-burning, mild and mellow. Camels give you extra mildness. Second, coolness. You don't need to be an expert to appreciate that the slower a cigarette burns, the cooler the smoking. Camels give you extra coolness. Third, flavor. Fast burning creates heat, destroys the subtle elements of flavor and aroma. Slow burning preserves flavor and lets it come through. Camels give you extra flavor. Yes, slow burning Camels give smokers extra mildness, extra coolness, and extra flavor. And extra smoking, too. More actual smoking per cigarette per pack. In recent impartial laboratory tests, Camels burn slowest of all, 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested. That means Camels give a smoking plus equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. And now it's time for our weekly visit with the Bumstead. We find Blondie in her spotless kitchen, just placing a huge dish of fresh-baked cookies on the table. And here comes Baby Dumpling.
Mommy, listen. Yes, Baby Dumpling? Well, I was just wondering, there was a poor little boy that I sent her just now. A poor boy? Uh-huh. He was awful hungry, Mommy. I was just wondering if we could spare just a couple of those cookies for a hungry boy, Mommy.
Why, of course we can, dear. You bring him around to the back door, and I'll fill his little hands with cookies.
Okay, Mommy. That'd be awful happy.
Now, let's see. I'll give him one of these. No. And a couple of these frosted ones. Poor little fella. And, I just would spare 3 of these sugar cookies. Yes. Yes, I'm coming.
Hello, Mommy.
Well, here's some cookies for you. Why, Baby Dumpling, you're all alone. Where's the little boy who was so hungry?
Well, Mommy, I'm him.
Oh, Baby Dumpling Bumstead, the idea of playing such a trick on me.
April Fool, Mommy.
Oh, April Fool, eh?
Uh-huh. April Fool, can I have those cookies now?
April Fool, no, you can't.
Oh.
Well, not till after dinner. These cookies are for your father because today is his birthday.
Was Daddy born twice, Mommy?
Why, no, dear. What an idea.
Well, how does it get to have 2 birthday things?
Well, you see, Baby Dumpling, Daddy was really born in leap year.
Uh-huh. What's leap year?
Oh, that's the year that comes every 4 years. In leap year, the month of February has 29 days instead of 28. Well, your father was born on the 29th.
That was tough.
Of course, his family wanted him to have a birthday oftener than every 4 years, so they let him pick his own birthday. And he picked April 1st.
Why did they pick April Fool's Day, Mommy?
Well, I think it was so he'd remember that it was April Fool's Day and not get caught too often. But it didn't do any good. He always gets caught.
I'll go to the door, Mommy.
Hey, everybody home?
Wait, Mr. Gildersleeve.
We're out in the kitchen.
We're coming. Now, be polite, baby. After all, he's Daddy's boss.
Okay, Mommy.
Hello, Baby Dumpling.
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve. Say, what's that on your neck?
Huh? Where? Why, I don't feel anything on my neck.
April Fool. That's a round head.
Baby.
That's a good one.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, this is a nice surprise.
Surprise? Didn't Dagwood tell you I was coming for dinner?
Why, no. This isn't another joke, is it?
Well, it better not be. Dinner's no joking matter.
Oh, well, all I meant was Dagwood didn't tell me, and dinner isn't ready.
Yeah, I know. I came early.
Wanted to let you in on something. Little surprise for Dagwood.
Did he tell you it was his birthday?
Oh, sure, that's the point. So I arranged this surprise. Now, if I tell you what it is, will you agree not to tell him?
Of course, I won't spoil the surprise.
Okay. It's a watch.
A watch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. Dithers, how nice. But you shouldn't have done that. This isn't his real birthday, you know. That's an April Fool birthday.
Oh, don't worry. The watch is April Fool, too.
Oh, isn't it a good watch?
Certainly not. It's just for a laugh. Now, listen. I make a speech, see, like this. In recognition of your unbroken record for being late at the office, I want to present you with this little token. When you open the box, watch out, because time flies.
That's funny about that, Mommy.
Then comes the big laugh.
Oh.
It's a trick watch, see? When he goes to lift it out of the box, it blows up.
Blows up?
Sure. Flies into a million pieces. It's a scream. Fella pulled it at the Civic Club the other day. I'm using the same watch.
Oh, can it be put together again?
Oh, sure. Jordan the jeweler can fix it for the next ball guy. He rents the watch. I'm on my way to his store now to get it. Now remember, you gave me your promise not to tell Dagwood.
Well, all right, Mr. Dithers. Only Dagwood doesn't understand jokes like that very well.
Oh, poppycock. He's got to learn to take a ribbing once in a while. I don't start dinner till I get back. I laugh better on a full stomach.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Mommy?
Well, I'm a little worried about Mr. Dithers' joke. Daddy's been kind of hoping he'd get a present from him. Not so much for the present, baby dumpling, as to kind of show that we're friends. He'll be so happy when he gets the watch, and then, when he finds out it's a joke, I'm afraid it'll be an awful letdown.
Shall we do something about it, Mommy?
I don't know. We can't seem like poor spirits, but I don't like it.
I bet you if I thought among myself for a long time I could do something about it. Can I go out again for a while, Mommy?
Well, yes, dear. But don't be late for dinner. Oh, here's Daddy now.
Hi, Blondie. Hiya, baby dumpling.
Oh, hello, dear. Happy birthday again.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye, Daddy. Happy April Fool. Goodbye.
Yeah, well, that was soon over. Well, what was his hurry?
Oh, he's going outside to think.
Think about what?
Oh, April Fool jokes, I guess. Look, Dagwood, you don't mind much if people play jokes on you today, do you? Even if it is sort of your birthday.
No.
I mean, no matter who played the joke on you, you wouldn't feel really badly, would you?
No, honey, I can take a joke. Why, I like jokes. Oh, there's a phone.
But maybe I'd better take it.
No, it might be somebody wishing me happy birthday. Hello.
This is Mr. Bell of the telephone company. We're testing your line.
Is it a joke, Dagwood?
Oh, no. This may be important. Maybe they call old subscribers on their birthdays now on weekends.
Are you there, Mr. Bumstead?
Yes, Mr. Mr. Bell.
Will you stand back from your phone about 5 feet, please?
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure. I am.
Thank you. Now, whistle.
Oh, yeah, glad to, of course. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Louder, please.
Huh?
Louder.
Oh.
My, you make a lovely canary. April Fool.
Oh.
Well, Dagwood?
Yeah, I knew it was a joke. I didn't want to spoil his fun. I'm glad everybody else has such a good time on my birthday.
Well, now, don't you care, Dagwood. I have an house dinner for you.
Dinner? Well, what are we waiting for?
We can't start dinner without Mr. Dithers.
Mr. Dithers? Oh, that's right. Hey, how did you find out he was coming?
Why, I'll get it.
Oh, no, probably for me. You know, it's my birthday, and Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Bumstead. I'm C.R. Peter, Service Department, Municipal Light and Power Company.
Uh-huh.
Would you mind stepping to a window and ascertaining if the street lamp in front of your residence is lighted?
Oh, I know, sir. Not at all. Just a minute.
What is it, Dagwood?
Oh, it's Light and Power Company. They're worried about a street light out here. No, it's okay. Hello?
Yes. Is the street light burning?
Yeah, sure, it's burning okay.
Well, don't forget to blow it out before you go to bed. April Fool! Ha, ha, ha!
Oh.
Now what? Did they get you again, Dagwood?
Oh, no. What were we talking about when the phone rang? Oh, dinner.
Why did you invite Mr. Dithers for dinner tonight, Dagwood?
It was a matter of punctuation.
Punctuation?
See, I just started to say, you must come out to the house for dinner, some night soon.
Yeah?
Well, he put a period after dinner, and before I could finish, he said he'd be out tonight. No, I'll take that. This time I'll show them who's an April Fool. Hello! Listen, fun is fun, but I've had enough nonsense from you. Oh, it's Mr. Dithers.
Oh, maybe he can't come, huh?
Maybe you can't come, huh? Oh, no.
Nonsense, Wilson. I'll be there.
Huh?
Let me talk to Blondie.
Yeah. He's coming, Blondie. He wants to talk to you.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Dithers.
Listen, Blondie. I'll be a little late. George the jeweler closed the shop.
Oh, well, I'm glad in a way. You, won't have the, time then?
I'll have the watch, don't worry. I made him send a clerk down to open up and let me get it. They can't stop J.C. Dithers that easy.
Oh, well, all right. We'll wait. Goodbye.
What, won't he have time for, Blondie, huh?
Never mind, Dagwood. I promise not to tell.
Oh, a surprise, huh? I told Mr. Dithers it was my birthday. Golly, I bet he's got something for me.
Oh, Dagwood, don't expect too much, will you?
Oh, no, honey. It isn't a gift. It's a thought that counts. Well, I don't mind holding dinner while for good old Mr. Dithers. I'll just fix a little snack to keep my strength while I'm waiting.
Oh, dear. I hope he won't be too disappointed.
Fine dinner, Blondie. Puts me in good humor.
Yeah, me too.
You always have a you-know-what, Mama.
Yes, there's something I want to get in the kitchen. Will you all excuse me?
Before we cut the cake, baby dumpling, you run out to the hall closet and look in my overcoat pocket. Bring me the little leather box in the right-hand pocket.
Okay. I'll make the cake so I get there.
Little leather box, huh? Excuse me, Mr. Dithers. I'll just put out the electric light.
Put them out? Why?
Well, the candles on the cake will look better by themselves. We can see enough to, we can see all right in like the candles.
Here comes the cake. Happy birthday, Dagwood.
Oh, boy. Look at that, Mr. Dithers.
Yeah, what's keeping baby dumpling?
There's a leather box. Blow out the candles and make a wish, Dad.
Now, wait a minute. Huh? Before you blow out the candles, I've got a word to say.
Yeah. Quiet, all. Mr. Dithers has a word to say. Go ahead, J.C.
Well, Dagwood, in recognition of your unbroken record for being late at the office, I want to present you with this little token.
Thanks. All I can say is thanks, Mr. Dithers.
When you open the box, watch out, because time flies.
Yeah. I'll open it right now. Oh, boy, look, Blondie, a watch.
Yeah, pick it up and look it over.
Now I know what you didn't have time for, to get it engraved. Oh, but that's okay. Boy, it's a beauty.
Take it out of the box.
Yeah.
Wait, Dagwood,
pick it up, huh? Oh, sure. There you are. Certainly this well watched.
Why, Mr. Dithers, it doesn't
I see it doesn't. Something wrong with it.
No, nothing's wrong. It's okay.
Let me see that watch. Give it here.
Sure, okay, careful now. I wouldn't want anything to happen so soon.
Well, I would.
Huh? Hey, look out. But don't knock.
Oh, baby.
But it's going to burst.
That's mighty funny. It ought to come apart.
Don't.
No.
Won't work, hey? I'll make it work. There.
Oh, nice to meet you. He certainly has plants all over them.
Fine thing. Give a man a watch and then...
Listen, I'll explain the whole thing. It was just a gag.
Yeah, a gag?
Excuse me, Mr. Dithers.
Hey, who's this?
Why, it's Jordan the jeweler.
Excuse me for walking right in, but I was excited. You're excited. Listen, Jordan, you've ruined my whole evening. Am I too late for the joke? The joke didn't work.
What joke?
Oh, Dagwood, I wanted to tell you.
Let me explain. My clerk made a mistake. He didn't give you the watch that comes apart. Huh? No, here is the trick watch.
Then what was the watch Mr. Dithers broke?
Broke? Where is it?
It's down here on the floor, smashed.
Smashed? Mr. Dithers, do you know what you've done? Well, Broken the wrong watch? Yes, Mr. Dillard. You've destroyed the best watch in my store, and it's going to cost you $150, Mr. Dillard.
Oh, my.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a burning question to put before you tonight. As a matter of fact, it's the burning question on cigarettes. Does your cigarette burn fast, or is your cigarette slow burning? Smokers, believe me, it makes a difference the way your cigarette burns. And here's a sound, scientific explanation of that difference. Fast burning in a cigarette creates heat, and nothing interferes with mildness, coolness, and flavor like the excess heat of too fast burning. Slow burning, on the other hand, preserves flavor, lets it come through in the smoking. And of course, the slower a cigarette burns, the cooler and milder the smoking. That, friends, is why smokers turn to Camel cigarettes. Camels are slower burning. In recent laboratory tests, Camels burn 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them. That means Camels give a smoking plus equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect can save the cost of the tax, and in some instances more, through smoking Camels. If you live in a community where there are no added taxes on cigarettes, the savings are all yours. Camels are made from costlier tobacco and give you extra mildness, extra coolness, extra flavor. And as I said before, extra smoking, equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. And now we return to the Bumstead's ringside, where Dithers and Jordan the jeweler are trying to outshout each other.
$150? To you, Mr. Dithers. Now listen. Listen to what? You had the floor. Now let me have a word. Have 1,000 words. What does it get you? You owe me $150. Oh, yeah? Well, try and get it. Oh, I'll get it. Don't worry. I'm not worrying. Yeah, I am.
So am I. Oh, baby. But I got something to tell you, Mama. I can't spoil you.
Keep baby dumpling, guys. Too many people want to talk now. Fine, jeweler wants me to pay for his mistake. A fine businessman. Gives his faithful employees chick watches.
Gentlemen, this isn't getting us anywhere. Mama, I want to tell you something.
Quiet, baby dumpling. Look, I'm sorry. But, guys, my nerves.
Baby, go upstairs to bed. You too, Dagwood.
Yeah, me? Go to bed.
Oh, I mean put baby to bed, dear.
Oh, yeah.
I have an idea for settling this argument.
Oh, okay, come on, baby dumpling.
But I want to tell you something.
Tell me upstairs now. Come on.
Well, okay. Good night, Mama. And say good night to the company, baby dumpling. Good night, all. I hope you go home soon.
Yeah, baby dumpling.
Now, gentlemen, let's get this thing straightened out.
I don't want to hear any more about it. All I want to hear is Gildersleeve saying, here's your check. Pooh.
No, wait. As I understand it, Mr. Jordan, you want Mr. Dithers to hand you $150.
Not 1 penny less. Dithers takes an article that belongs to me. He smashes it. Any court in the land will give me damages to the extent of the value.
Well, Mr. Dithers, that sounds like a strong case.
Think so?
Yes. You did smash a watch, and it wasn't yours. It would sound bad in court if you refused to pay anything for it.
Hear that, Dithers? But what?
But I'm willing to help you out, Mr. Dithers. I've got a proposition to make. You put up $25, and I'll get you out of this.
For $25? Not a chance. Oh, is that so? Well, I've seen Blondie get out of worse than this. I'm with you, Blondie. Oh, you are, eh? Okay, let me see you get him out of it, Mrs. Bumstead.
All right, Mr. Jordan. Here goes. Now, you spoke of going to law just now.
Oh, you want to go to law, eh?
No, neither do you. Because, Mr. Jordan, while you might make Mr. Dithers look, not very generous, Mr. Dithers will make you, Mr. Jordan, look very, very silly. Now, how would it sound in court, Mr. Jordan, when you had to admit that your agent or clerk didn't know the difference between a $150 gold watch and an April Fool watch that falls apart?
Well, I'm willing to arbitrate.
Now I'm going to ask you some questions. You don't have to answer, but I think you'd better,
because the answers are all on your books, and the lawyer could get a court order to look at those books.
You want to know prices?
And costs, too.
I've got nothing to hide.
Good. Now, what is the price of the trick watch?
What's that got to do with anything? The watch that he smashed is $150.
You said you had nothing to hide. Now, what do you ask for the trick watch?
$75. Oh, what a robber. Oh, a robber, am I? Now I will go to law.
Oh, now, wait. Mr. Dithers, if I'm going to settle this, you'd better leave us alone.
Huh?
Please. Now, you go on out in the kitchen and get a drink of water or something.
All right. Call me when Jordan hollers for help.
My, I'm glad you keep your dignity, Mr. Jordan.
Never mind the salt soap, madam. I'm waiting for any facts you may have that will make me take less than $150 for that watch.
All right. I'll give you facts. But first, why do you value the trick watch so highly?
It's a good rental property. In 1 year, I rented it 5 times at $5 a time. 6 times, including Gillis.
Oh, I see. And how much did you actually pay for the trick watch?
That's my business.
Oh, I thought you had nothing to hide.
Well, the trick watch cost me $50. I asked $75 because I'm entitled to 50% on any sale.
That's what I wanted to know. Your profit is 50%. That would mean that the good watch only actually cost you $100?
Well, yes, and I might settle for that, but not 1 penny less.
Well, we'll see. Now, getting back to the trick watch, it cost you $50, and you've made $25 in rentals on it. So if that watch got smashed, the real loss to you would be just $25. Now, is that right?
Well, yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Dithers has offered to settle for $25.
Oh, he has? Well, it won't work, Mrs. Bumstead. I'm going to be paid for the good watch, because it was the good watch that he smashed.
Not in the eyes of the law.
Eh? Why not, I'd like to know.
Well, take this example. Your wife goes into a store where they have an original gown from Paris, valued $300.
She better not buy it.
She doesn't. They also have exact copies at $30 apiece. Your wife orders a copy.
Well,
the store makes a mistake. They send her the original. Now, she didn't order that. She doesn't want that. She doesn't know she has it. But she wears it thinking it's the copy. Then she spills ink on it.
She does? Is it paid for?
Yes, she pays $30. But the store discovers their mistake. They bring a copy and ask for the original draft. It's spoiled. So they bill her for $300.
What? Well, I'd like to see them get it.
I'm glad you see my point.
But the watch is different.
Not a bit. Now listen. Mr. Dithers rented a watch. He got what he thought was a trick watch. He had every right to think that. He didn't order a good watch. He paid a rental to get a come-apart watch. When it didn't work the way you told him it would, he tried to make it work.
Yeah, he made it come apart all right.
Of course he did. He'd paid to see it come apart. Now, I'm not sure he couldn't sue you.
Sue me? What for?
Well, he'd paid you a sum to have a laugh on someone else. Instead, the laugh's been on him. If I said you had made him very ridiculous, he might get damages.
I've had enough. You win.
Oh, thank you. You can come in now, Mr. Dithers. Bring the $25 with you.
See the light, hey, Jordan? Well, here's your $25. That's a lot to pay for an April Fool joke. Now, you think you're stuck, eh? How about me? I'm out $125. You mean $75. I heard you admit the broken watch only cost $100. Well, then I'm out $75. That's $50 more than you are.
But you're really not out any more than Mr. Dithers.
Oh, I'm not, eh? Well, how do you think of that?
Well, you have the trick watch, haven't you?
I'll be lucky if I still have it when I leave here. How does that make me losing no more than Dithers? He's only out $25.
Don't you see? It's plain as the nose on your face. Listen.
I'm listening. So am I.
Now, Mr. Jordan had 2 watches. He paid $50 for one and $100 for the other. Total, $150.
Right.
He now has only 1 watch, but he values it at $75, his own figure.
Right.
So he has $75 plus $25 he made in rentals on it. Now that's $100. plus $25 Mr. Dithers paid him for it. Now, that's $125, or only $25 less than he paid for both watches.
She's right, Jordan. We're even.
Now then, come on, shake hands.
No, I don't mind. Good night. I'm going before she has me owing somebody money.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Jordan. How about the $5 rental Mr. Dithers paid?
Hey, what?
It isn't fair to rent a man a thing that you also sell him and which he never gets. You've got the watch, Mr. Jordan.
I'm going. I think I've worn out my welcome here. Hey, wait. She's right again. Give me that towel. I'll get him. Come back, Jordan.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, Blondie, you know what? No. What, dear?
Baby, don't break it. Come here. Come here. I'll tell Mommy what you told me upstairs.
I was trying to tell everybody downstairs. It's just that I got Daddy a watch, too.
What? How?
Where? He took the money out of his pig bank. All he had. So I wouldn't be disappointed when Mr. Dithers pulled his joke.
Why, baby Benson, that was sweet.
I went to the toy store and got a watch for 238 pennies. There was worth 250 pennies.
Like mother, like son. A bargainer.
Well, where is the watch you got, baby?
Yes. Got her, baby.
Mr. Dithers drove.
Oh, no, baby.
Oh, yes, he did. See, when Baby went to the clothes closet to get that box for Mr. Dithers, Baby Dumpling switched his watch for the one in Mr. Dithers' pocket.
So that Daddy wouldn't have a joke played on him.
Well, bless your heart.
I don't care if I never get a watch with a son like that.
But wait, then where is the good watch we thought was broken?
I got it, Mommy. Right here, see?
Huh? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, you got away from me. Hey, what's that?
Huh? Oh, it's the watch we thought you broke. Baby Dumpling saved it.
Hey? How?
There was a little skullduggery in the closet. It was a watch Baby had bought his father that you broke.
Oh, it was, eh?
You took all my pennies to buy it, too.
Well, let's see if we can't fix that. How much was Jordan out? $25?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll pay him that, and then I'll own this watch.
You'll have a bargain, too. $50 for a watch that retails at 100 cents.
You mean Baby will have a bargain? It's his. To pay for the one I broke.
Oh, no. The difference in price, that's too much.
No, Dagwood. I won't miss $50. The Baby's watch cost him all he had. I'm getting off easy. Here, Baby.
Hi. Here, Daddy.
Huh? Speech, Baby, speech.
Okay. Daddy, that's the reason for the unbroken record of a good Daddy. I heard like the adventure with a token or something. Anyway, it's your watch and happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Please, Daddy.
All I can say is I hope everybody that ever has a birthday has as good a one as I have. And
happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to me. No.
Well, Dagwood's birthday ended happily despite all the April Fool jokes that were played on him. So join the Bumsteads next Monday when the makers of Camel cigarettes again bring you Penny Singleton as Blondie and Arthur Lake as Dagwood. Let me also suggest that you listen to Camel's other standout shows. On Saturday, there's Luncheon at the Waldorf with Ilka Chase. You'll find it a new high in daytime entertainment. On Saturday night, tune in and hear Bob Crosby and Mildred Bailey featuring Music with a Heartbeat. Well, that's a tip for your radio pleasure. And for your smoking pleasure, try Camel. You'll find more pleasure for puffs, more puffs for facts. Our Blondie Orchestra is directed by Billy Arts, who also creates the special musical effects. And this is Bill Goodwin speaking for the makers of Camel cigarettes. Until Monday, good night all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The battle flags of many regiments are celebrated in American history, but there's none more famous than the brave banner of the 69th New York, the Fighting 69th of glorious memory. In 1861, in 1898, in 1917, they marched to war. The number of the regiment is different now, but it's the same Fighting 69th in spirit as they march in 1942. Our play tonight is a story of this regiment in the First World War, a play adapted from Warner Brothers' thrilling motion picture, The Fighting 69th. Heroes of fact as well as fiction are here, men like Father Duffy and Wild Bill Donovan. Our cast, I'm sure, will do them honor. Pat O'Brien and Robert Preston and Ralph Bellamy. As Father Duffy, Pat O'Brien plays the same part he did on the screen. This is a story of men tried by fire, a story of strength and courage and adventure, a drama of some of the men who've made America great and set the example their sons follow now. We think it's a timely play that will answer many of the letters we've received, like this one from Denver, which reads, "This is my annual thank you note for the Lux Radio Theater and for Lux Flakes. We haven't missed one of your performances in more than a year. Like everyone else, we're fond of comedies these days because we all need a chance to laugh. But there's another kind of play which makes a big hit with us, the dramas that make us proud we're Americans. Please give us all the good ones of this type you can find. You'll be interested to know that the Lux Flakes consumption is going up at our house because we're trying to make many things, particularly woolen things, last as long as we can. That sounds like a patriotic job for Lux Flakes, and I'm sure the Fighting 69th is the kind of play she means. So here's the curtain going up on the first act, starring Pat O'Brien as Father Duffy, Robert Preston as Jerry Plunkett, and Ralph Bellamy as Wild Bill Donovan. Back in April 1917, they said it would take a year for America to raise an army. Within 3 months, the first contingent of American troops reached the port of Saint Nazaire. Within a year, not only had a great army been raised, but 300,000 American fighting men had been landed on the soil of France. Among these was the pride of New York, the Fighting 69th. They came from the factories, from the offices of New York City, from mansions on Fifth Avenue, from tenements on the East Side. They were trained at Camp Mills, and there, as each new detail of stumbling rookies arrived, they were greeted by Major Donovan, known to the men as Wild Bill Donovan. You men are about to take the oath of allegiance to your country, to a regiment that in hard battle on many fields has earned the nickname the Fighting 69th. No man has ever let the regiment down, don't forget that. Now, repeat after me. I say your names. Do solemnly swear. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. To the United States. Of America. That I will serve them honestly and faithfully. Against all their enemies whomsoever. That I will obey the orders. Of the President of the United States. And of the officers appointed over me. According to the rules and articles of war. So help me God. Lieutenant?
Major Donovan?
Kindly inform the commanding officer my battalion is now up to strength. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Detail! Away!
I, Jerry Plunkett, do solemnly swear I will bear faith and allegiance. Hey, what
does that guy think we are, the Ladies' Aid Society?
What's eating you, mister?
I joined this outfit to get a crack at the Fritz. Not to stand around taking Boy Scout oaths.
Oh! You there! Rookie, step out.
You talking to me?
I ain't talking to myself. What's your name?
Jerry Plunkett. What's yours?
Quiet! Who told you could talk?
Nobody. I've been doing it since I was 2 years old.
Shut up! You're a very funny man, Plunkett. Very funny.
He certainly is. A scream.
Quiet! What's your name?
Sure, Sergeant. My name's Mike Murphy.
Well, don't pass any remarks, see? Detail. Forward. What? Wait a minute! What did you say your name was?
Mike Murphy, your vice chef.
Murphy, huh? What were you born?
I was born a boy.
That's enough of that!
Hey, Murphy, don't argue. Größer Schlemiel. Weißt von gar nicht.
Was weißt der? Ist der Ballabos.
Nicht für mein Geld.
Quiet!
Okay.
What name were you born with?
Me?
Yeah, you. Murphy.
Misha Moscovitz.
Where'd you get the Murphy?
I took it. You see, I wanted to go over with the Fighting 69.
I see. Okay, Mike, you'll do.
Thank you.
But as for you, Plunkett, keep your face shut and your eyes front, or you'll be peeling potatoes for the rest of your stretch.
Go on, you big ick me.
What did you say?
I said it was a nice day.
Read the chart, soldier.
My eyes are okay.
Can you read the top line?
Now, only the letters. I don't know what it means.
Read it!
Oh, sure. B for Brooklyn, Y for Yonkers, Q for Queens, H for Harlem, and X marks the Bronx.
Private Plunkett, 2 shirts, OD, size 17.
I only wear a 15.
They'll shrink. Breeches, OD, size 42.
42? What if fall down on me?
That's your problem. Next.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the matter, Plunkett? Got 2 left feet? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. A company of baboons on roller skates couldn't do better. Hey, you guys, don't go wandering too far away after chow. Major Donovan's taking the battalion out on night tactics in full flag.
What, again? That's the second time this week.
Stop beeping! He's trying to make soldiers out of you. It's more than I can do.
Night tactics in this weather. Boy, that fixes us. You got a cigarette, soldier?
Look, don't you ever buy your own?
What for? Yeah, thanks. Say, you fellas, do you know how many guys has died of exposure on night tactics in the last 10 years? You got a match?
Sure, Sucky. Hey, what's the good of going out in the dark? You can't see anything anyway.
Quit your crabbing, Plunkett. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, some game. Get shoved around by Wild Bill Donovan and that thick mick of a top sergeant.
Say, you. Lay off of that thick mix stuff, do you hear?
Hey, listen, Flannel Mouth. I'll say what I please, and if you don't like it, you know what
Listen,
you
Hey, you guys, cut it out. What's the matter here?
Nothing.
Well, break it up. Go on, Plunkett, beat it.
Yeah, sure. I see you around sometime, soldier.
Listen, Frank, keep away from that loudmouth Plunkett. He's a wrong soldier, savvy?
I can take care of him.
Never mind that. Stay clear of him.
Hey, here's Father Duffy.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, Father. Evening, Father.
Hello, boys. How are you? Hello, Tom. How's the missus?
Expecting again, Father.
I didn't ask her condition. I asked for her health.
She's fine, Father.
Evening, Father.
Evening, Lieutenant. How's everything going?
Our division's filling up, Father. 4th Alabamas came in today.
Yes, I saw them. In another couple of months, you'll all be making history.
Maybe quicker than you think. We'll need your prayers, Father.
Now, when did an Irishman ever need prayers in a fight? What are you reading there, Lieutenant?
The same book, Father. Poems of Joyce Kilmer.
Oh, yes. By the way, did you ever get up the courage to talk to Kilmer?
I've been intending to. Do you think he'd mind?
Mind? Joyce.
Yes, Father.
Joyce, come here.
Yes, Father.
Corporal Kilmer, the lieutenant has a favor to ask of you.
Yes, sir? Well, I wonder if you'd mind autographing this book for me. It's yours.
I'd be very glad to, Lieutenant.
Here's a pen, Joyce.
Thank you.
Let me see, Joyce, what you've written there. Yours in a common cause. There you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Well, good night.
Night, Father Duffy.
Good night, Father.
Hey, buddy, you got a match?
Match? Yes, I think so. Here.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
I don't think I've met you yet.
No? I only been around here about 3 months. My name's Plunkett, Jerry Plunkett. Smiling Jerry, they call me on account of my disposition. What's yours?
Oh, I'm Fiery Frank, Duffy for short.
Oh, Irish, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, me too. But I don't practice it. And I don't go for these flannel mouths always singing about Molly Malone, neither.
I'm afraid you're in the wrong outfit, son. You see, this regiment has certain traditions.
Oh, listen, don't give me that malacca. We both signed up for the same thing, didn't we? Come back here dripping with all them medals. Big shots with the World Oyster.
What?
Oysters. You know, you eat them.
How'd you leave things in Brooklyn?
Oh, swell. Say, how'd you know I was from Brooklyn?
That was my third guess.
Oh. Say, you know you're not so dumb for a soldier. You steer me wise around here, Duffy, and you and me'll get places. Now, look. A pal of mine's going to give me a hot one in the 5th at Saratoga. Now, I'll slip it to you and we'll both clean up. What do you say?
Oh, thanks. I don't play the horses.
Oh, no? Oh, well, that's too bad. Well, a guy who ain't a sucker for the ponies usually goes for the dames. Now, look. I got a couple of telephone numbers, 2 blondes. What do you say you and me go AWOL tonight, huh?
Jerry, my boy, I think I better tell you something.
Hey, what's going on over there?
I'm afraid it's a fight. Come on, Jerry, help me break it up.
What for? You don't get medals for that kind of fighting.
Boys, cut it out.
Hey, look at those suckers go to it.
All right, boys, that's enough. That's enough. Break it up. Terrence, Patty, cut it out. Brian, get out of this. Come on now, stop it. Stop it!
Come on, break this up.
Hey, look out, boys, it's Donovan.
I'm Bill.
It's Major Donovan.
Break this up. Break it up, do you hear? You men go back to your ranks. Get back. Now, who started this ballet ruse? Come on, who started it?
It's them Alabama boys, Major Donovan. They said they shot the pants off the 69th in the Civil War.
We did, sir. You're right, you did.
They did, Major?
At the Battle of Fredericksburg, this outfit, the 4th Alabamas, broke up the charge of the 69th and stopped us in our tracks. Then they cheered their heads off because they respected a game enemy. Those men on both sides were Americans. They fought, then rose above their hatreds and became one people again. And that's as it should be. What do you think the whole nation's out of step but you? Our 2 regiments are now brigaded together. Their names have been changed. The 69th New York to the 165th United States Infantry. The 4th Alabama to the 167th. They both form part of an organization that will represent every part and section of our country. The Rainbow Division. Every day more are going to join us. Outfits from all over the country. But they're not coming here as Southerners or Easterners, Alaskans or New Englanders. There'll be no room in the Rainbow for sectional feuds, because now we're all one nation, one team, an all-American team pulling together, and known as the United States Army. Now, if you've got to fight, wait till we get overseas. You'll get a belly full of it then. Now get back to your lines and behave yourselves.
Okay.
Nice thing, Father, fighting with the boys, eh?
Well, it's worth your life to break up a pack of battling Irishmen.
I'll look you up tonight, Father.
Fine, Bill.
Say, Father, you didn't get hurt, did you?
Hurt? Sergeant, who'd hurt me? Well, Jerry, it was quite a brawl, wasn't it?
So it's Father, huh? A priest. I suppose I'm just Patsy Dumpcluck, huh? Yeah, my pal, just stringing me along. It's funny how a guy can't get away from you birds, even in the Army.
Well, maybe it's because the Saints have their eyes on you, son.
Nah, don't give me that. I can look out for myself.
Yes, I suppose you can. But if you ever do need me...
Now listen, hard collar, once and for all. I don't need any pious faith...
Enough of that, Plunkett.
Hey, let me go.
Go on, get out of here, snapping at Father like that.
Hey, now, Sergeant, don't.
Let me go, you...
I got a mind to chew you up and spit you out. Now go on, beat it.
My, but you're a violent kind of a man, Sergeant.
Yeah, but...
Oh, come along, Smiling Jerry. Come on, now, get up, son. We'll see about getting that mud off your smiling face.
Heads up. Come on, man, heads up. Put some swing into it. You're not dead yet. Heads up. Swing.
No, we're not dead yet. We're just muscle-bound, flat-footed, and fed up. Outside of that, we're all right. And a lot that slave driver cares whether we are or not.
Pipe down, Plunkett.
Always crabbing. Cut it out.
Listen, you're in the Army now. Yeah.
In the Army now. You're not behind the plow. You'll never get rich.
Close up there, you guys. Hey, you fellas, what are you training for, you Olympics?
Oh, it's just Wild Bill Donovan's chain gang.
You'll never get
There you are, Father. What do you think of it?
So this is the insignia of the Rainbow Division.
Every color in the spectrum. Don't you like it?
Oh, I do indeed. I was just thinking the boys in the 69th might like it better if it were all green.
B Company, sir, all present and accounted for.
D Company, sir, all present and accounted for.
Find Lieutenant Rice. Ask him to wait outside for orders.
Yes, sir.
Another march tonight, Bill?
Another march.
Bill, don't you think you're a bit too hard on them with all their night hikes and forced marches? After all, they're not used to such a grind.
I'll handle the military end of it, Father. You take care of their souls.
I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I'm sorry, Father. War is a business, I know. I've seen what's going on over there. That's why I'm so hard on these men. I've got to be. So they'll be able to face what's coming later. These kids of mine are going up against veterans, schooled in 3 years of war. They've got to be able to out-endure and out-fight them. Not just be led in half-trained like sheep to the slaughter. Don't you think I wanted to let up on them? I didn't dare. Had to think of the future. Well, now the future's here. I couldn't tell you this before. This isn't just a night hike, Father. This is it.
You mean we're going over tonight?
Yes. Give me your blessing, Father.
Benedictio Deo, Alabatentis Pactus Auxilia Spiritus Sancti, Jean Super Te Admaniat Semper.
Thank you, Father.
All present and accounted for, sir.
Column squads! First company! Squad right! Contract squad! Squad!
Almighty God, in thine infinite mercy, grant unto me, thy servant, the wisdom to guide my young flock through the trials of war. Oh, Father, they're so young. They know so little of life, and nothing at all of that terrible and bloody altar towards which they move, carrying so eagerly the bright sacrifice of their youth. Their need will be great, O Lord, and I'm weak. Therefore I beseech thee in the name of thy blessed Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, grant me strength to keep them strong and steadfast in the faith, in decency and courage, to the glory of God, their country, and their regiment, in the bad times to come. And if in battle you see fit to gather them to your own protecting arms, thy will be done. But let them die like men, valiant and unafraid.
DeMille and our stars, Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy, will return in just a moment for Act 2 of The Fighting 69th. During our brief intermission, we want to tell you how you can have a lovelier garden this summer at a trifling cost. You see, out here in Hollywood, waiting for you at the Lux Garden Club, are 3 gorgeous early flowering chrysanthemum plants. Not just cuttings, but strong, well-rooted, field-grown plants. And they're yours for only 10 cents and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes. Think of it. 3 first-quality chrysanthemum plants. They're worth $1.
And our Lux Mum plants have had a special vitamin treatment.
Yes. Every plant you get from the Lux Garden Club has been vitamin treated with transplantone for stronger roots and earlier flowering.
In the early fall, just when other flowers are through blooming, you'll have a garden the neighbors will envy. Dozens and dozens of beautiful, long-lasting mums from each plant, up to 3 or 4 inches across. They're easy to grow, and they'll bloom year after year.
1 plant at each set blossoms in a stunning shell pink color, a favorite for flower arrangements.
And if you haven't a garden, you can grow your mums in flower pots or window boxes in any sunny window.
There's a leaflet of planting instructions enclosed with the mums.
And another telling you how to get other flower bargains.
Now, here's what you do to get your mum plants. Your dealer has handy order blanks for this wonderful flower offer right now. Send 10 cents in coin. No stamps, please. 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. That's easy to remember, isn't it? Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. We'll send your plants to you right away within 2 weeks. $1 value for only 10 cents. And while our supply lasts, you can order as many sets of 3 as you want. Do it at once so you won't be disappointed. For each set of 3 plants that you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. And don't forget to include your name and address. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Fighting 69th, starring Pat O'Brien as Father Duffy, Robert Preston as Jerry Plunkett, and Ralph Bellamy as Wild Bill Donovan.
go from here, boys? Where do we go from here? Anywhere from Harlem to a Jersey City pier. When Pat was flying...
Anywhere from Harlem to a Jersey City pier. And then across the sea to the battlefields of France. Marching men, fighting men, tough guys, quiet guys, big guys, little guys, singing as they move up to the front. It's Christmas Eve. In the 69th Regiment headquarters, there's a meeting of the staff. The colonel bends low over his map.
Our present orders are to march to Lunéville, starting the day after Christmas. We'll probably see our first action very quickly. Think your supply train can keep up with us, Captain?
It will, sir. If my men have to pull the wagons and carry the horses.
Father Duffy, what about your midnight mass tonight?
Everything's set, sir. Barring the conversion of a few heathen. Present company not accepted.
And facilities for the non-Catholics?
All taken care of, sir. The Methodist chaplain has arranged a service for the Protestant lads. My friend, Mr. Murphy, built him a pulpit. I've wired GHQ to send a minister to the Alabamas. Another wire to Paris about the chaplain for the Illinois. You know, if some of the folks back home knew how well all of the different faiths got along together here, it would cause a scandal to many a pious mind.
Mademoiselle from Armadeer, parlez-vous. Mademoiselle from Armadeer, parlez-vous. Oh, Mademoiselle from Armadeer.
Hey, watch it, you guys. Here comes Father Duffy.
Uh-oh. Watch it. Lay off. It's Father Duffy. Hello, Father.
Hello, boys.
Hiya, Father.
Fine, fine. How are you?
I don't know, Father. You gotta watch yourself in this climate.
He's always got something wrong with him.
Now, wait. Maybe he's sick. Getting a lot of the boys. First, your arms go to sleep.
Yeah, that's it. They're asleep right now.
Then you hear a buzzing in your ears, huh?
Yeah.
Then the most fatal symptom, you get a light feeling in the head.
Holy smoke, I got it.
And that means you need exercise, and there's nothing in the world like pumping an organ at midnight mass. It'll make a new man of you.
He's got to pump the organ.
That's right, Mac, that's right. And you're going to sweep out the church. Hello, Jerry. Jerry, I'm talking to you. What's the matter, Jerry? Don't you hear well?
Yeah, I hear you. You got a match, St. Francis?
Get on your feet when an officer comes in the room. On your feet, I said. Take that cigarette out of your mouth.
Okay.
That's better. All right, boys. See you later. Stay here, Jerry.
Come on, then. Outside. We got plenty of things to do around this stuff. Around this camp. Outside.
Don't forget midnight mass, boys. Confessions this afternoon. Well, Jerry. My boy, you know, you're getting yourself so well liked in this army, the men would rather machine gun you than they would the Germans. You're bad enough at Camp Mills, but here you're getting worse.
Ah, well, that's one man's
It's everyone's opinion. Calling you a misfit and a troublemaker.
Oh, gee, that's tough, you know it. I'm going to bust right out crying.
Sit down a minute. Now, to begin with, Jerry, I don't think you're such a tough guy as you'd like to think. You're only kidding yourself. You happen to be your own biggest sucker.
Yeah?
Oh, I've seen a lot of life. And men. You're just plain lonesome, Jerry. That's all that's the matter with you.
Me? Lonesome? That's rich.
Oh, sure. I know. Smart boys don't need anybody. Take care of themselves. But we've got some black days ahead of us. When a man will have the need of a friend he can depend on. Jerry, you've made no friends. None at all. And that's where I thought I might come in. We're going in the trenches right after Christmas.
Yeah? You're not kidding me, are you? Well, say, that's great. Well, that's what we come over here for. And the sooner the better.
Jerry, how long since you've been to confession?
Oh. Yeah, I figured you'd worm around to that sooner or later.
We're having midnight mass tonight. And Christmas isn't a bad time for any of us to sort of take stock and check up. Come on, what do you say? Why don't you join the boys tonight?
Now, look, Chaplain. Get this once and for all. I'm here to soldier, not to pray. I don't go for that Holy Joe stuff. And there's no use trying to convert me.
I'm not trying to convert you, Jerry. I'm only asking you to come back to your religion and recognize the fact of Almighty God. Well, all right. Merry Christmas.
Same as last night, side of the road.
What road? We ain't been on a road since Tuesday.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Come on. Hold up. Hold up, men.
I don't know if I can keep this up.
No, of course you can. Here, let me carry a gun for a while, eh?
Oh, no.
I just
couldn't
let
go
you...
on.
You'll feel better soon.
There we are. Oh, thanks, buddy. Say, you're that poet fella, aren't you? Joyce Kilmer?
Yes, I am.
My name's Tim. Hiya.
My shoulders are killing me.
Those blasted pack straps. They cut through your shoulders like a knife.
My shoulders ache beneath my pack.
Boy, listen to that gunnery. You're getting close to the war.
My shoulders ache beneath my pack. Lie easy across upon his back.
I wish I hadn't thrown away my extra shoes.
Well done, rifle butt. My fingers are froze.
My rifle hand is stiff and numb.
Hope it don't rain again tonight.
From my pierced palms, red rivers run.
Hold up. What's the matter with you? Don't die on your feet. Come on. Hold up.
Men shout at me who may not speak.
Keep going. This ain't no excursion.
They scourge thy back and smote thy cheek.
Say, soldier, what's that you're muttering?
Huh? Oh, well, it may turn out to be a prayer. Maybe only a poem.
Keep 'em moving up there, Sergeant. Take 'em into the trenches.
Well, Father, this is it. Pray for us, Father.
I will indeed.
The reserve area is back that way.
Yes, I know. I saw it on the map.
Now, look, Father, you've got to go back there. Regulations.
Funny, you know, with all the firing going on, I seem to have lost my hearing, Bill.
I tell you, you can't stay up here in the trenches.
Now, Bill. Supposing some of the boys met with an accident. But known to happen, you know. You wouldn't deny them the consolation of my matchless presence now, would you?
As the priest said to the bishop, I only go to the races in case one of the jockeys falls off.
Well, it's near enough. Come on, Bill.
Now, look, you guys. This here thing's a trench, and we got a good reason for building them this way. Now, keep off the fire and step until you get orders. That probably won't be until morning. And one thing more. In that box over there, there's a lot of flares and a Very pistol. They're to be used only if we're attacked during the night. Now, keep your mitts off them unless you want Heine to blow us all over friends.
What's the matter, Sarge? You getting the wind up? There's always an empty job waiting for you in Paris, you know. Or is it just them stripes talking again?
Maybe you ain't heard tell, soldier. There's a war on up here.
Yeah, I read it in the papers. But I ain't seen it yet. If this is all there is to it, I don't see what them frogs are so...
If I was you, I'd keep my big yap shut about the frogs till I'd earned a fighting man's right to talk.
Well, maybe you think I won't.
Oh, why, hero, huh? Would you be satisfied with a Distinguished Service Cross?
Well, if I don't get it, it'll be because I got a wooden one. And if you don't believe me, you got to bet.
Gee, that guy hates himself.
That makes it unanimous. Now, don't forget what I said, men.
Hey, you guys, what do you say we match to see who watches the baby and who sleeps?
Nothing doing. We all watch the baby.
Some excitement, huh? Hey, I wonder what it looks like out there.
Out where?
Out there, that no man's land. I think I'll take a look.
Hey, listen, Guy, the Sarge said to stay off the firing stand.
Shut up. I don't see it. Hey, look out! Get down! Holy smoke.
You okay? Did you get hit, Plunkett?
No, I don't think so. Hey, look what it did. Look at that dent in my helmet.
Better that than in your head.
Hey, how'd he see me? I couldn't see him.
The moon's behind us, dope.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to see him. Give me one of them flares.
Hey, lay off, Plunkett.
Get out of my way. I'm going to pay that guy off.
You light up the whole trench.
Look out.
Don't shoot that flare.
Here goes. All the better to see you with, Heine.
You crazy fool.
Now I get him.
Look at that.
Look out.
Stay down, men. They've spotted us.
Hey, give me a hand grenade. I can see him.
Get up.
That's bright as daylight. Look at him. They got the rays up. Hey, down. Hey, fellas. I've been hit. I've been grabbed.
Lay him down. Don't lift his head.
That's your bed. That's your bed.
Is he bad?
Sergeant told you not to touch them flares. There's another guy got it. We can thank you for this. You're murdering these guys.
Hey, listen, we got to get out of here.
Stay where you are, Plunkett.
They're dropping them right on us. I'm getting out of here, I tell you. I'm getting out of here.
Father Duffy, we need you here.
Coming.
Father Duffy?
Jerry, what's the matter? Are you wounded?
No, listen, Father, over there in the dugout.
What is it, Jerry?
I just saw him. I was going in the dugout and the shell hit him. Gee, they're very live in there.
Jerry, what were you doing in a dugout? You were on duty in the front line in the trenches. Who sent you back here?
Well, nobody, Father. I come back myself. You see, I had a...
Yes, Jerry, I do see. Indeed, I do. There'll be a lot of boys who went up there with you, Jerry, who won't come back tomorrow. You'll be alive, but I wonder if you'll be glad.
there, brave young spirits. Hear the bugle sing. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Slumber will where the shell screamed and fell. Let your rifles rest on the muddy floor. You will not need them anymore. Danger's past. Now at last, go to sleep. And up to heaven's doorway floats, from the wood called Rouge Bouquet, a delicate cloud of bugle notes that softly say, farewell, farewell. Comrades true, born anew, peace to you. Your souls shall be where the heroes are, and your memory shine like the morning star. Brave and dear, shield us here. Farewell.
There's no use talking, Father. I'm getting rid of Plunkett. I'm having him transferred to another regiment.
Now,
he's a bad egg, a troublemaker. Unreliable on the line. He's getting himself talked about in a way the 69th doesn't relish.
Bill, give the lad another chance. I happen to know he had a pretty bad shock up there.
Yes? Well, it's finished him as a soldier. I've had nothing but complaints from his company commander on down. Picking fights behind the lines and dodging patrols when he's up there. Reporting sick when he's detailed to wiring parties. One excuse after another whenever there's a man's job to do. I won't have a man like that in this outfit.
Now, Bill, I don't want to interfere with discipline, but it's possible he has a good side, too.
If he has, we'll let him develop it somewhere else. My mind's made up.
Bill, you're not being fair about this. You've got to give him a chance to redeem himself, make a man of himself. Bill, I've heard you say 100 times, the 69th makes men. Well, it makes men out of cowards and never cowards out of men. Now, here's one time I can prove you're right. If you trust me and let him stay, I'll take full responsibility for him.
That blarneying tongue of yours. Don't know why I didn't let him send you home to collect funds for the Knights of Columbus.
Well, maybe he wanted to save me the trouble of swimming back. What do you say, Bill? Will Jerry Plunkett stay?
All right. All right, but he's your guinea pig from now on.
Okay, fine. Oh, one more thing, Bill. I wonder if you'd okay providing 2 buses to take the Jewish boys back to their services at each.
I'll take care of it, Father.
It's a good thing we've no Mohammedans in the division, or I'd have no time for the war.
Well, Father, the rest of the boys are on their way up to the lines at Oak River. I kept Plunkett here. You see that he gets up there?
Oh, I will indeed. I'll be on my way myself tonight. Evening, Jerry.
Huh? Who's that?
Oh, relax, son. Take it easy. It's only Father Duffy making his parish rounds. You on your way up?
Yeah.
So am I. Suppose we go along together, huh?
Hey, look, Father, leave me alone, will you?
All right, son.
No. Wait a minute. I didn't mean that.
You know, you're like the old Irishman who'd rather be quartered than lonesome. A little jumpy, are you? Well, we all are. The men, the officers, it's not easy for any of them.
The officers? Brass hats? What they got to be jumpy about? Some general right now sitting in an office back there sticking pins in a map. But me, I'm on that map. I know I'm there. Ducking in the shell holes, listening to bullets rattling around my head, and figuring any minute some hiney I can't even see is going to crack one into me. Yeah, it's easy for the brass hat. He ain't here. Oh, it isn't the fight I mind, Father. Gee, I love a fight, and I ain't never been afraid of anything in my whole life. But this stuff, well, it's made me yeller. Me, of all the guys in the outfit, yeller.
Scared is the word, Jerry, not yellow, and you'll get over it.
Get over it? And everywhere I go and everything I do, I see the faces of all those guys I killed up there in the trench at night, staring at me and saying nothing. Can't fight it anymore. I tried. Goes along for a while, everything's okay, and then suddenly it hits until I feel like if I don't get up and run away, I'll go nuts.
Now, it's not for me to say that's all nonsense, Jerry. It isn't. But there's only one way you can lick it, and that's through faith and prayer.
Faith? Can faith stop bullets? If a guy gets his pins blown off, will a prayer put him back on again, or bring the dead back to life?
No, but faith and prayer can help you defeat the fear that's possessing you. Oh, Jerry, it's peace and courage I'm offering you. If you'd only open up your heart and take it.
Look, Father, I'm going up to the front line. I don't pray up there, I hope. I haven't got faith in anything or anybody.
I'm sorry, sir. There seems to be something wrong with the carburetor. Take you long to fix it? I don't think so, sir. I'll walk around a bit.
Father, let's go.
Is that somebody over there?
Yes, sir, it is.
How far is it to field headquarters, do you know?
Oh, I'd say about 2 kilometers, a little more or less.
Who is that? Is that you, Father Duffy?
Yes, it is.
Well, good evening, Father. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. It's fine to see you.
On your way up to the front?
Yes, I notice you are, too.
69th has done some fine work up there. We're very proud of them.
I'd like to tell them you said that, if I may.
I wish you would.
I only wish I could tell it to some of the other boys. Boys who won't be coming back.
They were good soldiers, Father. They fought like good soldiers. They died that way. We're not forgetting them.
I think that's all the tribute they'd want.
But from now on, it's up to the rest of us, Father, to make certain they didn't give their lives in vain.
Ready in a minute, sir.
Well, good night, Father. Good luck.
Good luck to you. Well, Jerry, remember the brass hats we were talking about? That was one of them.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Chief of Staff. From the looks of things, he's on the map, though, isn't he? He's been there a long time, Jerry. In the trenches, standing beside his men, over the top with them. A fighting man, Jerry, one of the best. They say he can spit nickels and chase Germans as well as any doughboy in the whole Rainbow Division.
Yeah. What's his name?
Douglas MacArthur.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in Act 3 of The Fighting 69th. But now, Sally says...
It's easy as pie.
Easy as rolling off a log.
Easy as ABC.
Easy as LUX to do that big job of spring house cleaning with Lux Flakes.
You can freshen up the curtains,
Wipe down the woodwork,
wash out the slip covers,
and have everything come out spick and span, fresh and unfaded.
including yourself.
If you stick to new Quick Lux for every soap and water job around the house. Seriously, though, spring cleaning this year is different. Our government has asked us to take care of the things we own, to make them last longer so we won't have to replace them quickly. It's a real duty now, as well as a matter of thrift, to take the gentlest kind of care of everything. Harsh soaps, cake soap rubbing, are hard on fabrics and colors, make them wear out before their time. But gentle, rich Lux suds get rid of dust and dirt quickly, thoroughly, safely.
You don't have to tell us how Lux saves things, Mr. Ruick. We women have known that for a long time. We've proved it over and over again. That's why so many millions of us always use Lux for all our washable dresses and blouses, for underthings and stockings. There's nothing better than Lux Flakes for cutting down on stocking runs.
Right, Sally. And you save the same way when you use Lux all around the house. Yes, to save your blankets, slipcovers, curtains, bedspreads, to keep them fresh and new-looking and useful longer.
And to save your hands.
Stick to gentle new Quick Lux for every soap and water job you have to do. Anything safe in plain water is safe in Lux. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of The Fighting 69th, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy.
The infantry with the dirt behind their ears. The infantry that wants the ball of beer. The
Cavalry, artillery, and the bloomin' engineers. Oh, they couldn't lick the infantry in 100,000 years. They're on the march again, the Fighting 69th, moving up under fire to the front line trenches.
Look at them, Father. There's nobody could lick them. They're moving into a tough spot now. The toughest we've been in yet.
Bill, is it true you're going to attack on the Argonne without artillery preparation?
It is. I'm going to give Fritz a little surprise. Well, bye, Father.
Bye, Bill. I'll be seeing you up there after you get underway. Oh, by the way, Bill, were you able to do anything for Jerry?
No, nothing. Not even if I could.
Bill, are you sure you're being fair?
Look, Father, I gave him his chance at Oak River. You know what he did? He admitted it in the court-martial. He ran away. He deserted. It wasn't the first time either. It's going to be the last.
Yes, and if I hadn't asked you to transfer him, it might never have happened. my fault, Bill. I told the court-martial it was my fault. The boy shouldn't be executed for something he couldn't help.
Father, let's not go into this again. Never in history has a 69th man disgraced his regiment the way he's done. He's been tried and sentenced. Tomorrow morning, he's got to take what's coming to him. May God have mercy on his soul.
All right in, Father.
What do you want this time, Father?
Oh, I was just wondering, Jerry, if there was anything I could do for you.
What can you do for me? This is curtains, ain't it?
Well, there's still time to make your peace.
I don't stand there talking like a sap. Don't you understand? They're going to shoot me. Tomorrow morning I get it. You're so anxious to help me do something about that.
I've tried, Jerry. Believe me, I've tried. I've gone to the colonel, to general headquarters. It's no use.
Well, it's not my fault I couldn't take it, is it?
Jerry, you're not the only one in the regiment who ever knew fear. It just happened you couldn't face it, that's all.
Hey, look. Maybe you can still do something. Get me out of here. Help me to escape. I'll get home some way, and after the war, they'll forget all about me.
No, Jerry.
But why not? You're a priest. They can't do anything to you.
You're forgetting I'm a soldier as well as a priest.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Jerry, ask me anything else.
I will. I'll ask you to beat it.
You don't understand.
Oh, let me alone. Go on. Get out.
The bat cases are down this way, Father. One of the boys has been asking for it.
What's his name, Doctor?
Well, he keeps saying it's Murphy. Michael Murphy.
Mike Murphy.
Here he is. He's pretty far gone, Father.
Father Duffy. Well, Mike, how do you feel, lad?
I got a bad one, Father.
Oh, now don't be like that. Takes more than a 77 shell to keep a good Irishman down.
Father, could you say a prayer? I got the book here.
Mike, lad. That's a Jewish book you've got. Wouldn't you be wanting someone of your own faith?
No time. Read, Father.
You mean you want me to help you pray?
Yes, Father. Read.
O Lord God, I know that my life and my death are in thy hands. May it be thy will to heal me. But if thou willst my death, may it be atonement for all my sins. Into thy hands I entrust my spirit. Thou art my Redeemer, Lord God of truth. The Lord shall reign forever and ever. Hear, O Israel. The Lord our God, the Lord is one.
Shema Yisroel Adonai.
Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. He's dead, Father.
Rest in peace. Oh, surely they'll not be shelling a hospital now.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here. You can't let me die like this. Let me out. Let me out.
Harry.
Hey, Father, they went away. They left me here.
Guard's been killed, Jerry. Come on, I'm taking you out.
Where are we going? What are you going to do with me?
Jerry, you've looked in the face of death these past few hours. Death by execution and death from shell fire. Now you're still alive. I can't let you stay here with this. You're free, Jerry. Free of everything but yourself. I can't tell you what to do. I can only point out two roads to you. One to safety for a while, perhaps to home. Do you hear that? It's fallen on your regiment, Jerry. They're in a trap. It's possible not one of them will come out alive. There are your two ways. Whichever you choose, you'll have to walk alone.
What do you mean, whichever I choose? Think I'm crazy enough to try to go up to the front through that? Goodbye, Father. Father! Where are you? Father Duffy. Here. Are you all right, Father?
If you can move this stuff off of me.
Yeah, wait. Don't try to move. I'll get you out. Here. There.
That's the boy. Thank you, Jerry.
Father? You hurt?
No. Just stunned a little.
Father Duffy.
Yes, here.
Father, can you come to the hospital? There's been a direct hit. The wounded are getting panicky.
Come along, Jerry. I may need you.
Father, you can't go in that place. The roof's liable to cave in any minute.
They need me, Jerry.
No, don't do it, Father. Come on outside.
Boys. This is Father Duffy. I'm here.
Don't leave us, Father.
Well, now, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Kicking up a fuss like this over a few shells. Timmy, lad, I'm surprised. You want Almighty God to think you've forgotten him? Come on now, Sean, buck up. Buck up, all of you. Believe me, I tell you, everything is going to be all right. Now, get hold of yourself. Come on now. We'll all say the Lord's Prayer. Repeat after me. Our Father who art in heaven.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread.
Give us this day our daily bread.
And forgive us our trespasses.
And forgive us our trespasses.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
And lead us not into temptation.
Lead us not into temptation.
But deliver us from evil.
Deliver us from evil. Amen.
There, boys. That's better now, isn't it? Jerry, my boy, did I really hear you praying?
Yes, Father. I believe it now. Thank you, Father.
And if it so be that he find it, amen, I say to you, he rejoiceth more for that than for the 99 which went not astray.
With all that wire around us, sir, we're cooked if we don't get through.
We've got to get through. Once we get into that trenches, we can finish the thing off. Well, here's a scrap that should satisfy even the fighting Irish, Sergeant?
Yeah, it is a fine bit of a scrimmage, sir.
We've got to knock out those machine guns somehow, cut a hole through that wire. Are all those Stokes motors out of commission?
Yes, sir, and the crews are all killed.
Maybe there's one we could fix up somehow. That'd do it.
Well, there's a mortar outfit about 50 yards off the flank. Maybe I could have a look, sir.
All right, go ahead, Sergeant. Take 5 men.
I'll go myself, sir. It'll be quicker.
Sergeant, take some men.
I don't need them, sir. Go on, you heinies. Blast away at me. Blast away. When I get this gun going, I'll blow the lot of you to kingdom come. Now I've got it. Dirty!
Sergeant, where are you?
Who is it?
It's me, Plunkett.
Plunkett, what are you doing out here? Did you run the wrong way?
I didn't come out here to look at your big, ugly puss. Now shut up and show me how to use this mortar.
What for? So you can turn it on the 69th and kill off a few more good men?
Now, listen, I know what you think of me, and I know what I think of you. Never mind our own private scrap. I'll give you a belly full of that later. Now shut your big Irish trap and show me how to use this mortar. If you don't, I'll shove this bayonet right through you. You show me how to use it so I can't miss.
Well, there's nothing to it. Here, put your hand on the fuse. Pull the pin, drop it in.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, these shells don't look like so much.
No, there's enough TNT in them to blow a lane in that wire as wide as Central Park.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you in a second. Here's a kiss for you, Heine.
That's the boy, right on the nose.
I'll show them krauts. Put a sausage skin on this one, Heine.
Let him have it, Jerry.
Hand me another shell.
They got the range. They'll be hammering us now.
Come on, let him. Here's one for the 69.
I hate to say it, Jerry, but you might have the makings of a soldier if you live long enough.
Pipe down, slug. Come on and get it, Fritz. Come on up and take your licking. Here's one for Brooklyn and the Bronx.
Sergeant!
Here we are, sir.
Here. Hit, Sergeant.
Oh, I'm all right.
You did a fine job, man. We swarmed all over them through the hole you made.
The hole I made? There's the man who did it, sir. He's been hurt bad.
Let's see him. Come on, look up here, soldier. You did a fight. Jerry Plunkett.
Yes, sir. Major.
I'm sorry.
Soldier. Get Father Duffy. Get Father Duffy.
Jerry, it's Father Duffy.
Hello, Father. Gee, hoping you'd get here in time.
You're not afraid, are you, Jerry?
No, Father. Not anymore. I've been an awful lot of trouble to you, haven't I, Father? Who's that with you?
Major Donovan, Jerry.
Oh.
I just wanted to tell you, Jerry, the 69th is mighty proud of you.
69th. Thank you, sir. I'm ready now, Father.
Puristum sanctum, onctionum, indulgia tibi Dominus, quidquid requisti, amen.
And I once thought this boy was a coward.
On November 11th, 1918, the great guns were silenced at last. Out of the gloom of doubt and despair came the shining light of victory and peace. The boys came back with the quiet pride of fighting men who have fought hard and well. They marched home again. And there were others who marched with them, not in body but in spirit. The lost legion of American boys who lay resting on the fields of France.
Oh, Heavenly Father, hear I beseech you the prayer of this America's lost generation. They love life too, O Lord. It was as sweet to them as to the living of today. They accepted privation, wounds, and death, that an ideal might live. Don't let it be forgotten, Father. Amid turmoil and angry passions, when all worthwhile things seem swept away, let the tired eyes of a troubled world rise up and see the shining citadel of which these young lives form the imperishable stone. America, citadel of freedom. May it stand always as a stronghold of justice and liberty for all the peoples of the earth. This I beg of you, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
And so the curtain falls on tonight's play. In just a moment, our stars will return to the microphone. This Lux Radio Theater performance of the Fighting 69th has come to you tonight with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with the stars of our play.
The Fighting 69th will live forever in the hearts of the American people. And in this theater, we'll remember the way Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy told us the story tonight.
Well, it was a great honor to have a part in it, C.B.
When I was in New York 10 days ago, Pat, I made a little pilgrimage to Times Square for a special purpose.
That's a fine statue of Father Duffy there, C.B.
He was an inspiring figure, Ralph. I'm sure he'd have liked the way Pat O'Brien played his part tonight.
Thank you, C.B. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of placing a wreath at the foot of Father Duffy's statue.
I think the audience would be interested in that telegram you received from another man who was concerned in tonight's play, C.B.
I'll ask Ralph Bellamy to read it, Bob. He played the part of that man.
It's addressed to Cecil B. DeMille, the Lux Radio Theater, Hollywood. It reads, as one who had the privilege of serving with the 69th Regiment, I'm looking forward to hearing the broadcast. I deeply regret I cannot be with you in person. Kindest regards. It's signed William J. Donovan.
I had the pleasure of seeing Colonel Donovan at dinner less than 2 weeks ago. And since he's now handling a highly important assignment from the President of the United States, I think we understand why he can't be here. I've learned from Washington that tonight's play is being short-waved to American forces all over the world. So perhaps it's being heard by the Fighting 69th of 1942, wherever they are.
And I know all of them join us tonight from wherever they are in a salute to the man who was their chief of staff and became their divisional commander in France.
That's the Rainbow Division, Pat?
Yes, Bob. And the general I'm talking about both named it and organized it. Right now, he's somewhere in Australia. General Douglas MacArthur.
One of the things we can do to help him is to buy a stack of United States savings bonds. Get them at any bank, post office, or savings and loan association.
And don't forget those United States savings stamps. Almost any store or newspaper carrier boy has them.
And the whole nation ought to have them.
What's your play next week, CB?
It's a play that I worked, ate, and slept with for more than a year, Pat. Northwest Mounted Police. A story of some of the world's most heroic men. And heading our cast will be three of the same stars you saw in the picture. Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster. Gary plays a Texas Ranger who's tracking down an outlaw in Canada. He arrives during one of the most thrilling episodes in Canadian history, the time when 50 men may have saved a nation. And we are saving a reserved seat for you next Monday night, when Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster star in Northwest Mounted Police.
I'll say what CB didn't. It's a great picture. Good night.
Night, CB.
Good night. That applause is for the fighting 69th somewhere in the world. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster in Northwest Mounted Police. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Pat O'Brien appeared tonight through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and is starring currently in their production, Two Yanks in Trinidad. Robert Preston is now seen on the screen in Cecil B. DeMille's Paramount Technicolor production, Reap the Wild Wind. Ralph Bellamy is currently working in the picture Lady in a Jam at Universal. Heard in tonight's play were Jack Mather, Charles Seal, Hans Conried, Edward Marr, Tyler McVeigh, Arthur Gilmore, Leo Cleary, Edwin Max, Griff Barnett, Eric Rolfe, Stanley Farrar, and Warren Ash. Tune in next Monday night to hear Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster in Northwest Mounted Police. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real homefront experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hi, welcome to the first episode of The Victory Kitchen. I'm really excited to have you here. For this episode, I'm going to be talking a little bit about how I got into World War II rationing. Also, we're going to be learning the basics of what rationing is and how the United States implemented it. In later episodes, I'm going to be delving more into each topic individually. So today we're just kind of scratching the surface. Finally, I'm going to highlight an awesome cookbook from my ration cookbook collection called What Do We Eat Now? A Guide to Wartime Housekeeping. And definitely stick around because I'm going to tell you all about 3 recipes I made and I'll be sharing with you from this cookbook. My journey into World War II rationing came about in a roundabout kind of way. When I was a teenager, I volunteered at a local historical society museum, and at one point they had a World War II exhibit focusing on local World War II history. And this is the first time I'd ever been exposed to that time period in history. And I was immediately fascinated and fell in love with the 1940s and wartime. I read every single children's fiction book about World War II in my library, and I was just hooked. Then for a really long time after that, I guess I got interested in other history stuff. It wasn't until much, much later into my adult life that I rediscovered my love for World War II and the 1940s. And I've always loved to bake and cook. So naturally, I guess, I turned to just studying wartime rationing. At the time, I had a history blog, which I still do, and I decided to try an experiment. I was going to try one ration recipe every week for an entire year. And I focused on American and British recipes. That was quite the experience. I learned so much. The biggest thing I learned was that wartime recipes will always surprise you. Things that seem disgusting at first glance are actually pretty good. And things that you think might work out are actually pretty gross. So during this experiment, I started my wartime ration cookbook collection. And I haven't stopped since then. I just love it. I feel like I can never learn enough from the food culture from this time period. So that's why we're here today. I wanted to be able to share with everyone the amazing recipes and cookbooks from this incredible time period in American history. Let's get down to the basics. What was rationing? I found 2 different definitions online that I really liked. The first one is rationing is a fixed allowance of provisions of food, especially for soldiers or sailors or for civilians during a shortage. The second definition that I liked says that rationing is the controlled distribution of scarce resources, goods, or services. And both those definitions together really form a great idea of what rationing was. There was a lot of scarcity during the war, and this was the case all over the world. Rationing was just a way of controlling the scarce food resources and other essential resources that people used so that there would be hopefully enough to go around and enough to take care of the soldiers that were fighting. So why did the United States ration their food? Well, there are several reasons for this. The first most obvious one is that thousands of soldiers joined up after Pearl Harbor was bombed to serve in the military. So all of a sudden, the government had thousands of mouths to feed, and not just at the army bases, on the ships, but they also had to provide food rations for them out in the field. Related to that, we were also sending food over to our allies. This had been happening for some time with England because they had had trouble importing their food due to the threat of German U-boats. But as the war went on, a second reason that we rationed was that there are certain imports that were difficult to come by, like sugar. This was due to the fact that there was Japanese interference in the Pacific, where a lot of our sugar came from, and also a lot of German U-boat interference in the Atlantic. So a lot of the normal shipping lanes were threatened by war. In addition to that, all these ships that normally transported civilian goods, peacetime goods, were now being used for transporting military goods. We were also sending food to Europe. Another thing I learned about recently was that some food commodities were used in the production of war materials, like synthetic rubber or plastics. And I had never thought about this before. I mean, I know that they used soy to make certain things that they used in wartime, but I just never thought about things like even sugar, that they used the alcohol from sugar for bombs and even for making synthetic rubber tires for airplanes. A third reason why the United States rationed was that it was a way of fairly distributing limited resources to the civilian public. One last note that I wanted to mention was that World War II rationing was not the first time the United States had used food rationing. The first time that they used a rationing system was during World War I, but the difference was that it was voluntary. They really appealed to people's sense of patriotism using propaganda to encourage people to use less grain, find alternative sources of wheat. They encouraged, meatless Mondays so that the American people would eat less meat and more could go to the troops and to our allies. On many levels, it was successful. We were able to send thousands and millions of pounds of food over to the starving people in Europe and feed our soldiers. But it wasn't a perfect system. It had that situation where people who were more wealthy could clear out the shelves or just buy more things, and the people who did not have as much money just were kind of left out in the cold a little bit. They had victory gardens that helped, but, it just, because it was voluntary, not everyone went along. There was also a rampant black market, All of these issues that they dealt with, they learned from. So when World War II comes around, they already had learned their lessons and they implemented a different system. And this is where we come to, how did it all work? How did the World War II ration system in America function? Well, the U.S. government's Office of Price Administration set the ration point values for rationed goods. They also set price ceilings to lock down on any inflation. The government issued 4 ration books during the course of the war. The ration books would have the name of the person on the front, along with their address and even physical features to prevent fraud from happening. Each member of the family would receive a book, including babies. The only way that these points could be redeemed was if it was by a member of the family. So inside these books, they had little coupons that could be torn out by the grocer. There were 4 books issued during the course of the war. Book 1 was issued in May 1942. This was for mostly sugar, but it did include a few stamps for shoes. And then later in November of 1942, it was for coffee. Then in March of 1943, Ration Book 2 came out. This was when the bulk of the rest of the foods to be rationed in the war were rationed. This included meats, fats, cheeses, dairy, processed foods like things that were canned, bottled, or frozen. So this ration book was quite a bit different from the first book. The first book was black and white, and they were just numbered coupons. The second book, the coupons were colored, and they also had a number letter system. Each person was given 64 red points per month and 48 blue points per month. The red points were to redeem the meat, fish, and dairy, while the blue points were for the processed foods. Now, you might wonder, why were the processed foods rationed? Well, these were easily transported overseas, like if you think of the classic Spam. Another reason was that the materials used to can these things, like tin, glass, and even paper, were rationed items. They were needed for the military. It was very limited what you could buy packaged in those materials. Later in 1943, in September, Ration Book 3 came out. This included 8 pages of stamps. 4 were for meat rationing, and 4 were for a clothing program that was never implemented by the government. So some of those stamps were validated for shoe rationing instead. Finally, we have Book 4, which came out in late 1943. And this was for just food and other commodities, because the ration books weren't just used for food rationing, they were used for other materials. And because of the number letter system, the government could tell you this particular coupon was for shoes. This particular coupon was, for stove fuel. An interesting aspect of Ration Book 4 was this was when the ration tokens came out. There is a really neat OPA poster that explains to civilians in the grocery store how this new system is going to work. So all the red and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 were worth 10 points each. On the poster it says that 5 blue stamps become valid February 27th. 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, and 8E. And these are for processed foods. Then 3 red stamps became valid beginning February 27th. 8A, 8B, and 8C, that's for meat and dairy. Then new stamps became valid every 2 weeks after that. Red and blue tokens were worth 1 point each. These red and blue tokens were used to make change for the red and blue stamps, but only when purchases were made. Before this point, a homemaker or anyone doing the shopping had to carefully figure out how they were going to buy their rationed goods using these stamps, and they would have to get it exactly right. Otherwise, they could lose some ration point values. So let's say you wanted to buy a ration box of Kellogg's cornflakes. If it was 13 points and you only had enough to make a combination of 14 points, you had to decide either to do without the cereal or to lose that extra ration point, because they didn't offer any kind of ration point change. This was very tricky because the ration point values would change and you never knew exactly when that was going to happen. The OPA were the ones that controlled these point values, and so sometimes you'd make your plan, go to the store, And oh no, they changed. So you have to do some quick math at the store to figure out, well, how can I get my ration points to work now? Very confusing, very complicated. So when these tokens came out, it really was a game changer, because all of a sudden then the grocer could give you that 1 token change, and then that ration token was good. It had no expiration, and you could use it for whenever. That way you would get all the value out of your ration points that you had been given. Now, how would people know about all these changes, about what ration points were for what weeks? Well, there were ration calendars in the newspapers. They would announce in the newspapers, for this coming 2 weeks, you can use XYZ, these ration points. And then you could make your plan according to that. While on the surface, this system might seem not too bad, pretty straightforward, it really wasn't. It was often confusing. There were sometimes rumors that would fly around, like something was gonna go up in price or up in ration point value, and so people would rush to the store and try and get their share. People would wait, and when they saw the delivery truck go by, they'd race to the store to be the first in line for, whatever things were out of stock. So, I mean, it was a time where you really had to be creative and use what was, available at the store and what you could grow in your victory garden. And through this way, the American people were fed and everyone had a fair share. The black market did exist, and we will probably go into this in a later episode more in depth, but there's a really great government movie that I found on YouTube that talks about the black market and how unpatriotic it is. And if you use the black market, you're really helping Hitler. That's really what the bottom line was in the propaganda about this. But in the movie, they also talk about how you should never try to make deals under the table with your butcher or with the grocer. It just doesn't help anybody. Rationing is a really fascinating subject within the context of the wartime period. And many times I wonder, could we implement something like this today? I don't really think we could. I think the atmosphere at the time lended itself to this kind of a system, and it worked. The American people, through their making do, doing without, and buying war bonds, they really funded the war. They helped feed our soldiers and our allies, and in this way, they were able to help achieve victory. We've finally reached the part of the podcast where we talk about today's featured cookbook. It's called What Do We Eat Now? A Guide to Wartime Housekeeping. This is by 3 women, Helen Robertson, Sarah McLeod, and Frances Preston. So this book is one of my favorites in my collection because it includes wartime management of family finances, tips on being economical and thrifty, nutrition education, everyday and party menus, recipes, and directions for canning. The wartime management section was really fascinating to me. It's basically just financial advice on how to live on less and like it. A paragraph that stood out to me says, the women of America run the home budgets. They do about 85% of the family spending. They control over 60% of the savings accounts. Individually, women may not think their spending is important, but collectively it has a far-reaching effect. It is not a far cry from budgets to bonds, and the cumulative savings of the homemakers of America can contribute greatly to the success of the War Savings Stamp and Bond Program. I really like this because it points out to women that they may not realize they actually have a lot of power with their money, and they can have a really huge effect on the success of the war. When it comes to saving costs on food, it says the homemaker with a family of 5 to feed buys and prepares close to 5 tons of food a year. Under normal conditions, she often asks herself, what should we have for dinner? If she is interested in giving her family enjoyable and interesting meals. Faced with rising prices, rationing, and the need of using substitutes, she asks in addition, what do we eat now? By relinquishing some of our present food habits, accepting gracefully proper substitutes, using seasonable foods, and simplifying our meals, we can put some control on our food budgets. If we use imagination and ingenuity, we can still serve interesting and nourishing meals which spell fun and enjoyment. I really love this paragraph too, because it's not only, kind of explaining the plight of the homemaker in wartime, but it's also kind of a little bit of advice or a lecture of we need to relinquish our present food habits and accept gracefully the substitutes that we have to deal with. And this point is really driven home in the patriotic economy section of the book, where it says, we have been the richest people in the world. We have been used to an abundance and variety of goods in our homes and in the shops. As less and less goods are manufactured for civilian use, it will be increasingly difficult to make normal replacements. We must treat our present supplies with care, learn how to mend and patch skillfully, and get value out of all of our materials. As time goes on, we will feel wartime pinches sharply. We must resurrect and put into full use the basic thrift principles, which were practiced by our forebears and helped to make the strong America of today. That just sums it up for you, folks. Another fantastic part of this book is the planning menus section. I love looking at menus. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe because it's a weakness of mine, meaning I'm not good at it. So I just love seeing all the different ideas they have. And when I read through these menus, I'm like, wow, that sounds like such a filling meal. And it makes me want to just go right now and cook that whole menu. It's not quite as simple as that. But the cool thing about this section is that they have pinch pennies with safe economics column. And on the other side, they have another column that's called false economies. So it's kind of like a do and don't section. One thing that stood out to me was their tip for safe economics was cook vegetables in small amounts of water. Use the water in soups, gravies, and cream sauces. And then the false economy is to throw down the drain the water in which vegetables are cooked. This stood out to me because I've known for quite some time from studying rationing that you don't throw away the water you cooked your vegetables in. That's a huge no-no. Not only is it you're throwing away flavor you can use in soups, but you're throwing away vitamins. So I always think of this when I throw that water down the drain. I feel guilty because I know this about wartime cooking. I feel like I should be following that. I'm still thinking that I will. I think I need to save my water, put it in a jar in the fridge, and then use it to make like a vegetable soup. That's just so smart. The other thing that stood out to me was their safe economics is for eggs. Plan to use the whole egg. When only the yolk is needed in a recipe, make a meringue of the white, or add the white or a yolk to cream sauce. This happens to me all the time because when I make ration recipes, sometimes it just calls for egg white, or sometimes it just calls for an egg yolk, and then I'm left with the extra, and it usually goes bad, and I have to throw it away. So that's my bad. I'd like to be better about this. So I should just make a meringue. Why not? Make a pie. The false economy that I found was a little funny. I think this definitely applies to us today. The false economy is to pay a higher price for the color of the egg. Brown and white eggs are of equal value. For someone who's kept chickens, I know that doesn't matter the color of the shell. The egg inside is the same. But I think we fall for that trap, don't we? Like brown eggs, they just look more like country and authentic or something, not mass-produced as much as white eggs. But really, guys, they're all the same. Anyway, lots of really fun tips in here and things like no-nos that we should not do. Just really great to read through. The cool thing about their menus is that these are very carefully crafted menus. There's a section in here that talks all about the nutrition, all the vitamins that our bodies need, why we need them, and these menus are designed to make sure you get every part of those nutrients in your day. Finally, we get to the recipes. I'm very excited to share these with you. When I flip through ration books, I always look for the recipes that kind of catch my eye. But for this cookbook, 3 recipes really stood out to me. And I kind of wanted to make a little meal of it for you guys so that you could try out 3 different recipes and then supplement with some vegetables that you like or something like that. So first up is the sausage and vegetable loaf. This is 1.5 pounds of pork sausage, breadcrumbs, egg, milk, uncooked carrots, uncooked celery, and finely chopped apple. I thought this sounded really good. So I made this, and I only had a pound of pork sausage and I used a half pound of turkey sausage because that's what I had. And I think that actually turned out well because it wasn't quite as fatty. This was one of those recipes that really surprised me. It was very good, but, I cut myself a slab like an inch thick, like I normally do with, regular meatloaf. And this was not one of those recipes you can do that with, because if you think about it, it's just sausage with some veggies and an apple thrown in there. You know, sausage is a really intense flavor. So I could have definitely gone with half that amount and it would have been just fine. So the servings on this could definitely be a lot smaller, which is good because then it stretches further. You know, stronger flavored things, you don't eat as much of it. All right, the second recipe is Cherry Aid. This uses cherry juice, apple juice or fruit nectar, orange juice, lemon juice, honey to sweeten, and then you can use a quart of ice water or ginger ale. And then the last thing is fresh mint. Now, fresh mint to me seems to be like a, I don't know, just like garnish, you know. But for this recipe, it went from, oh, this is really nice, to, wow, this is really refreshing. My kids really liked this drink. I think it was a really great success. I have never had Cherry Aid before, so this was a nice change from the standard like lemonade kind of thing. All right, finally is the graham cracker cake. I just made this tonight, so I had it nice and warm from the pan. And the interesting thing about this cake is that it uses 30 graham crackers rolled fine, then baking powder, salt, butter, sugar, 2 egg yolks, milk, and then the 2 egg whites, which you whip separately and fold into the cake. Now, the dilemma I've always faced with graham crackers and ration recipes is they say 30 graham crackers. Well, what the heck does that mean? Does it mean the whole rectangle? Does it mean a square? How did they sell graham crackers back then? So I finally went and did the research. I looked up packages of graham crackers from that time period, and they're all square. They're not the big rectangles like we have now. So that told me 30 squares. And actually that was right, because I think if there was double that, it would not have turned out. The cake was really nice, but still kind of sweet. So it says you can serve it with a jelly filling or a cream custard filling and then sprinkled with confection or sugar. I ate it with jelly filling, but I think that was way too sweet. I think custard filling is definitely the way to go. You can check out the Victory Kitchen blog for images of today's featured cookbook and recipes. And like I said before, I'll leave the references on my blog. I have learned a lot from these World War II cookbooks. I've also learned that they tell only half the story. I would like to invite you to share your family stories with me. Part of the reason why I started this podcast was so that I can help preserve homefront stories of women's experience in the kitchen, what they had to do to deal with rationing. So I would love to hear the stories and recipes that have been handed down in your family that I can share here on the podcast. Thanks for listening, and I will talk to you next time. Bye.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Great Day. I know it's human nature to put things off, but what about that job of cleaning and polishing your car? Have you bought your can of Johnson's Car New yet? Have you had the thrill of seeing a new car pop right up before your eyes as if you had rubbed Aladdin's lamp? Maybe that sounds a little exaggerated, but I know you're going in for a surprise the first time you use Car New. It's so easy to use, for one thing, because it cleans and polishes in one application, does 2 jobs at the same time. Car New is a liquid. You massage it gently over the finish, and when it dries to a powder, you wipe it off. And there stands your car with its almost forgotten showroom shine. Now, if you want to protect that shine for a longer time and save on your car washings, you add a coat of wax. But first, do that double job of cleaning and polishing with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. It's the easy, labor-saving way to keep up the finish of your car. say a well-groomed woman gives her tresses 100 strokes with a hairbrush every night before retiring. And it must work, too, because McGee's horse, Lillian, is simply radiating charm and beauty these days. And here in the garage, giving their handsome hay burner the brush off in a nice way, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
My, doesn't her coat shine beautifully, McGee?
It oughta. I got a Charlie horse in my arm from currying her. Charlie, let me introduce you to Lillian. Lillian, this is Charlie. You two horses ought to know each other. Gotta watch that, Lillian. You almost missed your cue.
Isn't she sweet? Look at her wag her tail, McGee. She's happy.
In horses, Mrs. McGee, that ain't happiness. That's flies. Hold still, you big corn cruncher. Hey, Molly, haven't we curried her long enough?
Oh, I think so. And she looks lovely, too. Though a little fat, I'd say.
Yeah, she's hippie but happy. Hand me your blanket, will you? Kind of a draft blowing through here.
You know, I don't think this blanket is big enough, McGee. Her legs must get awfully cold.
Well, what do you think we ought to do? She'd look awful silly in long underwear.
Well, she does need a bigger blanket, though. Yes. Mother's it the baby that's told, doesn't she? Wudgy.
Oh, quit talking baby talk to her, Molly. Next thing you know, she'll be wanting me to sit on my lap and listen to the Three Bears. Her to sit on my lap.
Where are you?
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Uppington, I think.
Ah, yes. I should have recognized that sweet voice. I hear it in my dreams. Every time I eat too much lobster salad.
Now, listen, she isn't so bad, McGee. She's just afflicted with too much money.
Old Dr. McGee could cure that affliction with one rousing game of poker. What do you say we have the old...
Mrs. McGee, are you there? Out here in the garage, Abigail. Now, be nice, dearie.
Okay, I'll kiss her hand and curtsy. And if the old moose
hello there, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Get away from me, you big ox. I haven't got any sugar.
Please, Mr. McGee. I did not come here to ask.
Oh, he didn't mean you, Abigail. He was talking to Lillian.
Oh, yes.
Yes, have you met Lillian, Uppy? Lillian, dear, this is Mrs. Abigail Uppington, the big splash in the finger bowl set. Uppy, shake hands with her. I'd like to have you meet our adopted daughter, Lillian.
Lillian and I have met, Mr. McGee, and I think she's very, very charming. I love horses. In fact, I was quite a horsewoman in my day. They used to say I rode like a centaur.
Like a what?
A centaur. That is a mythological figure, Mr. McGee. Half man, half horse.
Oh, really? Well, which half...
McGee. Abigail, won't you come in the house and have a cup of tea?
Oh, thank you, no, my dear. I just stopped by to ask you a favor on behalf of the Wistful Vista Reclamation Committee, of which I am chairwoman.
Uppy, you're such a confirmed chairwoman, it's a wonder you weren't born with 4 legs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McGee.
What is the Reclamation Committee, Abigail, and what are they going to wreck?
Well, we are putting on a campaign, Mrs. McGee, asking citizens to look through their homes for any material which might be useful to the government in this emergency. Old metal, paper, rags, all that sort of thing. Oh, here's a folder about it.
Okay, Uppy, but I don't think we got much of that kind of stuff.
McGee, how about the hall closet?
You think there might be something in there?
I have a sneaking suspicion that we might find an ounce or two that we might spare. What do we do with it, Abigail?
Oh, just pile it up outside. I shall have our truck call for it at 4 o'clock.
Well, we'll get it at it right away, Uppy. We're about through with Lillian anyway.
I must say, you keep her looking very well.
I tell you, we curry and brush her for 2 hours every day, Abigail. You see how her coat shines?
Oh, yes, there is nothing like it, Mrs. McGee. Personally, I brush my hair at least an hour a day.
Well, some horses need more care than others, Uppy.
Now, please. Mr. McGee, I am not a... well, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Did I say something wrong?
Oh, no, you just called her a horse is all. Nothing to be offended about.
She should be offended about that. It's Lillian that ought to be hurt. Hey, Lillian? Yes, does Daddy's itty baby think nasty old woman?
McGee.
Huh? Oh. Well, let's get out that closet, Molly, and get it.
Government folder Abigail gave us, McGee.
Yeah?
Listen, it says, in our attics, cellars, backyards, and basements are waste materials that can help make ships, tanks, guns, and ammunition. Salvage now for victory. Well, come on, McGee, let's get busy.
Okay.
I'll be glad to get that closet cleaned out.
Yeah, me too. Oh, okay, open her up.
No, you open it.
No, you open it. I opened it the last time.
Yeah, but you can jump out of the way quicker than I can.
Well, okay. Here goes.
Well.
There, you see? No cause to be alarmed because... Straighten out that closet right now. Just look at that, will you? Well, there ought to be plenty of stuff in here for the government, Molly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an old aluminum coffee pot. We can give that to the government.
No, but that's what I use for camping trips.
Well, tap a tree and drink maple syrup. This goes to Uncle Sam. Aluminum is a very important thing.
Yeah, it is. Well, let's see. Better make 3 piles of this stuff we're saving for the government. Rubber in one, metal in another, and paper in... Hey, look.
What?
Here's my old ukulele.
Say, I never knew you had a ukulele.
Oh, sure you did. Remember before we were married how we used to sit in the swing out in our front lawn and I'd play the uke and sing to you? Stuff like Red Wing and Pretty Baby and There's Egypt in Your Dreamy Eyes. What's the matter? What you looking at me like that for?
McGee, give me that ukulele.
Okay, here. But it needs to be tuned up before you can... Hey! What's the idea of busting it up, Molly? Haven't you got any sentiment?
Not for this.
Huh?
The only swing on the front lawn in our neighborhood belonged to that red-headed Dixon girl down the street, and that wasn't Egypt in her dreamy eyes. That was mascara. The hussy.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, well, I never liked her very much anyway.
Honest?
Nah, her swing squeaked. Hey, here's your old portable sewing machine, Molly. That's good for 30 pounds of metal.
Oh, and here's a pile of old magazines. Yeah. Well, the Police Gazette.
Oh, I'll take those, Molly. I was planning on joining the police force once.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, folks. What goes on?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. We're cleaning out the hall closet. We're sorting out some things that the government can salvage.
Want to pitch in and see what you can find, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah.
We got everything here but the kitchen. McGee, there it is.
What?
The kitchen sink over in the corner there.
Well, darned if it ain't. Well, that's another 20 pounds of iron.
Well, I'll just go away quietly and leave you two to your memories and old umbrellas. I wouldn't want to... Oh, look at this.
What are you mooning over that for? It's just an old tin can.
Yes, but an old tin can of what?
What?
Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
But it's empty.
That's what I love about it. This empty can means that Molly has been spared hours and hours of housework. It means that her kitchen linoleum has been tenderly cared for, that its beauty and luster have been preserved.
Yes, but that empty can must have been around for years and years.
Swell. The longer you've been using it, the better I like it. It just goes to show that once a housewife has tried Johnson's Glow Coat, she keeps on. Because it's so easy to use, saves so much time and effort, conserves your energy and your property.
Hand me my hat, Molly.
Where are you going, dearie?
No place. I just want to take it off to Mr. Wilcox. There's a guy who can really dramatize a tin can. Break his commercial little heart over a pile of junk. Boy, what a performance he could put on at the city dump.
You think not? You think not? Meet me there tomorrow at 2:30.
I ever knew another man who was quite so sold on his job, McGee.
Me either. Ever notice that little bare spot in the back of his head?
Is he getting bald?
No, his hair is just worn off there. He uses a can of Glow Coat for a pillow. Well, come on, let's get busy. We ain't made a dent in this stuff yet. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to put on an old house dress. This stuff is too dusty to handle. Now, you keep busy, dearie, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oh. Boy, what a family can accumulate in a few years. What's this? What's this? Ashtray from the Sherman Hotel in Chicago. So that's where I stayed during that Legion convention. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Huh? Oh, hi, little girl. Now, come back later now. I'm busy.
What you doing,
I'm cleaning out the closet, sis, and at the same time seeing what I can dig up that might be useful to Uncle Sam.
Oh. Hey, is Uncle Sam really our uncle, mister? Is he?
Sis? He really is, sis. And nobody ever had a better uncle. Like most relatives, he annoys us now and then, and we squawk and complain, but don't mean anything. When we get in a jam, he's always in there to back us up, and when he gets in a mess, we rally around. He's the only rich uncle in the world that his whole family hopes he'll live forever. Now get out of the way, sis. I'm busy. I want to get...
Oh, looky, mister. Look what I found. Ice skates.
Where? Oh, them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Those used to be my ice skates, sis.
Can I have them, mister? Can I please?
Sis, you'd be welcome to them, except for 3 reasons. They won't fit you, and they're so rusty they ain't good for skating anymore. And in the third place, Uncle Sam needs them more than you do. I'm sorry.
Okay, mister. There's another reason, too.
What's that? I says, what's that?
What's what?
What's the 4th reason you don't want these skates?
That's it. I don't want them.
And why did you ask for them?
Just to see if you'd give them to me. I'd rather wait and have a good pair anyway.
What do you mean, a good pair? These were the most expensive skates I ever won, selling Larkin products door to door.
Well, I bet you they can't be much good, I bet you. My daddy said so.
Your daddy didn't even know I ever had a pair of skates.
Well, he must have. He said they were no good.
I don't... Now, let's get this straight, sis. What was your immediate paternal forebear Dumb's comment regarding these mill pond moccasins?
Say that again?
I says, what did your old man say?
He said McGee's were the cheapest skates he ever saw. Come on, mister.
The King's Men and the Village Blacksmith.
The village smithy stands by the tree. The smith, a mighty man, now is he. He's busy as a big bumblebee, reshoeing horses for society. He swings and sings as the horses pass. He does because when he swings the anvil chorus, all the horses laugh. For just as every dog has his day, the smith is back again now to stay. And the muscles in his hands are as strong as rubber bands. And the village smithy stands by the tree. The smithy stood for years by the tree, but now he's up in society. Since rubber went on priority, he's bigger than you figure he could be. He heaves, then leaves all the horses flat. He goes to show he's the life of every party.
In the high silk hat, that money in his pants.
Hey, hey, just shoeing horses got him that away. And you're gonna see his name written in the Hall of Fame. That's how famous he became by the tree. Don't recognize his friends anymore. Cause he's sprucer than he used to be before. And he's climbed, as you can guess, up the ladder of success. But he keeps the same address.
Well, the truck is almost loaded, Molly. How much more stuff we got?
Well, not much. Just the old dress form and your old golf clubs and the magazine and some little stuff.
Say, I wonder if I can't still use those golf clubs.
What was your score the last time you played?
No, I guess I don't need them anymore. Here's your dress form, Molly.
Thank you, dearie.
Boy, what a load of junk. Well, the truck is way down on its springs now. Hey, where'd that driver go?
He's out in the garage talking to Lillian.
Wonder he wouldn't stick around and lend a hand. Oh, here's the magazines.
Say, what's this thing, McGee?
Oh, that's my old steel helmet from the last war. I bet the government will be glad to. I bet the government will be glad to get that. I made it.
Well, I don't know, McGee. This helmet's got an awful dent in the top of it.
I'll say it has. That helmet saved my life in the last war.
Oh, get hit by a bullet?
No, bumped into a stump. I was crawling out of a... Oh, look who's coming. The trivia.
Oh, well, let's not get into one of those silly arguments with him, will you?
Oh, come on. Let's do him good. Hi, La Trivia.
Hello, McGee. Good day, Mrs. McGee. What are you doing up in that truck?
Oh, just loading some junk into it, Mr. Mayor. We just cleaned out the closet.
Well, why doesn't McGee get up in the truck and let you hand him the thing?
Now, you mind your own business, La Trivia. Molly's the kind of a woman I always like to look up to. Here, Molly. Catch.
Can I help?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're nearly through now.
Very well. I just came by to ask if you subscribe to Liberty Magazine.
Oh, yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. But if you're working your way through college, we'll be glad to see you.
I'm not working my way through college, Mr. McGee. I merely wish to tell you that in tomorrow's issue of Liberty, there will be a 4-page article about you and Mr. McGee.
Honest, La Trivia?
As honest as it could be, I suppose, considering it's a family magazine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be looking for it. And I might have known you weren't working your way through college.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mrs. McGee, I did work my way through college.
Interfere with your college work any, La Trivia?
No, not a bit. In fact, I was particularly active in the Glee Club.
Oh, well, here we go again. So you belonged to a Glee Club, did you, Mr. Mayor? That must have been fun.
It was. We had some splendid singers.
I suppose they sang on account of being so gleeful.
No, because they belong to the Glee Club. A Glee Club is formed for the purpose of group singing.
Oh, I always sing when I'm happy to, but I don't have to belong to a club to do it, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't either, Mrs. McGee. I joined the Glee Club because I like to sing. But a Glee Club is not necessarily gleeful.
You mean they were unhappy?
Why should they be unhappy?
Why shouldn't they be?
Well, they should be. I mean, no, they shouldn't be. What has their happiness got to do with it?
Now, that's a fine attitude, La Trivia. Not to care whether your own club is happy or not. Why, when I went to high school...
I am merely trying to explain that the term Glee Club has nothing to do with glee. Is that clear?
Oh, I see what you mean. Like if you belong to the Elks, you don't necessarily have to give all your friends one of your front teeth.
That's exactly what No. What I'm trying to say is that a college glee club is formed of people who like to sing.
Oh, certainly. You see, Molly, if you ain't full of glee, they won't take you in because...
Whether or not you're full of glee doesn't matter. All that matters is whether or not you can sing.
Well, it's the same thing. You can't sing unless you're gleeful.
Well, how about Lawrence Tibbett, Molly? He has to sing at concerts whether he's gleeful or not.
Yeah, but how much does he get?
Oh, up in the thousands, I guess.
And he's unhappy about that?
I didn't say he was unhappy.
But you said distinctly that Mr. Tibbett wasn't happy when he sang, and I only
But you said he had to be gleeful.
No, McGee, I merely said that
Well, I'll just leave you two good people to argue it out by yourselves. And don't forget the Liberty article. A good day.
So long, La Trivia.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor. Now, look here, McGee. I'm happy at receiving thousands of dollars of performance.
I never said no such a thing.
You did, too. You did.
No, I says that the...
Yeah, you...
Hey, what are we arguing about? La Trivia's gone.
What? Oh, heavenly days. Caught on our own hook. Well, let's get the rest of this stuff loaded, McGee.
Okay. There. Is this all the stuff, Molly? Any more in the closet?
No, it's all out here, McGee.
Fine.
That closet was as empty as a threat to Joe Lewis's title.
Okay.
But Uncle Dennis...
Oh, Uncle Dennis. I get tired of hearing about that guy. When's he going to move out?
Now, listen, don't you talk like that about Uncle Dennis. He's never done anything to you.
No, except he eats more than Lillian and sleeps more than Rip Van Winkle. He's a regular parachute.
No, you mean parasite theory. A parachute is a big thing that gets full of air and lets you down easy.
That's what I say. Uncle Dennis is a regular parachute. Oh, hi, Wimple.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mr.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. We'll be through here in just a minute. Hand me that last little pile of things, McGee.
Here you are.
There, now that's all. Help me down, dearie.
Okay, grab my hand. That's it.
My goodness, what on earth are you folks doing?
We just cleaned out our hall closet, Mr. Wimple. We're sending a lot of old metal and rubber and paper to the government.
Oh, that's splendid, Mrs. McGee. I went down this morning and tried to join the Marines.
Oh.
Sweetie Face went with me to give her consent.
Oh. Did they take you, Wimp?
No. They said my eyes were too weak and I was anemic and underweight and overage and I wasn't tall enough.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Wimple.
No. It came out all right.
Oh.
They accepted Sweetie Face.
You mean Sweetie Face is in the Marines now, Wimp?
Just as an instructor, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
She's going to teach them how to box and wrestle and do jiu-jitsu. She demonstrated to them how to disarm an opponent, stun him with a blow on the neck, and knock all his teeth out.
Heavenly days, that must have been impressive.
Oh, indeed it was. By the way, can you recommend a good dentist?
Go see Doc Cottam, Wimp. Tell him I sent you. So Sweetie Face used you as an example of how to treat an enemy, eh?
Oh, she certainly did, Mr. McGee. And then the recruiting officer asked Sweetie Face if she knew anything about bayonet fighting.
And what did she say?
I don't know, Mrs. McGee. I jumped out the window. Oh, but look at me, standing here gossiping when you're so busy.
Now we're all finished, Wimp. Come on in and take a look at the closet now. It's a sight for sore housekeepers. We'll show you the closet, and then maybe Molly will make us a cup of coffee.
Certainly, boys. But, McGee, I was telling you that Uncle Dennis...
Oh, skip Uncle Dennis. Come on in, Wimp.
My, this is such a peaceful house. I wish I lived here. Or someplace.
Oh. Well, now, listen, anytime you want to come for a couple of weeks to heal up, Mr. Wimple, we'll be glad to have you.
Sure we will. Here, take a look at this closet, Wimp. I'm proud of this.
But, McGee, I told you...
I want Wimple to see the closet. Now, look, Wimp. Well, what in the...
I've been trying to tell you, McGee. I've been trying to tell you all the time. When Uncle Dennis saw that bare closet, he moved all his stuff in there.
Well, we haven't all got hall closets like the McGees, but if you're looking for ways in which you can do something right now that will help your country, listen carefully. You can turn this spring house cleaning into direct aid for all-out production by very carefully salvaging from your attic and basement all discarded articles made with rubber or metal, as well as old rags and scrap paper. Rubber and scrap metal are most important. 29 pounds of old rubber will make a life raft for a Navy plane. 12 pounds of scrap metal is half the steel needed for a small machine gun. That's important, isn't it? Sort out all discarded tools, old tire chains, batteries, pieces of pipe, anything made of metal that you can't use. Sort out old rubber tires, torn boots or overshoes, hot water bottles, bath mats. Sort out old clothing, rags of all kinds, waste paper and cartons. Send them to your local junk collector or give them to a charitable organization that's collecting such material. Remember, rubber and scrap metal are most important right now. Your government is asking your help. Make this spring house cleaning your special contribution to victory.
That job is done, and you certainly have worked hard, McGee. I'll say that for you.
I'll say that for me, too.
You look tired, dearie.
Yeah.
Say, why don't you go down to the Elks Gymnasium and get yourself a massage?
Oh, I can't, Molly. The masseur joined the Army.
He did? I thought he was way over age.
Well, he is, but I guess the government wants any old rubber it can get.
Oh.
Huh?
I said, oh.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ready, ladies and gentlemen, from the port.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
As Guinea and a swing, and Francis Langford sing, Kelowna joins Bob Hope and Saps with 6 hits and a miss.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Easter Parade Hope, telling all you promenaders that no matter what set you're with, if you use Pepsodent, you'll never be without a set. Or, this is Bob Easter Sunday Hope telling you people who rolled eggs across a lawn to use Pepsodent, and you'll never have to roll them across a bridge. Well, I've been busy all week coloring Easter eggs, and here I am with them. I colored one egg, yellow, green, orange, red, and purple, and when I got through, the chick poked his head out and said, "That's swell. Now how about some blue to go with my eyes?" Just as a gag, I put a bunch of those gaily colored Easter eggs on one of the hens I keep. The hen got up, took a long look at the colored egg, scratched her head, and said, "Well, that's what I get for smelling those empty bottles in W.C. Field's backyard." Skinny Ennis got a lot of eggs, and one of them hatched. The chick stepped out of the shell, looked at Skinny for a minute, and then said, "I'm finished, but brother, you better go back in for a few days." When I was a kid at Easter time, I used to eat so many eggs, when I'd walk down the street, chickens used to chase me. But things are slightly reversed now. You get it, Wolf? I wanted to buy a pair of Easter bunnies for my nephew. The pet shop storekeeper said, "Sorry, bud, I can't let you have them. I only have one pair of rabbits. You know, shortages." 5 minutes later, he called me back and said, "Hey, buddy, care to help me get rid of the surplus?" And I wanted to tell my little nephew all about Easter, so we went out in the garden. I pointed to a little animal and said, "That's the Easter bunny." And it hopped right over to us and said, "Don't be silly. I'm just a gopher that stayed up all night and got my eyes all bloodshot." Every year I send my girl something for Easter. You know, she lives in a tough neighborhood. In fact, the neighborhood's so tough, last year I sent her a box of Martha Washington chocolates, and George went along as a convoy. Of course, I was out marching today in the Easter Parade. The Easter Parade, that's the walk that you take in between the time you buy your Easter outfit and the time from the finance man comes up. I'll be back. Just a second. I've got to work it. It's a long thing. I've got to work it out. Of course, I was out marching today in the Easter Parade. The Easter Parade, that's the walk that you take in between the time you buy your Easter outfit and the time... That doesn't seem right. Well, just a minute. Talk to each other. Of course, I was out marching today in the Easter Parade. The Easter Parade, that's the walk that you take in between the time you buy your Easter outfit and the time the man from the finance company comes to reclaim it. That's what I say. Edward Arnold was out front leading the Easter Parade. Then came a bunch of celebrities. Then came the band. And then came Edward Arnold bringing up the rear. No takers, huh? And the women here really get dressed up for the Easter Parade. They take off those old slacks that they walk around in all year and iron them and put them back on again. Some women wear slacks to show men who's boss, and other women wear them to show men. And the people are the judges, of the Easter Parade. If they like your outfit, they cheer, and if they don't like it, they hiss. When I walked by, it sounded like a duet between the factory whistles of Douglas and Lockheed. Look, folks, you have to pay attention. Hetty Lamar walked on the left of me, and every 10 minutes I'd shift so that she was on my right. I'm no fool. I like to get tanned evenly on both sides. Skinny Ennis walked in the parade, and someone told him to carry an Easter lily. As he walked down the street, a native son spotted him and said, "Gee, ain't California wonderful? We even got them trained to walk at their own funeral." Everybody wore striped morning trousers. Skinny Ennis didn't have a pair of striped pants, so he just let the colors run in his shorts and wore them low. W.C. Fields was in the Easter Parade, and he was really all dressed up. It was the first time I ever saw anyone holding 3 lilies, carrying 4 roses, and being supported by 5 cops. Guy Kibbe tipped his hat, and a bluebird flew over his head for 5 minutes before he realized it wasn't the White Cliffs of Dover. It was fun walking with my girl in the Easter Parade. You know, I can't take her out anymore more than twice a week because of the shortage of razor blades. She's got such a heavy beard. My girl looked really nice in the parade. She was wearing open-toed shoes, even though she didn't want to. She put on a pair of shoes that are 2 sizes too small for her, and in the middle of the parade, her toes suddenly went AWOL. I bought my girl a fur piece to wear in the Easter Parade. I don't know what kind of fur it is, but if the wind had shifted, there wouldn't have been a parade. And you know, all the girls are wearing clothes cut in military style, so they look like soldiers. I whistled at one and said, "Hiya, honey," and it was a sergeant from Camp Roberts. They told me as they lifted me into the ambulance. And Bing Crosby bought some new clothes for the parade. I wouldn't say they were loud, but it's the first time I've ever seen a sports suit with chromium bumpers. Jerry Colonna was wearing a conservative Mexican outfit, and it's a zoot suit on a peon with a neon. Those zoot suits are certainly funny. The jackets reach way down to the ankles, and the pants, come to think of it, I never saw any. Everybody bought Easter clothes. I went down to see if I could pick up anything, and I bought some clothes, too. I bought myself a fancy suit for Easter. I got narrow cuts, a sharp drape, pointed lapels, and when I crossed Hollywood Boulevard, I got a belt in the back. Andy Devine went down to get fitted for a suit. When it came time to measure his hips, the tailor sent out for an extra long ruler and a permit to leave the country. I bought a suit made out of herringbone cloth. The herringbone was so genuine, the first day I put it on, a guy followed me 3 blocks with a fishing pole. Made out of herringbone cloth. The herringbone was so genuine. My delivery was perfect. It must be the joke. And those pants were very tight on me. It was a California suit, but it was very funny. Every time I bent over, there was trouble deep in the heart of Texas. All suits are going to be practically the same all over the country. In fact, from now on, the only way you can tell anyone is from Hollywood is by the skid marks across his chest. I have a swell new suit, and the jacket is wonderful, even if it has only 1 sleeve. It was supposed to have 2 sleeves, but just as the tailor was starting the second one, he got a better offer from Lockheed. And all the men now are wearing victory suits, no collars, no lapels, and all the men are wearing them, yes, sir. All the men are now wearing victory suits, no collars, no lapels, and no cuffs. I don't know why they call them victory suits. Crosby's been wearing them for years, and the store can still 4 up on them. And you know, there's victory suits, no cuffs. Well, I started across Hollywood Boulevard just as a woman driver approached. Now I got victory legs, no ankles. The women really got dressed up for the Easter parade. I saw one woman walking along with what I thought was a big turban wound around her head. Then I found out she bought a suit with 2 pairs of slacks and was trying to wear them both. And you can say what you want about women's hats this year, but not in front of them. One woman couldn't afford a new hat with a lot of birds on it, so she spread glue on her last year's hat and put a sign on the landing field for robins. One woman really had the crowd following her. She didn't have on a fancy hat either, just an inner tube with a veil. And you can never tell what women's hats will be made of. I emptied out the garbage this morning, and 2 hours later I saw it going down the boulevard on a woman's head. God bless you. I'll send you that joke personally. You may have it. One woman was walking down the boulevard and met another woman who was wearing the same identical hat she was wearing. The winner meets Joe Louis in September. Everyone in Hollywood went shopping for new outfits. Hedy Lamarr bought a coat, Darcy Lamour bought a sarong, and Gypsy Rose Lee bought cough drops. I noticed one woman there with a bustle. I said, I see the bustle is coming back again. She said, bustle nothing. I'm taking real good care of my spare tire. Would you start something? Yes, sir.
A Pepsodent 50 Tuff toothbrush gives you twice as many tufts in a small compact head.
We have Francis Langford. And the secret to the missing, and I don't want to walk without you, baby.
The day you left me behind, I take a stroll and get you right off my mind. But now I find that I don't want to walk without a sunshine. Why'd you have to turn off all that sunshine? Oh, baby, please come back, or you'll break my heart for me. I will. 'Cause I don't want to walk without you. No. In the sunshine, walking with you. About you, baby. Believe me. Oh, baby, please come back, or you'll break my heart for me. I will. 'Cause I don't want to walk without you. No. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't want to walk till I'm walking with you. Wonderful, Francis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the beautiful star of Captain of the Clouds, that lovely glamour girl from Warner Brothers, Miss Brenda Marshall.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're here tonight, Brenda. After all, I think it's only right that the glamour girl from Warner should meet the glamour boy from Paramount.
Oh, is Ray Milan here, too? Is Ray Milan here, too?
Yeah.
But I think you're very handsome yourself, Bob.
Thank you.
That lovely wavy hair.
Yes. Yes.
Those wonderful dark eyes.
Yes.
Just let me look deep in your eyes.
Does anybody out there need a smudge pot? Come and get me.
Why, Bob, I don't have any effect on you, do I?
Well, the script wasn't scorched when I started. Wonder if the Red Cross would give me my blood back.
Well, Bob, stop looking at me like that.
Oh, my eyes always get narrow when I look at a beautiful girl, Brenda. 6 times this week I had to fight my way out of Owens Valley. I'm really thrilled having a beautiful girl like you as guest star on this show. You're beautiful, Brenda. May I kiss your hand?
What for?
Well, I got to do something. I'm getting tired of standing here chewing my own nails. But I want to welcome you to the Pepsin Show, Brenda. You've been on lots of big radio shows before, haven't you?
Yes, but it only makes it worse to reminisce.
Brenda, do you know how many people listen to this show every week? You think jokes would help?
Oh, I always laugh at you anyway. Especially the other day when I saw you in the Easter parade.
Why, Brenda, I was dressed in the height of fashion. Didn't you notice I was wearing cuffs?
Yes, but don't you think you should have worn the suit, too?
No wonder I felt silly around Cahuenga Pass. But this is my new Easter outfit, Brenda. How do you like it? It's, this here. This.
Is that one of those new victory suits?
Yeah, I paid $100 for it.
I think your tailor won.
No, he didn't. I paid him by check. Did you like the way that... Did you like the way that suit fitted me that I wore in the Easter parade? You know, that was a zoot suit.
Really? It looked like a slack sack.
You didn't think it was too big for me, did you?
Oh, of course that suit wasn't too big for you. I think it was awfully nice of Edward Arnold to lend it to you.
Are you trying to say that the suit was too loose on me?
Oh, I wouldn't say it was too loose on you, but once during the parade you turned down Hollywood Boulevard and your suit kept walking up Vine Street.
Why, Brenda, I thought I was dressed pretty formal.
Well, I thought you were dressed a little too formal.
Well, what do you mean?
Whoever heard of putting pearl studs in a sweatshirt?
Yeah, I guess it clashed with my blue sneakers. And I made a mistake. And I made a mistake wearing my slacks in the Easter parade.
What was wrong in wearing your slacks?
Well, you ought to know. I walked down Hollywood Boulevard with you, and more fellas whistled at me than at you. What does that mean?
Well, I thought it was cute the way one kid came up to us, Bob, and said, "May I have your autograph, Miss Marshall? And your mother's, too?"
Yeah, I shouldn't have worn my hair in a snood.
Oh, the outfit you wore wasn't bad, Bob, but your shoes looked terrible. They had a big hole in them.
Oh, I can explain that. My big toe is afraid of the dark.
Your big toe is afraid of the dark.
Yeah, every time I put him in a new pair of shoes, he punches his way through and yells, "Hey, no blackout till you hear the rail raid siren." I like your open shows, twos too, Brandon. Your open-toed shoes, I mean. Brandon.
Those weren't open-toed shoes.
They weren't?
No, the night before I went out dancing with Andy Devine. Easter was lots of fun, though, wasn't it? I saw Skinny Innes walking in the parade, too.
Oh, Skinny didn't walk long. Just as he was leaving his house, his mother slipped 35 cents in his pocket and had pinned him to the ground. I thought I made a big hit when the parade started. Did you see me going along with Madeline Carroll on one side of me and Dorothy Lamour on my other side?
Yeah, and Hedy Lamarr on your back. I've never seen such beautiful tattooing.
Yes, I do all my own needlework. Say, did you see how corny everybody acted when the newspaper photographers wanted to take pictures? They all tried to get in front of the crowd.
Yes, Bob, but I'll have to hand it to you. You poked your head out of that open manhole at just the right moment. Easter certainly brings out a friendly spirit, doesn't it? Did you see that soldier, sailor, and Marine walking down the street with their arms around each other?
Yeah, they just came from a crap game. They only had one belt between them.
certainly glad you live right next door to me in North Hollywood. It was so convenient for you to drive me home after the parade.
Oh, that was nothing, Brenda. Nothing at all.
Don't be silly, Bob. It was very lucky for me. Why, a taxi would have charged me twice as much. Oh, but I'm really honored being your neighbor. You know all the big stars so intimately.
Well, when did you find that out?
As soon as I saw their laundry hanging in your backyard.
Yeah, Rough Dry Hope, they call me.
Still, it's nice having you right next door, even if you do occasionally drop in to borrow some eggs.
Would you mind repeating that?
What?
I'd like the audience to know that occasionally even I run short of eggs.
Well, it's too bad that tonight isn't one of those occasions. I like one thing about your place, Bob. What a cute idea. Having a moat around it.
Oh, that isn't a moat. When I read Esquire, I drool a lot.
Say, Bob, if you'll pardon my neighborly curiosity, tell me, just how many people live in that home of yours?
Oh, not many. Just 3 uncles, 4 aunts, 6 nieces, 8 brothers, 7 cousins, and a vacuum cleaner salesman from Azusa who gave us a free demonstration last November, and he's still trying to get my nephew Irving out of that vacuum cleaner bag.
Well, it's a beautiful home. Say, do you have much of a servant trouble?
No, they're democratic enough to associate with us. Do you like living right next door to us, Brenda?
Well, I can't really enjoy it because you're such a show-off.
A show-off? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Just stop making announcements over the public address system every time you put a lump of sugar in your coffee.
Well, I have to talk about something between my Pepsodent commercials.
So my dog wishes we'd move away from your neighborhood.
Oh, your dog wants to move? Why?
Must you dig up his bones?
Well, the Musicians Union forced me to do it. They gave me 3 days to find out where he buried Skinny Ennis. I take a lot of pride in my place, though, Brenda. I spend a lot of time with my gardening.
Yes, I know. Every morning I see you cutting down the alfalfa in your living room.
Yeah, somebody planted it there, New Year's Eve. Say, are you pretty busy these days? Brenda?
Oh, I'm working pretty hard, Bob. I just made a picture called Captains of the Clouds.
Captain of the Clouds? What's it about? A guy who tried to cross with the lights in Wilshire Boulevard?
No, it's about aviators. I enjoyed making the picture. I think aviators are so romantic.
Yes, they are.
Bob, why doesn't Paramount teach you how to fly?
Oh, they don't have to teach me how to fly. All they do is tell me I'm making a picture with Madeline Carroll and then step out of my way.
Well, I'm glad you saw Captains of the Clouds, Bob. How'd you like my performance?
Well, first you tell me how you like me and my favorite blonde.
I don't like the odds.
But I really did see you in Captain of the Clouds.
Well, I really did see you in my favorite blonde.
Gee, you had a swell supporting cast.
Gee, you had a swell supporting cast.
But I think you gave the greatest performance in the picture.
Gee, you had a swell supporting cast.
But I enjoyed making that picture with Madeline Carroll. How'd you like that big love scene where I take Madeline in my arms and kiss her and kiss her?
You were swell in that love scene, Bob. Madeline was wonderful in it, too. Especially the dainty way she covered her mouth every time she yawned.
Yeah, I'm better than Ovaltine. I may be your leading man in one of your pictures, Brendan. How would you like that?
Oh, I don't know whether I'd like having you for my leading man. I'm used to appearing with stars like Jimmy Cagney. There's a man that's full of fight, full of punch.
Well, what about me?
Well, you're punchy, too, but in a different way.
Yeah. Who started the applause? Who did that?
Jimmy Cagney's the caveman type.
Yeah, well, look at me.
You're more of the cave-in type. So you know Jimmy Cagney, don't you, Bob?
Oh, sure, I know Cagney. He's the one that's just coming over the wall when Raph lands on the ground.
Well, it's really an experience making a picture with Mr. Cagney. Oh, he's certainly rough with his women. He really slapped me around.
Yeah, well, I always wanted to be like Cagney, so the other day I made up my mind I was going to slap the next girl I met. Am I sorry?
Why?
Just my luck. The next girl I met was Sweetie Face. Sweetie Face. Who is Sweetie Face? Do you know Sweetie Face? Sure, that's what I say, Fibber McGee. I knew it all the time. I just wanted to see if you knew.
Say, Bob.
Yeah?
Cagney's wonderful with that rough stuff technique. You know, now I'm working in a picture called The Constant Nymph with a man who uses that suave technique, Charles Boyer.
Oh, yes, Charles Boyer, one of my students. I taught him.
You taught Boyer how to make love?
No, I taught him how to erase serial numbers from stolen tires. How did I know they were his tires I'd stolen?
See, I'm so happy making this picture with Charles Boyer and Joan Fontaine. Ah, Joan Fontaine.
Stop reading my lines. Is Charles Boyer really romantic?
Bob, I'm under his spell the moment he flutters his long eyelashes at me.
What do you want, love or air conditioning?
No, but he's wonderful. When that man looks at you, he seems to be able to pierce right through you. They glitter and gleam. And yet sometimes they seem to be as hard as steel.
Say, who are you talking about, Charles Boyer or BB Eyes? Look, I know who BB Eyes is. Every day. What happened to the mole? That's what killed me. I think the mole joined a Fanchon Marco unit or something. Look, you seem to think Boyer is a real ladies' man. Tell me, what has Boyer got that I haven't got? Go ahead, tell me.
Oh, I'd love to, Bob. I can't stand here talking all week.
Well, tell me one thing Boyer's got that I haven't got.
I don't know. But when he kisses me, it's like the adventures of Casanova.
And when I kiss you?
Courtship of Andy Hardy. You see, Bob, Boyer's a man of the world.
Well, I've traveled a lot, too.
Yes, Bob, but when you travel through all the foreign countries of the globe, it does something to you. Nothing happens when you push a good-humored truck around a Zeusa.
Want to see my numbers?
Charles Boyer is wonderful. I don't know where he gets all his polish and gloss.
Get his name and address. He might make a good customer.
Who's that?
Fibber McGee.
You know, it's...
I know how you feel, Skinny. It was hardly worth the walk, wasn't it? I don't know. He says, oh, well, I was over that way anyway. I don't know why we don't put a small mic right there for you, right there. Then you don't have to get up, you know. If it flops, you can just lay around back and drop a net or something.
See, you know, Bob, it's been fun working with Charles Boyer and Jimmy Cagney. They're such opposite types.
Well, I have an idea, Brenda. Why don't we show the audience how the James Cagney type and the Charles Boyer type differ in their lovemaking? We'll show the audience how each one acts when calling in his girl. You be the girl and I'll be the fella.
All right. Hey, gosh, Bob, that's what I like about your program. It's so logical.
Well, okay. First, the Charles Boyer type. What a love. No, wait a minute, Charles Boyer. How does it talk? What I said. Oh, it's a lovely day. What is that? That's not Boyer. I had it good before. You heard me rehearse.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Thank you. Oh, what? No, what a lovely day to be out. Well, there's a pretty girl. She's very pretty. Isn't that awful? I lost the character. Go ahead, talk. Oh, what a lovely... No, that's not right. Oh, what a day. That is a pretty girl. She is very pretty. That's it. Ah, she is very pretty. Hiya, babe. I should not do that, but I love to see them faint when they see who it is that whistles them. I feel very happy this morning walking along in these beautiful spats. Ouch. I wish I could afford shoes, too. I think I'll turn around a minute, just as I thought. I hate to have girls following me. But this is a gorgeous night to be calling on the beautiful Brenda. I'm all ready for the big evening. I have put the perfume behind my ears. The sweet-smelling perfume behind my ears. And now I must walk past the pool room. Oh, I still smell the perfume, but where's my ears? Here I am. It is my loved one's house. It is not my loved one's house. I have eat. I think she lives right in back of that high picket fence over there, but that's funny. I don't remember any picket fence around her house. Oh, I forget. I just had my eyelashes curled. I wait. Here is her house. I will ring the bell. What a patriotic country. Everywhere you go is the national anthem.
Charles, my dear.
Ma chérie, voulez-vous? Bonsoir, santé. Well, Hayes is still trying to figure that out. Which makes two of us.
Come in, Charles.
Wait, I will pull off my gloves. They are very tight. I must pull hard. I always lose one finger this way.
Yes, but that was the last one. Where are we going tonight, Charles? Where are we going tonight, Charles? How about dancing at the Palladium?
Oh, you forget you are with Charles. I have arranged something gay, something exciting, something different for tonight.
What are we going to do?
When the moon is high in the sky, we will go down to the parking lot and feel retreads.
Oh, you French are so romantic.
Yeah. You got $1 till Friday?
Tell me, Charles, when I go out with you, why is it I always have to pay wherever we go?
Oh, I am the free French. Come, chérie, let us sit on the davenport.
You don't know your English. That's Davenport.
You don't know the French. That's davenport. Oui, oui. Oh, say. Ah, my delightful one. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes.
Yes, dear, I'm looking.
Pretty, aren't they?
Yes, much prettier than if both were the same color.
What is it, Cherry?
Kiss me.
All right, but I don't see why you should have all the fun.
Charles, why do you love me?
Why? You may as well ask an elephant where he goes when he dies.
But I don't love an elephant. I love you. You know, Charles, you haven't kissed me yet tonight.
Oh, yes, let me take you into my arms. Let me gaze deeply into your eyes. Ah, your eyes, they are like... How you say it in English? Oh, yes, your eyes are like 2 limpid pools of 7-Up. And now, my sweet, come to my arms. I hold you. So? I squeeze you so. I kiss you so. How was it?
So. Charles, let's get married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Look at all the girls I disappoint.
Let's keep your children out of this.
Look, Sherry, I have brought you something.
Charles, is that for me?
Yes, it's been in my family a long time. My mother used to wear it, and now I want you to wear it.
Oh, darling. A Wilkie button.
Go ahead, take it. I can always hold up my pants with my hands.
Oh, Charles, you're so clever. Do you really care for me?
Yes, I will kiss your hand. You have the nice long fingernails.
Well, why do you always kiss my hand?
Saves razor blade. That's the fade. And now the tough Jimmy Cagney type calling in his girl. what a wonderful day to be going calling. Gee, what a wonderful day to be going calling my Goyle. Gee, look, there's George Raft over there. I'll wish him a good morning. Gee, he's happy, too. Oh, there's Officer Clancy. He's looking this way. Maybe he wants to throw me in jail. Maybe he's just looking at me. Maybe he wants to throw me in jail. Why stand here all night hesitating? Gee, it's great to be calling on Brenda. What a dame she is. Just my type. Every time I sock her in the jaw, she puts a walnut between her teeth so it'll be cracked for me. Well, here's Brenda's house. Guess I'll knock on the door.
Quiet, Jim. Don't you know my old man's going to bed?
Sure, I know your old man is going to bed. I saw the cops bringing him in, didn't I? Well, hiya, Scoit.
Hiya, pants. Say, why were you banging on the door like that?
I think you're cheating on me. You got any men in that clothes closet?
Oh, no.
Well, it's kind of dark in this closet, just to make sure, I'll take a couple of shots.
Oh. See? Moths.
Yeah, the third one to the left has got a mustache. Come on, give me a kiss, Scoit.
Jimmy, that ain't no way to talk. You should say, may I have a kiss, darling?
Okay, may I have a kiss, darling? And give me a kiss, Scoit, or I'll bet you bow-legged.
Hey, you been fighting again? Where'd you get that black eye?
I ran into a doorknob.
You sure you ran into a doorknob?
Yeah, the other guy had it in his fist.
Well, come into the living room, Jimmy. Let me take your hat, coat, and dagger. Gosh, Jimmy, your cauliflower ear don't look so good tonight. What's the matter with it?
Oh, they sent the Jap that was taking care of it over to Owen Valley. Look what I brought you, Brenda, some perfume.
Gee, thanks.
Well, go on, that's perfume. You're supposed to put it behind your ears.
Yeah, where does it go? Over or under the bubble gum?
Oh, I forgot you put bubble gum there and let it hang down for earrings.
Say, ain't it terrible what happened to my pa, Jimmy? He forgot that we live down here on top of the docks now.
Well, what happened to him, Brenda?
He went crazy trying to get the water out of the cellar.
Yeah, what a drip.
Well, Jimmy, where are we going tonight? Zeros, a little truck, Mocambo?
Listen, baby, when you're going out with a guy like me, you're lucky I just don't beat you over the head for amusement. I don't spend dough on dames, see? Well, stay right here, understand? If I hear another peep out of you about spending money, I'll kick in your teeth till you look like Mahatma Gandhi.
All right, dear, all right.
Boy, wouldn't it be swell if this worked in real life?
But, Jimmy, I did want to go and hear Skinny Innocent's band. He's playing at the Coconut Grave.
Look at your script. That's Grove.
Look at Innes. That's Grave.
You can't talk about my friend like that. I like to push this grapefruit in your face.
Yeah? You wouldn't dare push that grapefruit in my face.
I wouldn't?
Well, pass the sugar. Gee, you're pretty tough, ain't you, Jimmy?
Sure, I'm plenty tough. You see that phone book there? Watch, I'll rip it right in half. Lucky we live in Glendale.
Gee, you're wonderful, Jimmy.
Listen, screwball, we're going to elope tonight.
Elope? What does that mean?
Just put on your Las Vegas slacks and don't ask questions.
I'd marry you, but you ain't no gentleman.
What do you mean?
Well, when you came into the house yesterday, first you hit my father and then you hit my mother. That ain't right.
Why not?
Well, my mother's older. You should have hit her first.
Yeah, but she's bigger, too.
Say, what you got there, Jimmy?
It's an electric razor. They say there's going to be a shortage of blades, so I got this thing. You want to see how it works?
Sure, let me see how it works.
Okay. There, you see how it works? And it won't be long before your hair grows back either. Thank you, Brenda. And Brenda will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And now Skinny Anderson, the Six Fits, and the Miss Singing.
It's a picture of perfect health. He's as normal as he can be. Here he comes to sing us a song. Restless Mr. E.
If
I had a dictionary, I would use the customary compliments and phrases when I want to sing your praises. But I'm up to here in trouble. My adversity is double, and to make the matter worse, I'm breathless. When I try to be poetic, you are never sympathetic. As it is, I do my best and hoping for you pass the test. But up to now, I'm in the soup. My heart is doing the loop-a-loop on top of all of that. I'm breathless. You take my breath away. My castles are all in a heap. You've got me right where I want you. Baby, you walk in my sleep. I take you for a little walk, and I'm the guy that likes to talk. You leave me on the porch, and then I wind up with the torch for every single time that I'm inclined to tell you what is on my mind. I'm darned if I don't find I'm breathless. But I'm up to here in trouble. My adversity is double, and to make the matter worse,
He's breathless. When you try to be poetic, you are never sympathetic. As it is, you do your best and hope and pray you pass the test.
but up to now I'm in the soup. My heart is doing the loop-the-loop. On top of all of that, I'm breathless.
Take his breath away. His castles are in a heap.
I've got you right where I want you. Baby, I walk in your sleep.
I take you for a little walk, and I'm the guy that likes to talk.
Poor Skinny, he's out of breath.
For every single time that I'm inclined to tell you what is on my mind, I'm darned if I don't find I'm breathless.
Poor Skinny, exhausted.
Exhausted? Brother, I'm just winded.
Oh, yes, we're all plumb out of breath.
And the six hits and the miss singing breathless.
Gargle frequently with peptidine antiseptic.
That's fine. Thank you very much. So now we have... Let's go. Let's get into this.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, for a long time, Bob Hope and Brenda Marshall have been neighbors. Yes, for years now, they've lived right next door to each other in North Hollywood, with nothing separating Brenda's house from Bob's but a row of liquid flamethrowers. This soon makes Bob the first guy in town to get a hot foot all over. But time marches on, and as tonight's sketch opens, Bob Hope's true value as a citizen of North Hollywood has finally been recognized. Several of his neighbors decide to reward him for his activities in the community, and as we look in on them now, they are escorting Bob to an official building near the city hall and closing the cell door.
Hey, they can't do this to me. They can't do this to me. They can't do this to me.
Hey, Bob, I've been sitting there listening to you.
Well, what about it?
Don't you think you're a little on the illogical side? Gee, I'm sorry for you, Bob, sitting in this jailhouse cell.
I wonder what Humphrey Bogart would do in a case like this.
He'd take them iron bars and tear them right out of the window.
Okay, watch me, Skin. I wonder what Deanna Durbin would do in a case like this.
Hey, don't worry, Bob. I'm a lawyer, and I came down to jail to get you off. Just leave everything to me.
Oh, it's all right for you to talk, Skin. You're free. But what would you do if you were behind these iron bars?
Just a minute. Okay, now I'm behind them.
Well, Skin, that's wonderful. You can walk right between the bars.
Yeah, and with my arms spread out, too. Now, don't worry, Bob. I'm your lawyer, and I'll defend you with every drop of blood in my body.
Well, I guess I'll plead guilty. Listen, Skin, I'm going to break out of this prison. I'm going to file right through these iron bars. No, your Skin, my nose is getting tired.
Yeah, I guess your nose tires easy since you stopped taking setting up exercises.
You know, it was nice of you to come down here to jail to see me, Skin.
Well, I thought you might be hungry, Bob, so look what I brought you. Here.
Gee, a chocolate cake.
Yeah, I hope you like it. I got the recipe from George Raft. Say, how'd they treat you here, Bob?
No good. Yesterday they put me in solitary.
Well, it's your own fault. When all the prisoners line up and put their hands on each other's shoulders, you're not supposed to start on the conga line.
Well, I was making a break for Mexico, and I wanted to get in the mood.
Gee, Bob, must be tough for you, spending so much time alone in this cell.
Oh, I'm not so lonely, Skin. I've made friends with a mouse. Here, Mousy. Come here, Mousy. I want you to meet Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Bob, make that mouse stop looking at me like that. It looks like it wants to eat me. Hey, what'd he say?
Not enough white meat. But, Skin, that's my line. Oh. But, Skin, you're not afraid of a little mouse, are you?
Oh, of course not. Just watch me. I'm going to pick that little mouse up by the tail. There. Doggone. Who taught him jiu-jitsu?
See, I can't understand why Brenda Marshall had me thrown in jail.
Well, Bob, you stole a lawnmower and you stole the tires and you borrowed his sugar.
Well, every neighbor does that.
Yeah, but Bob, when you cut pieces out of our awnings to make cuffs for your pants, that was too much. Say, what'd you do with the rest of the awning?
Sold it to Crosby.
What would Crosby want with a green and white awning?
Well, if he can get it to light up, he's going to wear it for a shirt. He wants to wear it under his loud sports coat, the one that plays records. I wish I could get out of here.
Well, don't worry, Bob. I'll get you out of jail. I'm a good lawyer. I'm as smart as Justice Hughes, Clarence Darrow, Justice Black, and Barney Dean.
Barney Dean? Who's Barney Dean?
Well, I gotta mention him. He's on my draft board.
Listen, how'd you ever become a lawyer?
Oh, through a correspondence school. I sent my picture to Charles Atlas.
Now, wait a minute. Charles Atlas has a famous bodybuilding correspondence course.
I know. He took one look at my picture, sent back my $5 and said, please, this course is for men only.
You two would have made a great pair, Atlas and Fatless.
Go ahead, kid, if you want to, but I really did take a correspondence course in law.
You took a correspondence course in law, Skin? What did they do, send you the lessons?
No, they didn't have to, Bob. With an envelope and 3-cent stamp, I used to get that personally.
Well, listen, Skin, I want a real lawyer.
Oh, don't worry, Bob. I'll defend you all right. I come from a long line of successful lawyers. My great-grandpappy Innes defended John Brown in South Carolina. What a triumph that was.
But, Skin, how could that be a triumph for your great-grandpappy? John Brown was hung.
I know, but he was a Yankee, wasn't he?
Gosh, I wonder if the public knows I'm in jail.
Yeah, Bob, you ought to see your fans. They're collecting out front.
My fans are collecting out in front, huh?
Yeah, they're trying to get enough money to buy a rope. See, Bob, there must be some way to get you out of here.
Well, I tried to tunnel my way out here. I dug a tunnel when it was about 50 feet long. I met a man in it.
Oh, another convict trying to escape jail.
No, a pedestrian trying to cross Sunset Boulevard.
Bob, you must feel pretty bitter here in jail.
Yeah, I tell you, Skin, this sort of thing turns a man against society. I've been figuring how you and me can pull off a job when I get out of here. We can break into Hetty Lamar's house.
Yeah?
Find out where Hetty is.
Yeah?
And steal all her jewelry.
Boy, are you stir crazy.
Well, I tell you, this jail is driving me nuts. Look at that guy in the next cell.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Day after day, bread and water. Bread and water. Bread and water. It's driving me mad.
Why? What's wrong?
Oh, gee whiz, couldn't I have just a little dash of 7-Up?
Hey, look. The lights are going dim, Bob. The lights are going dim.
That's right, Skin.
You know what that means, don't you, Bob?
Yeah, someone hit 30,000 on the pinball machine. Just think, Brenda Marshall says that last Thursday I broke into her kitchen and took all her sugar. But that's not true, and I've got an alibi to prove it.
You have? Where were you last Thursday?
In a garage taking a spare tire.
You know, you're accused of breaking windows, breaking fences, tearing up lawns, stealing sugar, cutting down awnings. Bob, how can you do so many terrible things?
Well, I get up early in the morning. See, Skin, you got to get me out of here. I'm going to call the warden and complain. I'll get them like they do in all the prison pictures.
Hey, Bob, you're supposed to rattle your tin cup against the cell bars, not your head.
Skin, I guess you think I'm nuts. Well, if you think I'm bad off, you should get a load of the guy in the next cell. He's a hopeless case.
Left, right. Left, right.
There he goes again.
Left, right. Left, right. Yeah! Left, right. Left. Ah!
Gee, what happened to him?
He got caught behind a woman driver. Say, Skinny, I got to get out of this jail. Listen, you're really thin, aren't you? Come here a minute.
Hey, what you going to do with me, Bob?
Never mind. Just hold still.
Doggone, Bob, you get my head all dirty. Use somebody else to pick the lock with.
I'll never do it again.
What's that, Bob?
The guy that wrote Rose O'Day.
Come on, Bob. It's time for us to start going to court. Here comes the guard to open the door.
Gee, I wonder if Brenda's in court. I wonder if she's talking about me. I wonder if she feels sorry.
Gee, Francis, I'm glad you could come to court with me. I'm going to keep that Bob Hope in jail just as long as I live.
I own a radio, too. Gee, Brenda, Bob must be ripping mad at you for bringing him to trial, even though you are neighbors.
Oh, yes, he's mad all right. I found that out last week.
What happened?
He put blackout curtains over his telescope. Because of him, a lot of people are moving out of North Hollywood.
I thought it was because of the weather.
Well, it is. They don't mind the rainy season so much, but they can't stand that constant drip.
Say, why are you bringing Bob to court anyhow?
Well, I found out he was stealing gas, electricity, and water from me.
Really? How'd you find out?
Well, after 3 or 4 years, I began to think it was odd. Every time I put my lights out, his went out, too.
I guess Bob is an awful neighbor.
Terrible. Outside his house, the public address system keeps saying, "See my favorite blonde, see my favorite blonde, see my favorite blonde." And you know what's happening inside?
No.
He's dipping his head into peroxide. And I can't keep him out of my place. I even put up a high barbed wire fence, but it was no use.
How did he get over it?
He didn't get over it. He just played follow the leader with a family of gophers. And boy, is he a ham.
Yeah, he's such a ham. You know those pigskin gloves of his?
Yes.
Well, sister, they ain't gloves. Here he comes into the courtroom now.
Say, who's that little guy with him?
That's Skinny Ennis.
What's holding him up?
He puts a lot of starch in his underwear.
Gee, that Hope certainly looks like a criminal. I think he's carrying a gun. What's that bulge over his hip?
His hips. See, I think the little one is going to be the big one's lawyer.
How do you like that? The big one's crying.
Much?
Well, the little one just went under for the 3rd time.
Oh, isn't that cute? Now the little guy's blowing bubble gum. Now the big guy is scraping the little guy off the ceiling. Say, what's Bob doing now?
He's trying to win the case on his personality. He's showing his teeth to the jury.
What's the jury doing?
They're passing them around as Exhibit A. Here come the boys now.
Hey, Skinny. Did you bribe the jury like I told you?
Yeah, but I don't think it'll work.
Why not?
Well, after all, Bob, 2 broadcast tickets apiece.
You don't think it'll work, huh? Hey, Brenda, how about dropping those charges against me?
Never, Bob, never. You've made me suffer the agonies of the doomed, and you too must suffer. Every breath in my body cries out against compromise. Every drop of my blood would shrink from conciliation. Never, never, never.
But, Brenda, all I did was steal an awning.
I know, but Warner Brothers told me to show off here tonight.
Well, never mind. Come on, Skinny. Let's sit down here. I wonder where the judge is.
With you in a minute, Hope. I'm here in my private chambers talking to a jewel case. Now, let's see. You'll have to work pretty fast. Tomorrow's my girlfriend's birthday.
Judge, come in here at once.
Just a minute. I'm in here deciding on a motion. Fell off the runway.
Judge, you come in here at once.
Okay, I'll be right there. I'm coming in with a friend of mine. BB eyes.
Hey. The court is now in session. Everybody on your feet. His Honor, Judge Colonna, the stench of the bench. Judge Colonna is now on the stand.
And now, folks, who buy this genuine gold watch? Oops, wrong stand.
Colonna, start the trial.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Well, at least it's a change from deep in the heart of Texas.
Judge Colonna is now
sitting on the bench.
What's the matter, Judge?
Termites tickle. And now, before I start, I must have quiet in the court. Quiet in the court. Quiet in the court. Throw that man out.
But, Judge, that was your own echo, your very own echo.
Relative or no relative, throw him out.
Colonna, you read the judge?
Ah, yes, Judge Colonna, the long arm of justice, enforcer of the laws, upright citizens, also cuffs put on your pants while you wait. Now, what's the first case?
The case of the state of California versus Joe Weebish, charged with driving through a red light.
Guilty. Joe Weebish, I sentence you to be beheaded immediately.
Colonna, you can't have a man's head cut off for getting a traffic ticket.
I can't?
No.
Better roll these out the back door. Put a curve on that one. Next case.
The case of Brenda Marshall versus Bob Hope.
Guilty.
But, Judge, you haven't even heard my testimony.
I know, but I can't hang around here all night. I'm working on the swing shift at Lockheed. But still, if you insist on a trial, let's see.
Hey, listen. I'm Hope's lawyer. Let's get this trial started.
Okay, will the court please come to order? All right, gentlemen of the jury, you may be seated. Got to remember to put chairs there. Hey, let's get on to the case. Prisoner Hope, rise and look at the jury.
Yes, sir.
And now will the jury get up and look at Prisoner Hope? All those with weak stomachs may keep their eyes shut. Now, Hope, before you say anything, let me warn you that I can condemn you to a horrible fate.
Gee, that's awful. How do you torture a man? Solitary confinement?
Worse than that, I give him copies of Esquire to read with and all the pictures cut out. And remember... yes. And remember, Hope, I can condemn you to death here, and in California we don't use the electric chair hanging. We use the lethal chamber.
Yes?
Wait till I change my page. We use the lethal chamber.
Gas?
Yes, check my oil, too.
Hey, Judge. Judge, let's get on with this trial.
Okay, now tell me, Hope, what have you to say?
Nothing, Your Honor, except that I hope you'll be treating me right. After all, we all know that justice is blind.
For what? Once in a while, I like to get a little cockeyed myself.
All right, now, what about my trial?
I now pronounce you to hang by your neck until you are dead.
Your Honor, that's not justice.
I know, but it's not bad yo-yo.
Judge Colonna, is my defendant going to get a fair trial?
Why do you ask?
Well, if he is, we may as well give up right now.
Well, let's hear the first witness. What do you know about Bob Hope?
Oh, he's a terrible man. All this week he kept trying to catch me and pick me up by my ears. He don't give me any peace or privacy. He's always trying to pick me up by my ears. He's horrible.
Well, why don't you try and punch him in the nose?
How can I? I'm only a rabbit.
I'll tell you, you got plenty of guts. I admire you, Larry. You're my man, brother. Any man can stand right out in the open like that and read that. I'm for you, Larry. Anything you need. If you ever need anything, be my manager. Where are we? Now, Colonna, get on with my case.
Just a minute, Hope. There seems to be something brewing in another case I've got here. Quite a head on it, hasn't it?
Colonna, I don't believe you're a real judge.
Why, of course I'm a real judge. I've been wearing this long robe for 40 years.
Colonna, listen, 40 years ago you were 6 months old. Now, why would you wear that long robe when you were 6 months old?
No diaper.
You know, you don't look so good in that long black robe, Colonna. You got a big pot tummy.
That's not a pot tummy, Hope.
Well, what is that under your black robe, then?
A friend of mine developing film.
I object.
What do you object to?
Nothing, but didn't it sound dramatic?
Kenny, stop stalling. This judge is liable to send me to the chair.
Oh, don't be afraid of that. Well, I once sat in an electric chair.
I know. You sat in the electric chair, and they turned on the current, and a songwriter took one look at you and ran home and wrote Small Fry.
Well, let's get on with this case.
And it's you're in contempt.
Of court?
With that physique of everybody.
Pardon me while I speak into this little microphone on my desk. Calling all cars, calling all cars. Raid the burlesque show. We'll have a party tonight.
Professor, what about trying Brenda Marshall's case against me?
All right, now I'll examine the evidence. So this is the lawnmower that Hope didn't return to Brenda Marshall. I'll just lift this lawnmower up so I can see it better.
Careful, Your Honor. That lawnmower is very fast and very sharp.
Oh, pish, tush, think nothing of it. Nimble Fingers Colonna, that's who I am. Yes, sir, Nimble Fingers Colonna, that's who I am. Yes, sir, Nimble Elbows Colonna, they call me. I'm warning you, Hope, I'm a judge representing the people, and if I want to, I can sentence you to the electric chair.
Colonna, you mean you can sentence me to the electric chair?
Cheer.
Chair.
Cheer.
Chair.
Listen, brother, if I sent you to the chair, everyone would cheer.
Hey, come on, Judge. Continue with the trial.
I must have quiet. I won't continue until the people out, all the people there, they cut out that hole of conversation.
Colonna, you mean that hum of conversation?
Hole.
Hum.
Hole.
Hum.
Hole.
Hum.
It does get boring after a while, doesn't it?
Colonna, what makes you act this way?
Well, I'll confess, Hope, I never told this to anyone before, but you see, I was born in New York, and my mother was in Los Angeles at the time.
Don't be silly, Colonna. Every child is with its mother when it's born. Can you give me one explanation why your mother wasn't with you?
She couldn't stand the sight of me.
Colonna, you flabbergast me.
No, you flabbergast me. You got more flab than I have.
Colonna, get on with the case.
Okay, I'll have to study up the law here. I'll look it up in Gladstone, Blackstone, and Yellowstone.
What's Yellowstone doing in there?
That's where I go on my vacation. Next witness, take the stand. Will Brenda Marshall please step forward?
Brenda Marshall coming forward.
Yes, Your Honor.
Order. Quiet, quiet, you men. I will not tolerate such behavior in my court. Forgive them, Miss Marshall, and tell me, who are you?
I'm fine, Judge.
Think we ought to hold this in my private chambers?
We continue our broadcast of the Bob Hope trial, folks. Brenda Marshall now takes the stand. She sits down and crosses her legs. They revive the jury.
Now, Brenda, how about a kiss, kid?
Certainly not.
Did I say objection overruled?
Oh, Judgy, I think you're wonderful, and I'm going to give you another great big kiss.
All right, Brenda, that's enough. Why don't you stop kissing him?
I can't. He tied his mustache behind my head.
I knew it was good for something besides washing my ears.
Colonna, continue with the witness.
All right, but first I want to take a drink of water. W.C. Fields has been breathing into the reservoir again. Well, Miss Marshall, what have you got to say about this case?
Oh, Judgy Wudgy, this man Hope is a nasty man. And you're so cute.
I'm sorry, I can't understand a word you say. You'll have to raise your voice. Miss Marshall, I said your voice.
I think you're prejudiced in favor of Miss Marshall.
Oh, no.
Well, what are the odds of my winning this case?
I don't know. How do your legs look in silk stockings?
Oh, Judge, don't pay any attention to him. Let me run my fingers through your mustache.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Disturb the mice. Now, Miss Marshall, do your bubble dance for the court.
But, Colonna, she isn't a bubble dancer.
I thought I could surprise her into it.
I'll never get anywhere with this, Judge Skinny. I'll try to act nice to Brenda. Say, Brenda, how about putting your head on my shoulder? You know I could go for you.
Yeah? What about Madeline Carroll?
Well, of course, I like Madeline, but I've always been partial to Marshall.
And I've always said no soap to Hope.
Order in the court. Now we have a surprise witness. Step on the stand, Mr. Surprise Witness, and tell your story. See? Wasn't that a surprise?
Hey, off the proceedings. You'll have to let the prisoner go. I've got a writ of habeas corpus.
You got a rat of habeas corpus.
Writ.
Rat.
Writ.
Rat.
Writ.
Listen, Ennis, if it's Hope you're trying to get out of here, you've got a writ for a rat.
I'll prove that he's innocent. I'll call the defendant, Bob Hope, as the next witness.
Okay, will the defendant face me and raise his right hand? And now will the defendant kindly take it away from his nose?
Okay, now, Skin, do your stuff.
Gentlemen of the jury, take a look at Bob Hope. Does he look like he'd steal an awning? Just look at him. Does he look like a petty thief? Well, I'll take it to a higher court.
Don't worry, Skid. Judge Colonna won't convict me. He never convicts anybody.
Oh, no, I just set up a kangaroo for kidnapping.
You set up a kangaroo for kidnapping?
Yes, a tough customer, too. Took us 10 minutes to get him to unpouch Bobby Breen.
Well, anyway, I'm innocent, and it's my turn to tell my story now.
Fine. Everything is fair and square here. I want to warn you that every member of the jury is from Smolensk, and I won't try to prejudice them against you. So take the stand. Herr von Hope. Now look at your record. January 50th, grabbed and kissed a redhead. January 19th, kissed a blonde on the street. January 20th, yelled yoo-hoo at all the girls on Hollywood Boulevard. Oops.
What's the matter, Cloner?
This is my record. Get on with the case, Hope. You are charged with arson.
Arson? But I didn't burn anything, Cloner.
Oh, is that what that means? Now tell me, Hope, where were you on the night of December 5th?
Home in bed.
December 6th?
Home in bed.
7th?
Home in bed.
Lead a dull life, don't you?
Listen, Judge Colonna, I want a fair trial. After all, I pay my taxes.
What?
I said I pay my taxes.
I knew I've been forgetting something the last 20 years. All right, Hope, I will now let the jury consider your case.
Colonna, how long do you think the jury will be out?
I don't know, Hope. It depends on how much they had to drink.
Then never mind them. I want you to make the decision on my innocence.
Well, this case has me stumped. Who in this court thinks Bob Hope should be found guilty?
I do. And I got a kiss for you.
Who thinks I should find Bob Hope not guilty?
I do, and I got $1,000 for you.
A kiss.
$1,000.
A kiss.
$1,000.
Tune in next week and find out just how I went crooked.
Listen, Colonna, it's not up to you anyway. The jury has to decide on this case.
You're right, Hope. Well, gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a decision?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Say, Hope, while I read this verdict, I think I'll have the jury sing Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Why Chattanooga Choo Choo?
Kid, you're being railroaded.
I protest. This whole trial is a fraud.
Why, you know I'd fine you for contempt of court if I didn't have a little contempt for it myself.
Well, listen, Colonna, I'm not going to accept that jury's decision. I don't think I had a fair trial.
Well, I've got a way to settle this case, Hope. I have here a marvelous lie detector machine. I'll attach it to you. Then if you're not guilty, it'll set you free. And if you are guilty, it'll shoot you. What do you say?
I don't like the odds.
Oh, now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, I'll attach the machine to you. Then I'll ask you a question. If you tell a lie, the machine will shoot you.
The machine will shoot me?
Yes, and don't forget this machine is very accurate, very complicated, very sensitive, and... over-anxious.
All thanks to the memories, you folks who dial our spot and keep our Tuesday hot. Without your radar joke parade would kind of go to pot. I think we're in the pot. All thanks for the memories. If in this troubled time some laughter we can prime and do our work, those Japs berserk soon won't be worth a dime. And thank you so much. Folks, let's join in participation and help save our homes and the nation. Keep Miss Liberty fast at her station. We're out to win, so let's pitch in next week. We'll be back in the air at the same time, broadcasting from the West Coast Air Corps Training Center at Santa Ana. Santa Ana. With us as a special guest will be Rita Hayworth and, of course, all the regular gang. Thank you, Brenda Marshall, for your grand performance. Good night, everybody. Good night.
From Hollywood, California, we present Gene Herschel in a new Dr. Christian play called Little Sweetheart, brought to you by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly for first aid, Vaseline Hair Tonic for the care of the scalp and hair, and other Vaseline specialties. If someone offered you a free trip to the World's Fair this summer, either in New York or San Francisco, with $150 in cash for spending money, would you go? Well, that's practically what we're doing on this program tonight. 100 such trips, or $250 in cash instead, are the first prizes in a new easy contest, which you'll hear more about later. And listen to this. In addition to the 100 World's Fair trips, there are 5,000 valuable second prizes. The opportunity of a lifetime, and you can enter as many times as you wish. So don't miss the announcement of the contest rules at the end of this program. The curtain is going up now on the Dr. Christian drama, Little Sweetheart, starring Gene Hersholt in his most famous role, the country doctor. The opening scene takes place in the doctor's private office, where Mayor Hewitt, Mrs. Browning, president of the 20th Century Poets Club, and Judy, the doctor's secretary, are gathered round the cozy fireplace, discussing plans for raising additional funds for the new hospital now nearing completion on the hill at the bend of the river.
Oh, there's no question but what the 20th Century Poets Club is interested, Dr. Christian. I'd even go so far as to say they're deeply interested. But you know what fundraising campaigns are.
There's never been a worthier cause than this, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, of course not. Everyone feels sorry for little lame kiddies.
Oh, there's no sense in feeling sorry for them. The thing to do is to help them.
Well, you've certainly been helping them, Dr. Christian. The amount of free care you give children in this town.
Oh, I can take care of the diagnosis and prescribe treatment. But what's the sense of ordering braces for a boy whose family can't afford to buy them, or light treatments for babies whose families never even heard of a sun lamp?
Well, there's a sun lamp on the list for the hospital.
But there's only one, and it won't be available for charity cases, Mrs. Browning. Dr. Christian's going to go on with the work the way he wants to. The children's clinic must have equipment of its own.
I thought the Citizens Committee was going to take care of that.
No, they wanted to, but they have their hands full with the school program. They've arranged to serve hot lunches in the school restaurant.
It looks as though it was up to the 20th Century Poets Club, Mrs. Browning.
Well, I'll take your proposal to the ladies and see what they say.
But surely they'll want to raise the money when they understand how important it is.
They don't. Let them come and spend a day at the clinic. No one could look at those thin, twisted little bodies and not want to help.
The 20th Century Poets Club of River's End, Miss Price, is a very busy organization. We have our weekly cultural meetings, and we have a series of readings scheduled.
But surely, Mrs. Browning, a thing like this is...
I shall make no promises. If the club members feel that they wish to undertake a campaign of this sort, they... Heavens, is that clock right? I should be late for my Emerson class.
Let me help you with your coat.
Oh, thank you. We meet in groups, you know, for really serious study. The Emerson group is my favorite. There's so much meat in his writings, I always say.
I should think a group which really studies Emerson would be a fine nucleus for the campaign committee.
Well, I don't see why. Now, what did I do with my rubbers?
They're right here.
Oh, thank you, yes. Well, now I guess I've got everything. I've got to hurry. I'll be late as it is.
I do hope you'll decide to undertake the campaign, Mrs. Browning.
Well, maybe we will. It means a big responsibility. I'll let you know if we decide. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, there goes our campaign.
Oh, don't say that. We'll organize the younger women, and I know the very person to do it.
Who is she, Judy?
Pauline Palmer.
Pauline Palmer? Why, she's not in River's End.
Yes, she is. She's visiting her aunt. She got here this morning.
Pauline Palmer? They moved to New York, didn't they? Why, I haven't seen her since she was a child.
Oh, she comes back here to visit occasionally. She's engaged to Leith Morgan.
Little Polly Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
What made you think of her, Judy?
Oh, because she'd be perfect. All the younger crowd are crazy about her. And she's awfully capable and used to running things.
Polly Palmer. Why, I used to hold on my knee when she was about so high. Her father was very good to her, struggling young doctor. I've never forgotten it. I'll be glad to see Polly again.
Yes. She was a beautiful little girl.
She's more beautiful now. She's really stunning. Always having her picture in the paper at Palm Beach, or lunching in New York, or a costume ball.
And you think she'd be bothered with this hospital campaign?
Oh, yes. Polly takes things like this very seriously.
Yeah, well, who's going to ask her?
I am. I'll ask her tonight.
But do you think we should, Judy?
Of course.
What are you going to say? After all, why should she be interested?
I'm going to say, Dr. Christian needs a fund for the children's ward. Polly, would you like to raise it for him? And I'll bet you she says yes. Reporting for team number 7, $75.
Mm-hmm. Helen, what's yours?
Reporting for team number 9, $60. Good.
Yeah. And reporting for my own team, number 10, $125.75.
But girls, we've got to do better than this.
Well, it's really a bad time of year for a campaign, Polly. Everybody feels poor, and there's been a lot of sickness.
Well, all the more reason why they should appreciate the hospital.
I know. But what can you say when they tell you that...
People can always think up a good excuse for not giving. You've got to make them want to give. Heavens, girls, this isn't only an act of charity to poor children. It's a guarantee of health for all of River's End. It's a promise of better citizens in the future.
You've been talking to Dr. Christian.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Of course it's true. And if Dr. Christian wants a fund for the children's clinic, I think it's up to this town to give it to him.
What we need is someone to get to the older people. If we could only get the 20th Century Poets Club to work with us.
We'd get them easily enough if they had someone beside Mrs. Browning for president.
Why, they used to do a lot for the town.
I know, but that was when Mrs. Morgan was president. Before Mrs. Browning's time. Honestly, that woman...
Would it do any good if I talked to her?
Well, you might try, but
Now, if they would join us with half a dozen teams that would really work, we could put this campaign over in no time. I'm going up to see her, girls. We've got to put this over.
I know it. Well, I've got a dash. I've got 4 people to see this afternoon.
All right.
Oh, I have to dash, too. Anybody going my way?
Wait, I'll come to the door with you. Oh, here comes Dr. Paul now.
He probably wants to know how the campaign reports are going.
You mean he's probably looking for me?
I'll let him in. Oh, come on in, Dr. Paul.
Hello, Polly. Why, hello, Judy.
Hello.
And Helen.
Hello, Dr. Christian.
Well, this doesn't look like any place for a mere man. Maybe I'd better stop some other time, Polly.
Oh, no. Come on in, please. I'll protect you.
The meeting's over. I'll run right back to the office.
We're all just going anyway. Goodbye, Polly.
Bye.
I'll phone you tonight.
Okay.
Bye. Good luck, Polly.
Goodbye, girls. Keep up the good work.
Goodbye.
Come on in by the fire, and I'll give you some tea. The girls left a few cakes.
No, Polly. Don't bother. I just stopped to talk to you for a moment.
Well, I'll put another log on the fire.
Oh, let me do it.
Thank you.
Well, how was the meeting?
Oh, it was all right.
What's the total today?
I haven't really figured it up. But we'll get the money, Dr. Christian. Don't you worry.
No, I'm not worrying, Polly. Only... Well, this whole plan seems very important to me.
Oh, of course it does. Doing things for other people has always seemed important to you, hasn't it, Dr. Paul?
Why, I don't know.
I remember when I was just a little girl and you used to come to the house and talk to Dad. How wonderful I thought you were.
Did you, Polly?
Yes. You were always so kind and so gentle. I was really glad when I was sick so you'd come to see me instead of my father.
Well, that's real admiration.
Do you remember what you used to call me?
Oh, of course I do. I used to call you my little sweetheart.
Well, after we moved away, I used to talk about you all the time. I used to say I was going to grow up and come back here someday and marry you.
Yes, and now you've grown up and come back and you're going to marry Leith Morgan.
Who told you that?
Oh, things get around, Polly. Leith's away at law school, isn't he? Well, he's a mighty fine boy.
But it's not true. I'm not going to marry him.
No?
No.
Oh, well, you're young yet. You have plenty of time to think about it.
Oh, I'm not so young.
Well, you seem very young to an old fellow like me.
Dr. Paul, I wish you'd stop talking about yourself like that.
Like what?
Calling yourself old. You're not old. You're not old at all. Why, you could go away from River's End and start a brilliant career for yourself right now.
What do I want with a brilliant career, Polly? I've got all I care for right here.
Well, that's just it. You're loaded down with care here. Everybody's care. That's what makes you feel old. If you just think about yourself for a while...
I like my work, Polly.
Oh, but it isn't fair. You spend your whole life doing things for other people. You make everybody else in the world seem selfish and cheap.
Oh, other people do the same thing. Now look at you. Out here for a rest and a vacation. What are you doing? Working yourself to death.
Oh, I'm not working myself to death. I love it.
Of course you do. That's just what I mean.
But I don't love it for the reasons you think I do.
Oh, you love it because you're one of the sweetest, most unselfish girls I've ever known.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, now, don't belittle yourself, Polly. You and I have been together a great deal lately. The doctor gets to be a pretty good judge of character. I think you've been wonderful. The way you planned this campaign and took hold of everything. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. How I feel about it and about you. I love you for what you've done here these last 3-4 weeks.
Dr. Paul, do you really mean that?
Oh, of course I mean it, child. You were such a lovely little girl, Polly, and you've grown up to be just as lovely a young woman.
But what you said about the way you feel about me.
Of course.
You mean it? You really mean it?
Why, yes.
Oh, you did know. You did guess.
Guess what?
Guess why I broke my engagement to Leith. Why I stayed on here.
No, I don't know why you did that, Polly.
Oh, it's too marvelous. Too wonderful to be real. It's having something you've dreamed of all your life suddenly come true.
What is, Polly?
You love me. And I thought you didn't care, that you never could care.
But, Polly, I didn't... Well, you mustn't...
Don't say anything more, please. Please, until I tell you something. Oh, I'm so happy.
Oh, but you don't understand.
Listen, Paul, my own darling Dr. Paul. I love you, too.
And the curtain comes down on the first act of our Dr. Christian drama called Little Sweetheart. Tonight, we're offering every one of the Dr. Christian listeners an opportunity to win a free trip to either the New York World's Fair or to the San Francisco Fair, first class all the way, plus $150 for spending money. Or instead of the trip, $250 in cash. And there'll be not one, but 100 winners of first prizes. Yes, 100 grand first prizes and 5,000 worthwhile second prizes, which you can try for. Why would you like to spend your 1939 vacation at the World's Fair? Your answer to that simple question may win you a luxurious trip free to whichever one you'd rather see. At the end of this program, you'll hear how easy it is to enter this exciting new contest. It's curtain time for Act 2 of our Dr. Christian play, Little Sweetheart. The scene is again laid in the doctor's office where Judy is chattering happily about the success of the hospital drive. The doctor is not so happy, however.
Polly's been wonderful. And this last week she's been like a dynamo. Simply inspired everybody. She doesn't act as though her heart were broken. Maybe she's in love again.
In love?
Yeah, you know, she broke off her engagement to Leith Morgan the first week she was out here. We all thought they were crazy about one another, and then all of a sudden Polly sends back his ring.
Judy.
Yes, Dr. Christian?
Judy, I guess I need some advice.
Oh, well, everybody in this town's been coming to you for advice for years. It's your turn now. Advice about what?
Judy, this is absolutely confidential.
Oh, of course.
I don't know how to talk about it, even to you.
Oh.
Well, I've got to do something. Oh, hang it all, I feel like a murderer.
Oh, Dr. Christian, you're really worried about something, aren't you? I'm sorry. Please tell me.
It's Polly.
Oh, she's come to you about her love affair?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry, Dr. Christian. Leith Morgan's a grand person, and really in love with Polly. They'll get it straightened out. You know, I have an idea. Polly imagines she's fallen in love with someone else with a man.
Yes, that's just it.
Oh, she'll get over it. Though I must say, I think whoever it is pretty low to break in on an engagement like that.
Well, maybe he couldn't help himself.
Any man can help himself.
Can he?
Well, of course. I have much respect for a man who breaks up a romance when he knows two people are engaged to be married. Couldn't have much principle. Who is he, Dr. Christian?
Me.
What?
I said, I'm the man you think is so low. I'm the villain.
You? Dr. Christian, what do you mean?
Judy, Polly imagines that she's in love with me. Oh, don't laugh. It isn't funny.
Well, I'm not laughing. That just took me by surprise.
Oh, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. I shall have no peace until she gets over this crazy idea, until she's happily married to this Morgan boy or somebody else who is her own age, who is right for her.
Oh, but how did she...
Oh, she misunderstood me entirely, Judy. Why, if I had dreamed that she'd take what I said about being grateful to her this way, why, I'd have cut my tongue out first. Judy, she's serious. She means this, and I haven't the courage to tell her the truth.
Oh, but can't you explain?
Oh, how can I? Without hurting her. Without humiliating her horribly.
Oh. Oh, it's tragic.
I walked the floor for a week, trying to figure out how to tell her. I can't hurt her, Judy. I've got to go now. I'm late for my calls. But you're a girl. Maybe you can figure out something.
Well, I'll try. Here are your things. Don't worry, Dr. Christian. It'll work itself out some way.
I suppose so. But, why did it have to happen?
Oh, dear. Hello? Oh, hello, Polly. No, Dr. Christian's gone. He left just this minute. Oh, you have been to see Mrs. Browning? Well, won't she? Well, honestly, I didn't think it was much use, Polly. Well, come on down. Don't try to tell me over the phone. Bye.
Dr. Christian in?
No, he isn't.
I've got to see him. When will he be back?
Well, I don't know exactly. His office hours are over for the day. Was it something important, Lee?
Well, you must think I'm a perfect bum barging in this way, Judy. Not even saying hello to you, but... Well, I'm pretty upset. How are you, anyway?
Well, I'm fine. What are you doing in River's End? I thought you were at law school.
Well, I am. I came home to see what went on here.
What went on?
I suppose you know Polly Palmer's here for a visit.
Oh, yes, she's running our campaign for the new hospital.
Yeah, that's what she says. She's here having a love affair with Dr. Christian. That's what she's doing.
Morgan, how can you say such a thing?
No, it's true. She's broken our engagement.
Oh, why blame Dr. Christian?
Because it's all his fault. He's deliberately fascinating her.
Oh, Lee, he hasn't. Why should you blame him? Polly's old enough to know her own mind.
Not when a smoothie like Dr. Christian makes it up for her.
Lee, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if they think I'm going to take it lying down, they're mistaken. Polly's engaged to me, and
Please. Polly's been working herself sick on this hospital campaign. Things aren't going so well. Don't upset her until it's over with, until she has a chance to straighten things out in her own mind, decide what she wants.
And by that time, the doctor's sitting pretty.
Oh.
Oh, no. I'm taking Polly away right here and now. And if she won't go home tomorrow, I'm going to telephone her father and tell him the whole story and ask him to come and get her.
Well, I doubt if he'll do that. But if you do get Polly to go home tomorrow, Leaf, you'll lose her.
No, I won't. Oh, once I get her away from this
place... If you
place,
take her that way, it'll be worse than ever. Leaf, Polly probably isn't truly in love with Dr. Christian, but she is idealizing him, and even you can't fight the picture of him she has in her mind.
Oh.
A romantic idol she's had ever since she was a little child. Now, Dr. Christian understands that.
Well, then why doesn't Dr. Christian tell her?
Because he wants to try to protect her against herself. He's thinking about her.
You mean he's thinking about...
Oh, don't ask me questions, Leith. I just mean that, well, the only thing Polly cares about right now is putting the campaign over. If she can do that, why then...
You think maybe then I'd have a chance again?
I think you might have, so don't quarrel with her, Leith. Be sweet to her. Try to help her.
Of all the awful women, Judy, I was never so angry in all my life. How they ever came to elect Martha Browning president of the only women's club here in this town, I'll never... Oh, Lisa. Where did you come from?
Hello, Polly. I had a few days vacation. I came home to see Mother.
Oh, how nice. How is your mother?
She's very well, thank you.
Well, I wish she were still president of the Poets Club. Then I bet we'd get some action. Judy, that awful Mrs. Browning won't do a thing. She hasn't made any effort to help us at all. She says she's interested in the cultural instead of the charitable aspects of the club. I've been up there for an hour, actually begging her, but she won't give in. Judy, if she doesn't, we can't possibly put over the campaign.
I know. We have to have those older women.
I just can't bear it.
You mean you want the members of the Poets Club to help you raise money, and Mrs. Browning won't organize them?
Yes.
Well, I bet Mother would organize them for you like a shot.
But when she retired, she said she'd done her share. She'd never organize another campaign.
Well, maybe she said that, but she never meant it. Why, Mother raising money for good works is just like an old fire horse answering a 3-alarm fire.
Lee, do you really think she'd do it?
Of course she will, if I ask her to. Now, you come along, Polly. We'll go up and tell her about it right now. If you wanted to put over a campaign like this, why didn't you send for me in the first place?
Oh, Dr. Christian, let me offer my congratulations. Isn't it just too wonderful the campaign is such a success?
Yes, it's very gratifying.
And now you can have the clinic. I've felt ever since we talked about it all that day in your office that in some way River's End must meet this need.
Well, River's End has done it, Mrs. Browning. thanks to the hard-working campaign committee.
Oh, that I had more time for such activities. But our dear, dear Mrs. Morgan has proved so capable.
Yes, indeed she has. She and Polly Palmer deserves a great deal of credit.
Polly Palmer? Oh, yes. Is Polly Palmer going to be in Riversend long, Dr. Christian?
I really don't know.
Oh. One hears such strange things. Dr. Christian, is it true that she's broken off her engagement with that Morgan boy?
I know nothing about Miss Palmer's personal affairs, Mrs. Browning.
Oh, I thought you did. Dr. Christian, I understood.
Whatever it was, I'm sure you were mistaken. You'll have to excuse me now, Mrs. Browning. I must go into the meeting. Judy. Judy!
Oh, you better get in there in a hurry. They're about ready to start.
I suppose so. Judy, has Polly said anything to you about Leith?
No, but they've been together an awful lot. Dr. Christian, please stop worrying.
Oh, I can't help it. I can't even be happy about the campaign. Judy, what do you think?
You just have to wait and see. Listen, get in there now. That's the last of the reports.
Well, all right, I suppose. Come along with me, Judy. I believe I've got a case of stage fright.
Oh, don't let it get you. I'll stand by. Oh, listen, there's Polly.
And this last and final report puts it over the top. It gives us a sum sufficient to finance the children's clinic of the new hospital for a full year and to provide the staff to service it, and also to present to Dr. Paul Christian as the gift of the special committee the complete equipment for the office, operating, and treatment rooms. Dr. Christian, will you come forward and receive the check, which as chairman of the committee, I'm very proud to offer on behalf of those who appreciate the wonderful work you have done and are doing for the sick and crippled children here in Riversend.
Thank you, Polly Palmer. And all of your committee who have worked so hard and so faithfully. I can only say that at the hospital we shall endeavor to use this fund carefully and wisely, and that I give you all not only my official but my personal thanks. For you have given me the thing I wanted most, a chance to go on with our work for the children.
Oh, Dr. Christian, I think it's just too wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr. Christian, it has been a privilege to be on the committee.
Well, you've done marvelous work.
When will the clinic be open?
Well, we can't tell yet exactly.
I'd like to volunteer so much time every week to help with those crippled children.
And so would I. You know, there's nothing like a child.
Judy, where did Polly go?
She ran into the office, right through that door.
I'll go and see her. Polly? Polly?
Yes?
Polly, I was looking for you. Polly, why are you crying?
Oh, relief, I guess. Oh, Dr. Paul, right up to the last minute, I was so afraid we wouldn't raise the money. And I wanted to more than I'd ever wanted anything.
Why, bless you, Polly.
I'd have died if I hadn't been able to get it for you.
Well, you did get it. It's marvelous. Oh, Polly, don't take it this way, so seriously.
Oh, but it is serious. Dr. Paul, I've got to tell you something.
Yes?
You don't know what it's meant to me coming back here, seeing you and working with you this way.
Polly, I wanted to...
There's never been anybody in the world like you, Dr. Paul, and there never will be.
Oh, that's nonsense. Polly, you're simply imagining
Let me go on, please. There's something I've got to make you understand, and it's awfully difficult.
What is it, Polly?
Dr. Paul, would it wreck your life if I didn't marry you?
You mean you changed your mind about me, Polly?
No, oh no, not about you, but about me. Dr. Paul, I'm not good enough to be your wife. I love you with all my heart, but I'm awfully young yet, and I suppose I'm silly. Leith says I am. I'd make you awfully unhappy.
Polly, are you trying to tell me that you want to marry Leith after all?
I'm trying to tell you that maybe it's for the best. Even when people are deeply in love, they have to give up one another sometimes, don't they?
Yes.
It isn't always the one you love most you should marry. Sometimes it's the one who needs you most.
That's true, Polly.
And you don't need me at all. It's Leith who needs me. He's made me see that.
I can't do anything but respect your decision, my dear.
Oh, I knew you'd say that.
And I hope you and Leith will be very, very happy.
Oh, we will be. He's wonderful in his way, too. Dr. Paul,
Yes, Polly?
will you come to our wedding?
Yes.
Oh, life's very difficult, isn't it, Dr. Paul?
Sometimes.
I've got to go home tomorrow. Will you think about me once in a while?
I'll think about you very often, Polly.
And I'll think about you, too. I love Lisa a lot, Dr. Paul, but all my life I've thought you were the dearest man in the world. I'll go on thinking so forever.
And the curtain comes down on Gene Herschel's Dr. Christian play for tonight. Mr. Herschel will be out here to greet you in person in just a moment. Now, pay close attention to these simple rules, and you may travel in style to the New York World's Fair or the San Francisco Fair with all expenses paid. First, write a letter which starts this way. I want to see the New York World's Fair because, and state your reasons in 50 words or less. Or, if San Francisco appeals to you more, then write your letter accordingly. Second, enclose with your letter a carton, wrapper, or a facsimile of the label from any item which carries the trademark Vaseline, such as Vaseline Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, or any one of the Vaseline products, or one from any Colgate Palmolive toiletry. Then mail your entry to Vaseline Products, 17 State Street, New York City, before midnight, May 15th, when the contest closes. Write this address down. Vaseline Products, 17 State Street, New York City. Convenient entry blanks with all the rules are available at your favorite drugstore or by mail. But your answer on plain paper is perfectly acceptable. Now, follow those two simple rules, and you can enter the contest as many times as you wish. A few minutes right now may win you the vacation of a lifetime at the World's Fair of your choice. The artists you heard tonight included Miss Gloria Holden in the role of Polly Palmer, Rosemary DeCamp as Judy Price, Gerald Moore as Mayor Hewitt, Myra Marsh as Mrs. Martha Browning, James Eagles as Leif Morgan, and Lorraine Edwards as Helen Tuttle. Now our star is coming to the microphone, Mr. Gene Herschel as Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian, what kind of story have you for us for next week?
It's called Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Meeks? Well, does he inherit the earth?
That's according to your point of view. Mr. Meeks thought he had a lot, but Mrs. Meeks had other ideas. Anyway, it makes a very good play, and I recommend it to all the women in the world who wants to make us men folks over.
We'll be looking forward to it, Dr. Christian, at the same hour next week.
And until next Tuesday evening, I'll say good night.
In closing our Dr. Christian program, we send greetings and best wishes to the American Legion celebrating their 20th birthday this week. Be sure to listen to Gene Herschel's Dr. Christian drama for next Tuesday night, called Mr. Meeks. We know you'll enjoy it. This is Arthur Gilmore bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for Mountain City. I'm Silver.
Jacob Webster sat at his desk in the office of the Webster Trading Company at Mountain City. Across from him was Walter Driscoll, his local manager. The older, heavier man finished checking the report in front of him and then raised his eyes to Driscoll.
Well,
it's better than last month, Jake.
I'll bet that Great Western bought more furs than we did.
That can't be helped, not yet. This company got a bad name during the spring. We've got to live it down.
That takes too long. I've decided to stop wasting time.
What more can we do than we're doing?
Buy out Great Western.
You know that Mark Collins won't sell out to you. You tried to force her to do it once, and it didn't work.
Yeah, thanks to the Lone Ranger.
He's still around here. Don't get rid of him so easy.
It isn't necessary to use force when you have money.
Jake, your money won't do you any good in this case.
Why won't it?
Because...
Just answer me this. What's the highest valuation you'd put on Great Western? Furs, trading goods, cash, and goodwill.
Well, it's only local, of course. I'd say $50,000.
Yes, so would I. We'll offer Mark Collins $100,000.
$100,000? You going loco? Or is there some trick to it?
There's no trick. We offer $100,000 in cold cash.
That's paying $50,000 for nothing.
It eliminates our competition. Can't call that nothing.
Mighty high price for it.
Yeah, we'll make it back. After Great Western is bought out, then the Webster Company's the only place where trappers can sell their furs. We'll pay them just half as much as they're getting now.
Yeah, that's possible.
Our profits double. We'll make back the extra $50,000 in no time.
But the Collins are funny. Money doesn't mean as much to them as it does to most people.
We'll see. I make my offer tonight.
$100,000, huh? What's up your sleeve this time, Webster?
Nothing at all.
You can't expect more of me to believe that.
Well, this is a confession of defeat. I've tried to get your company at my own price, and, well, I've failed. But I still want it.
Great Western ain't worth $100,000.
Well, if I only paid you what it was worth, you wouldn't sell.
There must be a trick in it.
I'll pay you by check or cash, whichever you want. You'll have the money in your hands before you sign the bill of sale.
I declare. Don't seem to be any loophole at all. Be careful, Ma. Oh, don't you worry. I'm not going to say yes or no right off.
Think it over as long as you want to.
You come back tomorrow morning. I'll have my answer then.
That's fine, Mrs. Collins. Until tomorrow morning. Good night.
Madge, where's Johnny tonight?
At his office by the jail.
We'll go and get him. No, wait. There's no sense in bringing him here.
I was just going to say that Johnny can't help you make up your mind.
It's the Lone Ranger I want to talk to, Madge, and Johnny's the only one who can find him.
Well, Johnny used to know where his camp was, but maybe it's moved.
Well, tell him to keep looking. I'm not going to have any dealing with Webster until I talk to the Lone Ranger first.
And is that all, Mrs. Collins?
That's all. Simple as ABC. He'll pay me the money in cold cash before I sign a bill of sale.
As Marshal of Mountain City, I advise you against doing business with Webster.
You keep quiet, Johnny. I'm much obliged to you for bringing the masked man here, but it's his advice I want, not yours.
You'd be foolish not to accept the offer, Mrs. Collins.
Well, that's the way it looks to me, on the surface.
But what's behind it?
Nothing that can hurt you.
The trappers won't like it very much, that's all.
Why not?
Well, you can't blame them. There's no competition. Webster can pay them what he feels like for their furs.
Hey, that's right. There'll be a lot of men coming in during the next few weeks, too.
Well, the trappers are my friends. I'm not going to let anybody take advantage of them.
My advice is to accept the offer.
What? Why, that don't sound like you, masked man.
It'd be more than selling out the business. It'd be selling out our friends.
It depends on how the bill of sale is worded. Now, let me explain.
You'll finish reading the bill of sale, Mrs. Collins?
I guess so.
Everything's in order, isn't it?
Well, there's just one thing I don't like.
What's that?
This here.
The party of the second part agrees to. Oh, but I'm buying the Great Western name as well as the business.
Well, I don't care anything about the name. It's the rest of it. According to what it says there, I promise I won't ever start another fur trading post.
Yes, you do.
Well, I won't promise that. It's the only business I know. I'm not just going to sit in a rocking chair for the rest of my days and sew a fine seam.
But if that clause wasn't in there, you could start a new business in Mountain City tomorrow. And the goodwill of the Great Western Company wouldn't mean a thing.
Well, you got to change it. I won't go into business here. I won't go into business anywhere within 100 miles of here. But nothing's going to stop me from trading in furs someplace. You change it to read like that and I'll sign.
100 miles, you said?
That's right.
Fair enough. That won't affect this market. We'll just add in Mountain City or within a radius of 100 miles. Now, hand me those other copies, Walt, and we'll write it in. There you are. There's the full amount.
Take care of it, Johnny.
Yes, sir. I'll sign right here.
Move the lamp over, little Madge.
There.
Martha Collins. Your turn, Webster.
You can witness this, Walt. You too, Johnny.
Sure, just pass it over when you're ready.
Oh, by the way, now that the Great Western Company belongs to me, I've got a little announcement that you can pass along to the trappers as they come into town.
What's that?
I'll wait until you finish.
I have.
Well, then here's the announcement. Starting from this minute, the prices that we pay for furs are cut in half.
In half? Now, what do you think of that?
The trappers will be plenty mad.
They'll get over it.
Not if there's someplace else where they can take their furs.
But there won't be.
Don't be too sure.
Well, Fort Hall's a long way. Over 100 miles. They might not want to go that far.
What's this about Fort Hall?
That's where I'm going to start my new post.
Yes, and unless I miss my guess, there'll be a big caravan starting from here as soon as you're open for business.
The deal is off.
Well, you can't be talking about the sale. I got my money. You got the papers.
Why, she's been too smart for you, Jake.
It's Jake that's too smart for himself. Pay a decent price for furs and he'll keep his business. Try to cheat the trappers and he'll lose it. It's up to you, mister. I'm starting that new post so you can't take advantage of my friends.
Come on, Driscoll, let's get out of here.
Might just as well close up the store, Jake. There hasn't been a trapper come in since you cut the prices. It's 3 days now.
Well, they haven't left town.
No, they're all camped out on the meadows. About 100 of them. But Mrs. Collins and her daughter are leaving for Fort Hall tomorrow morning. The trappers may follow them.
We're going through with this, Walt.
When they start leaving, you'll have to admit you're beat.
If I had to depend on you, I might be.
What's that?
Kurt Morgan's camped out near Circle Lake with all his men.
I thought you were going to stay inside the law.
I will. But Kurt doesn't mind breaking it.
What are you going to have him do?
Just get him to start operating between Mountain City and Fort Hall. Morgan can make that trail so unsafe the trappers won't dare take it.
Yeah, he could at that.
And he can start with the Collins stage. What's the old lady done with the cash I gave her?
She put most of it in the bank.
If she's starting a business, she'll have to take plenty of it with her. That ought to be enough inducement for Kurt.
But say, if she never got to Fort Hall, we'd have nothing to worry about.
You can pass that word along, too. If she doesn't get there, I'll pay a bonus of $5,000.
Did you say me pass the word along?
Do you think I'd trust anyone else? Yes, Walt. You're riding to Circle Lake tonight. Steady, Silver.
I'll kill Sammy.
It's Tonto.
Who's got hold on that hole? Oh, fella.
Nearly done, Tonto. You've been gone a long time.
Me watch Driscoll, like you say. Him right out of town when it get dark last night.
Where'd he go?
All the way to Circle Lake.
Circle Lake?
There are many men there.
Outlaws?
That's right. Found to see face the leader. Him, Kurt Morgan.
Kurt Morgan. Morgan and Webster. That's a bad combination.
Plenty bad.
What are they planning?
Me not hear that.
Webster may be trying to stop Mrs. Collins from getting to Fort Hall.
Maybe so.
We'll have to make sure that nothing happens to her. Here's the lure. Are you sure we're on the trail of the outlaws, Tonto?
And better we rein up now.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. What's the matter?
Outlaw right down slope here. Maybe we see him below.
Steady, big boy. We certainly don't want to ride into them.
Better you keep close to trees.
Yeah, this is far enough.
What you see?
They're down there in the pass, all right. The stagecoach has to go through there to get to Fort Hall. We've got to hit the back trail and stop it.
That's right.
Steady, big boy. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Easy, boy, easy. Here she comes. Too bad we couldn't have stopped it before it left Mountain City.
And this not far from town.
They'll have to turn around and go back. Hold up!
Hold up there!
What is it? Road agents?
No, ma'am. It's the Lone Ranger.
There he is, Ma.
There are outlaws waiting in the pass, Mrs. Collins. You'll have to turn back.
Well, I've got to get to Fort Hall.
But it won't be safe in the stage. You think you and your daughter could ride horseback all the way?
I can. I don't know about Ma.
Well, don't you worry about me. Of course I can.
And we'll get some horses in town, and Tonto will show you a safe trail through the mountains. Turn around, driver.
Pino, get up there.
Who are these outlaws?
Kurt Morgan's gang. And there's a chance of catching them.
How?
Load as many men as you can into the stage, then follow it with the rest of your deputies. Not too close, you understand?
That's heavy.
Morgan and his men will close in on the stage, and you can close in on them.
Sounds like it might work. Gather around, boys. I got orders from the Lone Ranger.
All right. Slow down, Johnny. Pull your horse in.
Losing sight of the stage.
We're getting close to the pass. Slow down.
Whoa.
Easy, Silver, easy. Well, the gang is up on the slope. They see us behind the stage. They'll make a break for it. They won't have any chance of catching them.
We'd be hit by the dust from the stage.
Not from up above.
But look, the stage is almost around the bend, and the pass is just beyond.
And it does round the bend, and we can start riding again.
All ready to go, boys. When the stage rounds the bend, lift those cayuses out of their tracks. I don't like to leave those boys on the stage alone too long.
They won't be. They'll have plenty of cover. The driver's reining up and getting under the boot at the first sight of the gang.
There she goes.
They're shooting already. Come on, Silver.
Come on there, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger, the marshal, and his men raced around the bend, they saw the stagecoach pulled up just ahead of them. The firing had stopped. There was no sign of the outlaws.
Where's the gang? Where are they going to?
Over the ridge. They hightailed it.
What happened anyway?
It was my fault, Marshal. I caught sight of them on the slope and let them have it. I guess they saw how many guns we had in the coach and decided not to attack.
You were supposed to let them fire first. Keep out of sight until they did.
I just got excited. I'm sorry.
This means our chance is gone.
I'm afraid so, because they're well mounted. You wouldn't be able to catch them.
What do we do then?
There's nothing for you and your men to do but ride back to town. I'm going to follow their trail and find out where they make camp. Come on, Silver!
It was late that evening before the Lone Ranger returned to Mountain City. He reined up in back of the marshal's office, slipped from the saddle, and knocked to the back door.
There seem to be a lot of men out on the street. wonder what's going on.
Howdy, you got back all right.
Yes, Johnny.
Were you able to follow the trail?
It wasn't hard. They're still camped out at Circle Lake.
Can't we ride out there and clean them out?
I don't think so. Morgan only sent a few of his men to hold up the stage. I'll have them at the lake, and they have a strong position. That's Driscoll out in front. What's he yelling about?
Well, let's find out.
We don't have to go outside. Just open the window.
Keno.
I say you men are loco. You've still got all your furs piled up in your tents out in the meadow. You know that Kurt Morgan's up in the mountains. What's to stop him from staging a raid and robbing you of everything you've got?
Just let him try it. We'll fill him full of land.
You couldn't stand him off. He's got too many men. And he wouldn't give you any warning. If you want to save your furs, you better sell them to us right now.
Not at your price. You're a cheap crook.
It's the only price you'll get. Make up your mind, sir.
They're going after him, Johnny.
Men, let him alone. In the name of the law. Go on home, Driscoll. I have to lock you up to save your neck. You're a pack of fools.
The only trouble is it's true. Morgan could raid the town.
I don't think he will. It's a different thing, Marshal, attacking the town and defending his camp. Besides, you've taken my advice, haven't you? You have guards posted?
Yeah, but...
The attack wouldn't come without warning.
Yeah, maybe the furs are safe, but what good are they if they can't sell them?
They can.
They won't at Webster's price.
Mrs. Collins will reach Fort Hall tomorrow. She'll buy them.
You don't expect the men to take a chance on the trail, do you?
And they'll have to sooner or later.
But, mister, what chance would 2 or 3 trappers have against Morgan's men?
It can't be 2 or 3. All of them must leave at once. And they'll have 100 rifles to protect their furs.
Sure, 100 rifles.
It's the only way to manage it.
But even so, it's going to take at least 3 days with pack horses and mules. That means 2 camps in the mountains.
But I'm not saying there's no danger for Morgan. There is. Those men out there face danger every day of their lives. All they need is someone to organize them.
You can leave it to me. I'll tell them just what you've said.
The trappers welcomed the Lone Ranger's plan. They spent the next day in getting ready for the trail, and Johnny set the start for the following morning. But at midnight, 3 men met on the ridge above Circle Lake. Webster, Driscoll, and Kurt Morgan.
So you came yourself, Webster.
You told Walt that I had to, didn't you?
Yeah, but you're so careful I didn't think you'd take a chance on talking with me.
I need your help.
Yeah, maybe you'll get it. Maybe you won't. I still haven't got over that stagecoach business. An old lady and her daughter. But what do we find instead? A wagon load of rifles and a posse riding behind.
Surely you don't think I tipped off the marshal?
You might have. I know a lot about you. Maybe it's too much.
I know just as much about you. We have to trust each other.
Yeah. With one eye watching out for a double cross.
There's no chance of a double cross on this deal.
I'll decide that.
I just want to make sure you don't let those furs get through to Fort Hall.
Well, what if I do? What if the furs don't interest me?
They're worth a fortune.
At the prices you're paying?
Now, look, Kurt.
Look. I don't want to be bothered with a lot of furs. Can't move fast when you got pack horses and mules trailing after you.
Kurt, raid the party, drive off the men, and burn the furs.
Huh?
Nothing could be safer than that. 10,000 for the job.
10,000? You sure don't want Mrs. Collins to do any business.
I sure don't.
Just burn them up, huh? That won't be much trouble. You know, Jake, I think you bought some.
Oh, Scout, home, fella. Home, fella. Try Kimasabi.
Welcome back, Tonto. Are Mrs. Collins and her daughter safe? You made good time from the fort.
Who's that by fire?
That's Driscoll.
You aren't above the law, masked man. I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
You take him prisoner?
Yes.
I persuaded him to pay our camp a little visit. He's writing a letter to Colonel Graham.
Oh, Tonto not savvy. Why you make him write to Colonel?
It's a little complicated, Tonto. A lot's happened since you left, but the explanations will have to wait. Sign the letter, Driscoll.
What if I refuse?
You won't.
Well, this can't hurt me.
Now, hand it over.
Can I go back to town now?
Not just yet. I'm going to borrow your horse for an hour or two.
What for? What's the matter with your own?
Might be recognized. Steady, boy.
Where you go, Kimasabi?
Big fella. I'm going to deliver this letter.
Oh, Colonel at Fort, 100 miles away.
Addressed to the colonel, but it wasn't meant for him. Make sure that Driscoll doesn't get away. Come on, boy.
I can't figure why Kurt makes us stand guard all night. Those fool trappers aren't going to come up here. Not if they know what's good for them. Hey, who's that? Can't be any of the boys. They're all in camp. Sorrel. It must be. I'd better not take any chances. Stop or I shoot!
Oh, Red. Taking the wrong trail. This must be Morgan's camp.
Right up here with your hands above your head.
Come on, Red.
Stop!
What is it?
Some hombre took the wrong trail.
Where is he?
He wheeled his horse around there by the big tree and headed south.
Didn't recognize him, huh?
I guess not. He was riding a sorrel. I thought it was Driscoll's at first, but the man was bigger.
Hey, look there. Didn't he drop something?
Oh, not that I noticed.
There's something white on the ground by the tree.
Just a piece of paper.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
That's all it is.
What's a letter? Light a match.
Sure.
To Colonel Graham, Fort Hall. I am writing this letter for Mr. Webster. He's obtained definite information that Kurt Morgan and his gang intended... What a dirty double-crosser. Let's see who wrote this.
Who?
I thought so. I thought I recognized the handwriting.
Well, what's up, boss?
You were right. It was Driscoll sorrel.
Driscoll wasn't riding it.
I know that. He'd take a chance on his horse, but he wouldn't take a chance on himself. He hired somebody to deliver this.
You didn't read it all, boss. What's the rest of it say?
Never mind. Our plans are changed.
You mean no raid tomorrow night?
No raid. But there won't be many people in town after the trappers leave. The marshal and all his deputies are going with him.
I know, that's what you said.
You and I are, paying a call on Jake Webster.
The following night, Jacob Webster sat alone in his office. He was worried by the unexplainable absence of his manager. And when at last he heard someone rein up outside, he sprang to his feet.
It's about time. Where's he been? Driscoll, what the... Oh, it's you.
Yeah, Kurt Morgan.
What are you doing here?
There's nobody around. I want to talk with you. Come on in, Joe.
You're supposed to be at Rocky Hollow. What about the raid?
There's plenty of time for that. We got till morning to get there.
Where are your men?
Waiting. I just got thinking things over, Webster. You'd better pay me ahead of time. Right now.
I'll pay you when the job is finished.
You wouldn't argue with a 6-gun, would you?
Ah, so this is a holdup.
It don't matter what you call it. Just pick up all the money you find in that safe, Joe.
Keno.
It's all there, $10,000. It was waiting for you.
That surprises me. Count it, Joe.
It's all there. Now go on. You've got a long, hard ride if you're going to make it to Rocky Hollow before dawn.
Joe and I got just one more piece of business to take care of before we leave.
What's that?
We're going to fix it so you don't double-cross anybody again.
What are you talking about?
You picked the wrong man, Jake.
Now, wait a minute, Kurt. Put down that gun. You've got the wrong idea about something.
Not about you.
Let him have it and let's get out of here, boss.
Oh, you're making a mistake. You've got to listen to me.
Goodbye, Webster.
Oh, a masked man.
Got the gun right out of his hand.
The Lone Ranger. Up with your hand.
Yeah, don't shoot.
Get his gun, Marshal.
Right. Well, everything's worked out fine, Mr. Webster.
What are you talking about?
We watched the boys close in on Kurt's camp before we started back here to make sure you were all right.
You mean my men have been captured?
Why, sure. You didn't think the trappers were really heading south this morning, did you?
Huh?
They made camp less than 5 miles out of town. Then they headed back to surround your men.
And you planned this, Webster?
No, of course not.
It wouldn't have worked out without your help.
Look, this is all a trick, Kurt. That masked man is the Lone Ranger, and he must have planned everything.
I can't take the credit. I couldn't have done anything without your information.
I never gave you information.
You don't have to be afraid of Morgan now. He's under arrest, and so are all his men. Hey, listen to that. They're bringing them into town.
We're certainly glad that we got here in time to save your life, Webster.
Don't pay any attention to them, Kurt.
First you were going to have the soldiers capture us, but you were afraid that letter got into our hands when it was
I
left.
don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you cooked up this scheme.
No, Kurt.
By sending me to the gallows won't save you.
You're under arrest. Anything you say will be used against you.
It'll be used against him. 20 years ago, his name was Ed Randor.
Shut up, you fool.
He's wanted for murder in New Orleans.
What?
That does it.
Well, your hunch was right, masked man.
When I heard them talking up on the ridge, I knew that Kurt had something on him.
You're heading for the gallows with Morgan, Webster. It's good riddance for the West.
Here, Driscoll.
Another double-crossing.
I didn't do anything.
What about that letter?
I didn't want to write it.
That don't cut any ice with me. You did. Arrest him, too, Marshal.
He hired me to hold up the stage. And last year he was mixed up in a bank robbery in Kansas City.
That ought to be enough, Marshal.
It sure is. The roundup's all finished. Come on, boys, move along. Pete, Bill, the rest of you out there, grab a hold of these hombres and march them along to jail.
Well, fellow, I'll be saying goodbye, Johnny.
Are you leaving?
You won't have any more trouble in Mountain City.
I'm sure of it. Now that we're rid of these coyotes. That's it, boys. Move them along. So long, mister.
Goodbye and good luck.
Thanks.
Pretty big fella. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Oh, Silver!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.